Homestead. Since 2002, the name has been synonymous with one thing. The culmination of countless hours of hard work, determination, desire.
You are the champion, baby!
We may be in Miami a bit earlier than years past, but it was still a long road just to get here.
I feel like I'm on the ball today.
The NASCAR season continues at Homestead.
It's like this revelation dawned on me. It's so amazing, help support the cause. I get everyone involved.
All right, let's face it, there's really never a bad time to hang out in Miami, and there's never a bad time to get you ready for Sunday racing in South Beach. Hi, everyone. Welcome to this pre-race edition of NASCAR Race Hub. I am Shannon Spake, and we are presented by Coca-Cola. And I have never been happier. Well, maybe once or twice, but I'm really happy to have you guys back in studio here today. 3 months it's been since all of us sat at the same desk. Of course, we're practicing social distancing, so can I get air high fives? Thank you for not leaving me hanging, guys. Jamie McMurray, yeah, we should have.
That'd have been good.
Jamie McMurray, America's crew chief, Larry McReynolds, and certainly been a whirlwind since we got back to racing just a few weeks ago, Larry. We've had different types of racetracks, different winners, and we're going to mix it up again today because this is normally a track that we end the season with. So how is it going to be different having it mid-season?
No, there's no question. It's going to be different. And it's hard to believe we have been racing at this track since 1999. This is our 22nd trip with the Cup Series to South Florida. There's going to be some differences, and we're going to talk about some of those differences, but it's still the same track. It's still the same group of drivers and teams, and you know what? There's a race, there's a victory lane, and there's a trophy, and we continue to talk about this. How many drivers are still looking for their very first win here in 2020?
Yeah, and one of those guys, Shannon, is Kyle Busch, our champion from last year. The last time he won a race was actually at this track. 2 of his 3 teammates have already won this year. Denny Hamlin won the Daytona 500, and then Martin Truex won last weekend. But the good news for Kyle Busch, he did win the truck race last night.
Yeah. He did, so he's got a trophy already, and Joe Gibbs Racing has 2 drivers starting in the top 5 out there at Miami. That's one of your headlines. Here are some more headlines. Of course, Bubba Wallace has been one of the biggest headlines the last few weeks, as he's been an outspoken advocate for change in our country. One change he spoke about was the removal of the Confederate flag from all NASCAR events. NASCAR listened, they acted, and they have banned the flag, and of course taking a huge step for the sport. Bubba's going to join us later in the show. And today marks the first time since NASCAR's return to racing that fans are going to be allowed at the racetrack. So awesome. We're back in studio, fans back at the track. Homestead Miami Speedway has invited 1,000 military members and first responders to enjoy the race today, and they certainly will. So we only have to look back a few days to find this weekend's Xfinity fastest lap, and that goes to Martin Truex Jr. from Martinsville Wednesday night. Martin Truex Jr. not only captured the fastest lap, but of course the checkered flag, the first win on the season for Truex and his new crew chief, James Small. You know, Larry, Martin Truex Jr., the 2017 champ, had 7 wins last year. Kind of some ups and downs to start the 2020 season, and you spoke with James Small. What did he have to say?
Well, we had a long conversation because if you look back at the first 4 races of 2020, they were putting page after page in the book of how to lose a race with a fast race car. They were having inspection issues. They were having pit road penalties. And James said we did a lot of reevaluating during the downtime. And they came back, and they still were looking for that first top 5. But I think now, with a 3rd place finish at Atlanta, the win at Martinsville, I think the sleeping giant has risen. In my book, woe be unto the competitors.
Could be dangerous, very dangerous. 7 last year. That, of course, added to the 19, right? Joe Gibbs Racing as a total had that many wins. And how many times we had this conversation, Jamie? Can they win 19 again this year? So what have you seen out of Gibbs as a whole?
Well, I don't think they're on track to win 19 again, but when you look at Joe Gibbs Racing...
You're waking the sleeping giant right there.
Bulletin board material.
Jamie McMurray, I don't think they can win 19.
They're not on track is how I worded that, so I made myself have a little wiggle room. But when you look, I mean, they get a little bit better every single week. They've won the biggest race of the year. They won the Daytona 500, and there's only one organization that's won more races, and that's Team Penske at 4. So they're not that far behind, and I feel like every week, Larry, that they get just a little bit better.
A little bit better. Let's show you what Jamie is talking about in terms of Joe Gibbs Racing. In 11 races this season so far, Gibbs has 3 wins. 2 of those, of course, for Hamlin, including that Daytona 500, and 1 for for Martin Truex this past weekend at Martinsville. So Kyle Busch is yet to visit Victory Lane, but he has 6 top 5s, and 4 of those are second or third place finishes. So he is right there. And Jamie, Larry, I'm going to put you guys on the spot, right? If you had to choose who was the strongest team, who was the strongest driver right now at Joe Gibbs Racing, who would that be? Well, it's a really hard decision to make here. And I think Kyle Busch is clearly in this discussion, even though he hasn't won yet. But the team that I'm looking at is Martin Truex Jr. Even at the beginning of the year when they weren't getting the finishes, they were fast every race. And we've heard he and James Small talk about how they kind of got on the same page. I just think this team is on a tear. Yeah, I think the team that you better not take an eye off of is Denny Hamlin, that 11 team, for a few reasons. He gets his crew chief back after a 4-race suspension. Chris Gabehart is back on the box, and even during those 4 races without Chris, they still had 2 top 5 finishes. You look at this duo, they really don't have any weak racetracks. I know they finished 24th at Martinsville. I'm just going to chalk that up as to being an anomaly. I don't see something like that happening again, but remember, they've already won 2 races this year, including the Daytona 500. I just think that they're going to be very potent as we move forward. And where is he starting today's race? On the pole. On the pole, that's right. Still to come on the hub. Bubba Wallace is going to join us to chat about his week and everything he's been juggling both on and off the racetrack. And, of course, one of those things is the heat. Many drivers feeling the effects. How much of a concern is that today in Miami? And for 18 seasons, Miami meant championship race. Today, it's anyone's trophy. We'll tell you who might step up and surprise in South Florida. Back here on Race Hub, and you know, it seems like a lifetime ago when Larry, Jamie, Adam, and I packed up the station wagon, literally, and headed to Miami for the start of our Race Hub season. Of course, we were down there as Fox Sports hosted the Super Bowl, and you know what? For us, it was fitting because, of course, for decades, Miami was where NASCAR crowned a champion. Here's Alan Cavano with more.
For more than 2 decades, the track just south of Miami Beach put a period on the NASCAR season. This year, a different place on the calendar means a different look. But those years of memories cannot be ignored. Incredible moments from the very first Cup race to the most recent.
This is just such an awesome moment.
We saw Jimmy Johnson celebrate 5 straight titles in South Florida. And we saw it again when he got number 7 in overtime. We witnessed Tony Stewart's monumental comeback in 2011 and Kurt Busch's 2004 race that went from catastrophe to championship. Think of all the moments in between.
I wish my old man could be here to shake your hand. He would think you're a badass, all right?
The heartbreaks.
Joey Logano drives Carl Edwards to the inside of the track and into the wall.
The goodbyes.
Great career and thanks for everything.
This year, Miami won't crown a champion. The sun is set on this era for the track, but a new one is about to begin.
It's hard not to get chills, right? Because we've had so many great highlights at this racetrack. And you know what? It's going to get even greater today because instead of focusing on just a handful or a couple of guys who are going for the championship, it's everybody, right? Larry, how is that going to change the racing that we see?
Yeah, if you look, especially the last 6 years, it's the whole focus has been those 4 drivers battling for a championship. And I think the other 36 competitors raced them differently, raced them with respect, gave them room. Today, there's not a championship on the line. All 40 drivers sees an opportunity to get stage points, playoff points, and as I mentioned earlier, a trip to victory lane with a trophy.
No moving over for those championship guys, but they do move up, right? Running the fence is a title that we hear a lot. What does that mean? Who's good at it, Jamie?
Well, that's the fastest line around this racetrack, and it's about not getting a foot off the wall or 6 inches. It's getting like 2 inches off the wall, Shannon. And Tyler Reddick is one of the best in this series at doing that. We've seen him win the last 2 NASCAR Xfinity Series races there. He's also in his 5 starts between in the Gander Outdoor Truck Series and the NASCAR Xfinity Series. He's never finished worse than 4th, so I expect him to have a great day.
But, Mr. McMurray, you can get by with that composite body on that Xfinity Series car because we saw it with Noah Gragson yesterday. It's very forgiving. You don't get a second chance with this steel body on this Cup car. You smack that wall.
You've hit the wall?
Tyler Reddick, that man's been on your side for 2 years, and all of a sudden he throws a butt out there.
Now I'm billboard material.
There you go. We've got a lot of it here on the show. We've got much more coming up as well. Bubba Wallace has been really fast. Been really busy the last few weeks, but today it's about racing. We're going to chat with him about how he's preparing for today's race in Miami.
miss all the NASCAR action on Fox and FS1.
Back here on the hub, and this is a one shoot that Larry McReynolds said, shoot, I wanted to be a part of that one. Take a look at that. Rolling some cigars.
That is Larry Mack right there now.
All about Larry McReynolds. You can see our countdown to green clock right there from Pizza Hut. Just over 41 minutes to green flag. And much later, Larry McReynolds might be enjoying one of these, huh?
Maybe not quite that size right there.
A monster.
Welcome back to NASCAR Race Hub, presented by Coca-Cola. And NASCAR driver Bubba Wallace has really been the face of change in the sport of NASCAR. He's been outspoken, he's been honest, and let's not forget that he's coming off an 11th place finish Wednesday in Martinsville. Bubba joins us now. And Bubba, I promise we're going to talk about racing, but first, I just want to personally thank you for being so vocal, because it has led to change, and it has allowed all of us to have conversations that we normally would not have had. But I can imagine that it's been a whirlwind for you. I'm sure it's been emotionally draining. How have you been balancing all of it?
Yeah, for sure. It's been a long week. Sleep has been nice, for sure. Just trying to stay off my phone has probably been the biggest thing. I just get sucked in to kind of reading all the comments and seeing what people's feedback are. So it's definitely good to kind of get away and focus on the task at hand today. It's going to be a hot one here in Miami. It looks like the weather has cleared up. Check the radar a little bit. Looks like it's cleared up for us. So should be exciting. Get a little bit of learning in, watching the Xfinity race, see where guys are running. Yesterday's racing was awesome. That was super cool. So looking forward to it today.
Well, Bubba, it's been impressive what you've done off the track. But look, you've also been making some noise on the track. When I look at your season, you've got 2 top 10s. You only had 1 last year. That was that amazing run that you had at Indy. You're in your 11th race with Jerry Baxter. You also have that new Chevy Camaro body. What do you think has been the biggest difference maker in your season this year?
Yeah, I think the Alliance has definitely stepped up RCR as well, and to include all those factors with Jerry and Chevrolet stepping up, RCR stepping up. So we've been kind of bringing some heat to the racetrack, and some of the finishes we haven't gotten. Look at Charlotte; those were tough to swallow there. Both races running really strong, but we've kept our head up and kept positive momentum about us, and keep on trucking through. So Homestead, Jerry texts me. Sunday. He texted me Friday. He said, "Hey man, do me a favor. Go back and watch the last 30 laps of when we won the truck race in 2014. That's how good you are. That has me pumped up. So let's rewatch that and go do it on Sunday."
So, Bubba, this will be your 3rd Cup start at Homestead, and to your point, you've had success there with Jerry Baxter, but this is going to be your first Cup start there where there's not 4 drivers racing for a championship. How do you see this race playing out different without a championship on the line?
Yeah, I think you definitely don't have to let as many people go. Let the top 4 go and let them race. But for us, it's I think we just treat it as another race. Homestead's always those ones where it's like finally the last race of the season. You're already looking forward to the off season. But right now, we know that we have to learn from this and build off this for the next mile and a half we go to after this. So I think the pressure is off, but it's still on for us because we're in a crucial spot. We're kind of flirting there with the playoff bubble, although nowhere near the playoffs right now. But still, this is a good track for us to learn and see what kind of package we can take in the next direction as we move forward. So Homestead's that place where it puts it in the driver's hands. So we'll be all out. I don't care if I'm in the championship or not. We know I am going to be racing hard lap 1 to the end.
Bubba, you mentioned the weather down there. Obviously, heat an issue whenever we go to Miami. You had some issues with heat after the race in Atlanta. However, on Wednesday, you looked good when you climbed from the car. Listen, I know it was night versus day, but what'd you do differently at Martinsville that you could possibly apply today?
I would like to relate Atlanta to stress. Not much time for mental preparation or physical preparation for that race. Didn't hydrate right. So I made sure going into Martinsville, I know it was a short turnaround, but to at least get fluids in me before the race, get a workout in, and then also for this weekend as well, seeing how humid it's going to be. Honestly, after Atlanta, it wasn't even really hot to me. I was fine. I was just moving about. I was mad. I was frustrated at how we ran, and I was just standing up, sitting down, standing up in a matter of 2 minutes, and I just kind of flapped out there. And then Martinsville, it was hotter. I felt like it was hotter in Martinsville. A lot of drivers complaining about the heat there, with the right side window. Keeps that heat in there, so you're kind of baking it the whole time. So after Martinsville, I kind of just went and sat on the wall just to make sure I was all good. You know, they already had EMT there ready for me. I'm like, man, I'm fine. You're already taking precautionary measures. I appreciate it. I'm good. So I'm sure it'll be hot today. Have to be mindful of that. But I've been drinking plenty of fluid, got some workouts in, so definitely more prep than I was going into Atlanta.
They got your back down there, right? And it's going to be hot, obviously, in Miami. So make sure you hydrate and have fun out there. Can't wait to see you on the track today, Bubba.
I appreciate it, guys. Have a good one.
You as well. So Larry McReynolds, June in Miami. June in Miami. When they say that we're racing mid-June at this track, what'd you think?
I'm going to tell my truck driver I need a bigger fan up on top of that pit box.
Must be rough up there, Larry.
Ice cream's going to melt.
I am from the humidity capital of the country, Birmingham, Alabama. If the temperature is 90, the humidity is right there. So it's not, heat index, but it's the other H word. It's the humidity. And you just think about it. Since we've returned, including today, 8 races in 4 weeks. Between Bristol and Atlanta is the only week we didn't have a midweek race. And it's not going to get any better. June, July, we're headed to Talladega. We're headed to Texas, to Indy, to Kentucky. There's not any relief in sight.
Yeah, the interesting thing that I heard Bubba say there, I heard all the drivers complain about, is that at the short tracks, they added that right side window.
Yeah.
Look, you drive down the road with your windows down on a hot summer day, you roll the windows up, it gets hot inside the car. They didn't have that last year, and so I've heard everybody complaining about that. Alex Bowman, actually, I talked to him this week. He said he lost up to 15 pounds at Martinsville. Think about that. And so it's hard to recover, and we heard Bubba say they're trying to hydrate, but it's hard with that many races in this short a span to get enough fluids back in.
In Alabama, we call that 62 air. Run 60 and roll 2 windows down.
we saw you last week not doing that, not taking your own advice when you rode around with Linda.
My poor wife still won't speak to me.
It was classic. It was classic. We are going to break down, obviously, everything from today's race, the heat included, on Race Hub this week. Here's a preview of what you can catch.
It's a big week ahead on NASCAR Race Hub. Fresh off the track, the Hub team recaps all the action from Miami and goes one-on-one with today's winner. We'll have a radioactive that'll be hotter than South Beach.
I don't know how the hell we did that. Me neither, man.
And all week, we'll get you set up for the world's biggest, baddest track on the circuit, Talladega. Only on NASCAR Race Hub. Weeknights, 6 p.m. Eastern on FS1.
And we are live again this week. And if you're just figuring out Larry McReynolds' joke about 62, so are we. We're making our race picks coming up next here on the Hub.
Welcome back to Race Hub. The NASCAR Cup Series cars lining up at Homestead Miami Speedway for their annual 400-mile race coming up next right here on Fox. I'm Mike Joy with Jeff Gordon. This has always been Ford Championship weekend. It decides the title. Not this year. It's a springtime race, Jeff. How will the drivers race the track and each other differently without the title on the line today?
Yeah, when those 4 are going for the championship at the end of the season like they have since, I think, 2002, there's so much of the focus is on them. And drivers want to be respectful towards that championship and not get in the way, not be that guy. And today they get to just go race and put all their focus into rim riding up against the wall and getting the most out of their race car on this slick racetrack.
Well, if the Xfinity finish is any indication, we're in for a great race at the bottom of the hour on Fox.
Thank you, Mike. So we're going to see you shortly. But fans, don't forget you have a chance to win some money during today's race. Just download the Fox Bet Super 6 app to play for free. If you correctly pick how these 6 drivers are going to finish, you could win the grand prize. And the jackpot is up to $90,000.
A lot of money, Shannon.
That is a lot of money. Okay, since this is the first time that we're back in studio together in 3 months, we're going to have a little fun. I know you guys planned for Hit the Gas, Pump the Brakes.
Here we go.
Don't get mad at me. I know they worked so hard, but we're going to do a little Stump the Max.
What's wrong, Larry?
Yeah, and the reason we're doing this is because Jimmy Johnson, of course, the Hall of Fame football coach and our NFL analyst, is the Grand Marshal today.
Okay. He had a tunnel
Jimmy
named after
with a Y. Jimmy with a Y. Jimmy with an I is, of course, our NASCAR driver who might be starting his last race potentially at Homestead. So we're going to have you guys pick, is it Jimmy with an I or Jimmy with a Y? That's the game we're playing here today. So who has more professional starts in Florida? Jimmy with an I or IE or Jimmy with a Y?
Jimmy with a Y.
Jimmy with a Y. And you say that because he played for
Well, he coached at the University of Miami.
Professional.
Oh.
Who has more professional
You didn't say
starts?
that.
I
you
did.
Didn't. You got to get your questions right.
I think I did. Who has more professional
Come
starts?
on, spit
Then
it
I'm
out.
going to say with an IE.
IE does have more professional starts. He has 56 compared to Y with 39. Who appeared in a reality TV game show? Jimmy with a Y or Jimmy with an IE?
IE.
IE. Which game show would Jimmy with an IE?
Pyramid.
You're
I don't
guessing.
know. Why are you laughing? That was my answer.
Jimmy with a Y. He was on Survivor. Okay, good call. Larry, who voiced a character on the TV show Bubble Gumpies?
Bubble Gumpies. I've got to say it's Jimmy with a Y.
I think it's IE.
Jimmy with an IE. You're right. Jimmy with an IE. Bubble Guppies. I've never seen that show. Jamie, who has more playoff wins in Dallas? IE or Y? Playoff wins in Dallas.
IE.
It is IE. You're right. Look at him.
Yeah,
He's all
you
over
got
the
to
place.
remember the Y coached the Cowboys.
That's what I'm
playoff wins.
But he also coached the Dolphins, so like that's where you should have known that was. Who owns the bar JJ's Big Chill?
It's got to be with a Y.
Got to be with the Y.
I IE owning a bar.
It is with the Y. Good job. Who has more overall professional wins? Jimmy with a Y or Jimmy with an IE?
IE.
IE. I have Larry wins because it's Jimmy with a Y. Take a look right there. So Larry wins 3-1. I felt like you got more than that right.
Yeah, I don't know. I think
All
it's
right,
rigged.
let's do our race picks. We've got a couple seconds. Who are we going with? Who's our race pick?
I'm going with the guy that won last week.
Larry's going to go first.
I'm going to go first. It's the guy that won there in 2014. Kevin Harvick gets the win.
Well, I already said it. I'm going with Martin Truex Jr. He won there in 2017, and he won last week.
I'm going to go with Kyle Busch. I think that he's going to win for the third time down at Homestead Miami Speedway. We do have to say congratulations to the Dylans.
Yeah, so cool.
Yes, there it is. Ace, RC, Dylan, Whitney, and Austin had their baby little boy. Congratulations. Welcome to the NASCAR family. Ace, RC, Dylan, and of course, Austin will be racing down in Miami. Awesome day. So happy to be back in studio with you guys. We got a commercial break, but Mike Joy, Jeff Gordon will take it after that. Enjoy the race.
We are 11 races into the season, and what a whirlwind it has been.
It was a riveting race down to the end. Thank God Ryan's okay.
While Daytona feels like a distant memory, we're back in the Sunshine State and in Homestead, Miami, much earlier than ever before. For nearly 2 decades, this track has been the home for championship celebrations.
Jimmy Johnson wins at Homestead.
Let the celebration begin.
He's getting ready to hoist some hardware. Kyle Busch.
But today, everyone has a shot. Gone are the days where Homestead, Miami only provided 4 drivers with a chance at glory. Now, it's anyone's race.
Green flag, NASCAR is back.
It's Fox NASCAR where you've never seen it before. And it starts now.
Fox NASCAR welcomes you to South Florida and the Dixie Vodka 400 at Homestead Miami Speedway. NASCAR's annual trip here has always been in the late fall, and for the last 19 years for the championship race. Not today. Hi, everybody. Mike Joy with Hall of Famer Jeff Gordon. Originally scheduled for March due to COVID-19, moved to June. That means 2 things, heat and humidity.
Yeah, Mike, these drivers, I mean, they've never had to face these kinds of conditions before. So many races, thousands of miles crammed into just a few weeks on this schedule. It's hot, it's humid, the tracks are very tough and challenging, and that's going to continue today at Miami, Homestead Miami Speedway. This is a very challenging racetrack.
Boy, the places that we have been over the last few weeks in this condensed catch-up schedule. 2 weeks at Darlington, 2 races inside 1 week at Charlotte. On the high banks of Bristol, the 1.5 miles at Atlanta, and Wednesday night, first time ever midweek cup race under the lights at Martinsville. It's been grueling with 7 of NASCAR's premier races in just 25 days. It's taken its toll on drivers and crews. And that 2,634 miles that they have raced, it's about as far as it is to drive from this track cross country to San Diego. How hot is it? Let's go trackside and Matt Yoakum.
Well, Mike, we've caught a little bit of a money cloud, but a few moments ago, the grid temperature was 127, the real feel about 96. And Kevin, is this going to be the event where we see the packed schedule really start to take its toll on the drivers?
I think you guys are a little bit behind. I think it's already, started to take a toll on the drivers. I think as you look at the midweek recovery time and when you have those midweek races, it really kind of takes away from your preparation and the time that you have to recover. So not to mention that we're, racing at a whole bunch of hot racetracks and tough racetracks. When you look at Darlington and Charlotte and Bristol here in Miami, these are tough racetracks normally, and you add that heat to them and a side window and all the things that we've been battling. It's been a tough stretch, but I think everybody's up for the challenge. I know we are, and our Busch Light Ford will be ready to go.
All right, okay. Thanks, Kevin. Mike?
Well, as you saw in that big piece on heat, Bubba Wallace was one of those featured, and Bubba has had quite a week. Started going on CNN calling for NASCAR to eliminate the Confederate flag from racetracks. NASCAR did just that, leading right in to Wednesday night. Here's Bubba's thoughts pre-race.
My career right here. I'm excited about it. I'm ready for it. I haven't really slept much thinking about this race, just everything that's going into it, everything that's going on in the world. Trying to race to change the world here.
And that was Bubba's car Wednesday night at Martinsville Speedway in Virginia, where he had quite a battle in that number 43 with seven-time champ Jimmy Johnson for 10th place in the closing laps.
Yeah, Mike, I really want to applaud NASCAR and their leadership and how they found a way to get back to racing in a safe manner during these unprecedented times, as well as how they've taken on major social change head on. That's a great partnership.
NASCAR has overcome COVID-19. Fans are back at the track for the first time today and battling social and racial injustice. It has been quite a couple of weeks. Here now is five-time Pro Bowl tackle, College Football Hall of Famer, and COVID-19 survivor Tony Baselli with today's invocation.
Let us pray. Father God, maker of heaven and earth and all things that are good, we come to you today during this time of conflict in our country, and we pray for peace, pray for reconciliation. Father, I pray that each of us will remember that we were made by you. We were made in your image. We were made having great value. We were made for a purpose. Father, I pray for every individual that has been touched by racism. I pray that you bring healing to their lives. And God, I pray that all of us will live our lives with empathy, with compassion, and love for one another. God, I also pray for every individual who's been touched by COVID and every family that has lost somebody because of COVID. I pray you bring healing and peace to them. And Father, we also pray for the healthcare workers and give thanks for them and all they've done, how they give great sacrifice and show great courage as they serve our communities. God, and finally, we pray for the race today. We pray for the race car drivers. We pray for safety, that no harm will come to them. And we pray that they will compete at the highest level. We give you thanks for this great day that we have. And we pray all of this in your son's name. Amen.
Here is three-time Grammy Award-winning recording artist and South Florida's own John Cicada will perform our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fights o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Today's flyover F-16s from the 482nd Fighter Wing at the track's next door neighbor, Homestead Air Force Base. For the last 18 seasons, NASCAR has crowned its premier series champion here at Homestead Miami Speedway. A long, illustrious list of champions, the most recent of whom is ready to race today and is standing by with Matt Yocum.
When you look at Kyle Busch's racing resume, he is stout everywhere. A pair of wins here, a pair of second-place finishes this year, Kyle. Still looking for the first W. What are the Kyle Busch keys to a great day here at Homestead?
Having a fast race car, having a good long-run car, but also being able to make something happen on the short runs, because we know short runs can happen towards the end of these races and put you in a bad spot. Similar to, I think, 2016 for us, racing for a championship, but not racing for a championship today, none of that on the line. So hopefully it's just a good normal day for us, and we can run like we did at Atlanta. You stay in the top 5 much of the day, keep your track position much of the day, you have a shot to come down to race for a win at the end, and you go for it.
Thanks, Kyle.
Yeah.
Defending champ Kyle Busch. All right, you and I went for a ride in the pace car at Phoenix. I like taking this virtual lap a lot better, but come on, Jeff, pilot us around Homestead Miami Speedway.
Yeah, we get to do it with a drone shot, which I love, and I love this racetrack, and I tell you why. It's abrasive, it's challenging, it's hot, it's slick, but look at turns 1 and 2. A little bit different banking. This is a progressive bank racetrack, so less banking, 18 degrees at the bottom, 20 at the top up near the wall. When that grip is good, you can run the shortest route right around the bottom, but as the grip goes away in these tires, you start gravitating towards the top. Here we go down this back straightaway, carrying a lot of speed, some big bumps getting into turn 3. Now you do a nice late turn in, sweep right down to the bottom when the tires are good. Like I said, again, less banking at the bottom, and as you move up the racetrack, as you lose that grip to get the momentum, use the air and that cushion up against the wall, slingshot off of turn 4 back to the start-finish line. And all doing that, sliding around with your elbows up, Mike.
That looks like a lot of fun. You want to have some fun? How about win some money during today's race? Download the Fox Bet Super 6 app and play for free. Correctly pick how 6 drivers will finish. The money rolls over every week, so this week you could win up to $90,000. So as folks get ready to make their Fox Bet picks, Jeff, give us some ones to watch.
Well, I think going back to November, the guy that won there, Kyle Busch, he won the championship for the 2nd time and won the race. That's the last time that Kyle Busch has actually won a race in the Cup Series, which is very hard to believe. I think here at Homestead Miami Speedway, he's going to show what he is capable of here in 2020 by getting back to the victory lane. Tyler Reddick, this rookie's been so impressive, but no more so than here at this racetrack. He's had impressive wins in the last 2 races with back-to-back wins and championships in the Xfinity Series, and he will show us his skills by rim riding up against the wall today in a Cup car. And then, of course, Kevin Harvick. I mean, this guy is unbelievable here. Since he's gone to Stewart-Haas Racing in 2014, he's never finished outside the top 5.
All right, Jimmy Johnson is our Grand Marshal today. No, not the 7-time champion. There are 2 Jimmy Johnsons. They spell it differently, of course. Nice hair. One has 3 championships, the other 7. They both have active lifestyles. They both have a catchphrase. And they both love beating Joe Gibbs. Here is Fox NFL analyst Jimmy Johnson.
It's a pleasure to be the Grand Marshal for the Dixie Vodka 400 from Homestead in the great city of Miami. Let's get it going. Drivers, start your engines.
Getting ready to race in South Florida for 400 miles around the Homestead Miami Speedway on a warm, humid day in June. It's live on Fox. Next. Welcome back to South Florida, where that sound you hear is not the sound of stock car engines. Just as the command was issued, a pop-up shower came across turn number 4, and the jet dryers have been dispatched to that location. Drivers have been told they can stay in their cars or exit them, and they'll cover them up for a couple of minutes here. And you can see there's no major weather activity here, just some pesky pop-up showers.
Yeah, certainly nothing new to South Florida in this racetrack. And this racetrack does drive very fast, Mike, because of its abrasiveness. Usually you get some nice breezes that go across this racetrack in that part of Florida. Track dryers, once they take action, we'll get back to racing in a hurry here, I believe.
Well, let's pass along some good news from the team of number 3. Austin and Whitney Dillon are now parents. Their son, Ace, was born very early this morning, but Austin is here and ready to race after a quick flight down to South Florida. Remember, no practice, no qualifying, so it's not like he's missed anything, but
no, but
congratulations.
I bet he's missing that little Ace.
Yes.
You know, that's hard. I actually texted with Austin earlier. He said, man, that was so hard to leave, you know, my wife and baby there. But, wow, that's just a great way to get the day and the weekend started right there.
So we're under what we hope will be a very brief hold. As we said, shower activity over turn number 4. Some dark clouds out behind turn 1. And these little showers come and go. So hopefully this will be brief. Bubba Wallace, Joey Logano staying aboard. Now, when Fox was down here for the Super Bowl, Jeff Gordon was there. Had a busy week.
I was.
Rob Gronkowski and others.
Oh, yeah, I got to take on Gronk head on.
Let's have a look.
All right, man, here it is. Check this out. How cool is this?
Go-karting on a ship. The last time I went go-karting, I was like 12 years old. I love go-karting.
So here's the deal. All right. 3 laps, loser comes out of retirement.
All right, ready? Let's do this, man. Let's do this.
Can't believe he dumped you like that.
Hey, Mike, this is actual payback because is that Gronk out there making some laps here at Homestead? But no, listen, this is payback because did you see the way that he turned me in that last corner to win that race? I mean, yeah, you can't win a race like that. So, of course, Gronk has come out of retirement, not me.
Now he's going to play for the Tampa Bay Bucks, be reunited with Tom Brady. I don't know, Jeff. I think he got the better end of that deal. Here's the go-kart track outside turn 1, and it is dry. Like we said, shower activity outside turn number 4 and over the racetrack, albeit briefly. You see those grandstands, and they are dotted with, yes, fans for the first time since March. The grandstands have fans 500 guests from the nearby Homestead Air Force Base, invited by the city of Homestead, who owns the Speedway, and they can each bring a guest or family members. And so we have fans at the track to celebrate today's winner. They call this Homestead Miami Speedway. There's about 32 miles in between Homestead and Miami. Long way to Key West. And it's about a 4.5-hour drive to Daytona, should you care to make that trip. There's the city and a bit of the shower activity between here and there. There's the airbase. So we're waiting out what we expect is going to be a very brief rain delay. Jet dryers, air Titans at the ready to get things going. Meanwhile, enjoy one of these South Florida delicacies, and we'll be right back. The NASCAR Toyota track drying system hard at work here. Jet dryers also running and trying to clean things up. Now, with no practice, no qualifying for Wednesday night's race at Martinsville, teams had to guess on their setup. They either hit it right out of the park right away, and for some, swing and a miss, as you'll hear on Radioactive. Racing under the lights in Martinsville, Virginia.
Let's do this right now. All right, boys. Biggest night of my life right here, so let's give it my all and some. Ready. Green. Sideways. Yeah, man, do the best you can. Caution is out. Someone broke in the left rear.
Oh, boy, we got debris all over the place from that tire that went down on the 3 of Austin Dillon.
This is all the car has. Like, something's up. I'm terrible, man. Holy what's wrong? Must not be the only one, because I ain't seen 18. Someone tell me what the is going on here. Something's really wrong. There's no way it should be this loose in at all. Got a dead battery, guys. Dead battery. Nice and easy here. Keep going to the green checker. There you go. Take care of it now.
Joey Logano, Stage 1 winner.
Don't think I touched him. All right, we got a commitment line violation. They just showed it on TV. I think it's complete, to be honest. We got big time. You did not run it over. We're going to be in good shape, so don't stress. We'll get back up there and we're going to slay these. Good exits here, man. Find your rhythm early. Let's get out of here. Hey, go, buddy. You first that curve, man. Go get him. So, man, get back in your rhythm. Take care of yourself. I'm losing forward behind. I got to just he passes as he passes. Great laps, man. Great laps.
Jimmy Johnson is now into second place.
Joey Logano's got company.
You're doing fine, buddy. Just keep hitting your marks like you are. Still out there. Don't worry.
Jimmy Johnson to the lead.
Be smart right here. Be smart. Doing fine. Leader's a 48, so we won't see no BS Ellis.
Blaney is the fastest car on the racetrack, moving into second place.
So 12 and 42 up there going at it pretty hard. All right. Well, he's going to get set. But it's the leader, you bear. Yeah, we're
Jimmy Johnson going to put Clint Boyer a lap down.
green checker. Good job. Stay with it. Awesome. Buddy, how you doing? Talk to me.
Man, it's really hot in here. I mean, I don't know.
Stay tough. If you got to come in.
Do not hurt yourself trying to drive this race car. It's not worth it.
Stage 3 is on.
All rolling. Go inside. There's a going inside.
Jimmy has the advantage on entry, but Blaney gets rotated so well.
Corner, you're pulling him clear. By one.
And the brothers Dillon have been having a smackdown of their own.
Easy. All good. Gonna have to fix this damage. Thing, man.
Let's have a look at Blaney's pit stop.
The front tire changer lost the gun right there.
12 car will restart at the tail. Crew member over the wall too soon. We'll recover from that. We still got 172 laps to go. We've come from farther back with not as good of a car, so like you said, plenty of time here.
Mark Truex Jr. going to go after that lead.
Come on with it. Keep coming. Clear. Stretch it out, my friend. The new leader in the 19. Come on. Well, you all right?
I gotta get out.
Somebody go get medical.
Since that first caution, Austin Dillon has been dealing with all kinds of heat and all kinds of fumes, and it finally got the best of him.
Okay, you guys getting some oxygen or something. How is he here, Justin? He's right here, Richard. He's alert. Lasted a lot longer than I thought he would. He did. Gotta be proud of that.
That 12 of Ryan Blaney. He's had to pass more cars tonight than anybody else in the field.
One back to 2 wide. Don't give a what's behind me. I've already passed. I'm good.
Second place.
Pass for second.
The 12 car got around the 2. He's been driving the absolute piss out of it.
Meanwhile, in front of the pack, Truex is just checking out.
You in a little comfort zone right there, buddy. We got to find another place in your house for a park now. Come on. Big top, baby. Hell yeah, boys.
27th career win for Martin Truex.
Yeah, man. That's unbelievable. I love you. Rock the house back to back here in Martinsville. Hell yeah.
Well, short track racing, like at Martinsville, Virginia, is always a bit of a slam bang compared to the super speedways. Jeff, we went from 1.5 miles at Atlanta to the tight half-mile at Martinsville, now back on 1.5 miles at Homestead. The driver's thought process and his psyche, how does that change from one to the next?
Well, we know what short tracks do to create all that frustration and drama, especially when you don't have any practice. And we saw that at Martinsville, just tight quarters, and that's what we are used to. But you have to switch your gear and mindset as you go to a 1.5 mile track like Homestead, because now it's going to be all about aerodynamics. It's about searching different lines, using that banking up near the wall, trying to run 1 inch off the wall and not get into the wall and cause some damage or cut down a tire. And so then it's strategy too, you know, of when to come get tires, when not to come get tires, maybe some green flag stops that we really don't see on short tracks. So I mean, if you just look at all the different types of racetracks these drivers and teams have had to adapt to and get ready for and prepare for, as well as the physicality of what you actually have to go through. I mean, this is one of the toughest challenges I've seen the Cup drivers go through in NASCAR in a long time, possibly ever.
Well, it leaves me with 2 questions. One, what does Jimmy Johnson have in that suitcase? Are those hero cards to sign? Is it full of money? I don't know. But for our crew chief, Larry McReynolds, how about the difference for these pit crews going from a short track to a super speedway with the priorities in mind that Jeff just mentioned?
Well, first and foremost, if I was still a crew chief and I was at the track dealing with this heat, I'd just have them put a bigger fan up on top of the pit box to blow on me, just to cool me down. But yeah, you think about these pit crews, Mike. Yeah, the drivers are certainly, they're in those race cars. They're buckled in with helmets. They've got the right side window. But you think about, they could make up to 7, 8 pit stops in this heat and humidity tonight. And again, they don't have the time to recover, just like the drivers don't. So I think the real challenge, Mike, with these race teams, and I talked to James Small, Martin Truex Jr.'s crew chief this week, and he said this puts a whole new meaning to the races won back at the shop, because you're unloading these race cars. Even though you think you have a lot of information, there's still a lot of unknowns. He said, yeah, we look at our notes from when we ran here back in November, but we continue to add things that we've learned already this year. So you feel like you've got your arms around it, but there are still a lot of unknowns until they drop that green flag.
Sure are, and then some, even after they drop it, as some of those teams found at Martinsville. Larry, we got a surprise we think you'll like. Some hand-wrapped Cuban cigar.
That's what I'm talking about.
All right. We'll be back to Homestead Miami Speedway. You're watching Fox NASCAR coverage. Much of the track is dry, but turn 4 is still quite wet, and the jet dryers and NASCAR track drying system now out there and working to get us a raceable surface. Today is June 14th, and that is Flag Day, a day to honor an American symbol. The story of America can be told through its 13 stripes and 50 stars.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Our forefathers got it right 240 years ago. Equality, freedom, they belong to us all. And in case we falter in our ways, they wrote it down for us to always remember and cherish. We, as Americans, have a duty to uphold and protect those rights. That is what unifies us. And the symbol of our unity has 50 stars and 13 stripes.
In 1974, the great American artist Johnny Cash wrote of a ragged old flag. Ragged, old from the conflict and suffering that came with our fight for freedom. Pride in our flag, freedom's symbol, should now inspire us to keep striving to become a more perfect union.
I walked through a county courthouse square. On a park bench, an old man was sitting there. I said, "Your old courthouse is kind of run down." He said, "No, it'll do for our little town." I said, "Your old flagpole is leaned a little bit, and that's a ragged old flag you got hanging on it." He said, "Have a seat." And I sat down. "Is this the first time you've been to our little town?" I said, "I think it is." He said, "I don't like to brag, but we're kind of proud of that ragged old flag. You see, we got a little hole in that flag there when Washington took it across the Delaware. And it got powder burned the night that Francis Scott Key said, watching it write and say, 'Can you see?' And it got a bad rip in New Orleans, Pakenham and Jackson tugging at its seams. And it almost fell at the Alamo beside the Texas flag, but she waved on though. She got cut with a sword at Chancellorsville. She got cut again at Shiloh Hill. There was Robert E. Lee, Beauregard, and Bragg, and the south wind blew hard on that ragged old flag. On Flanders Field in World War I, she got a big hole from a Bertha gun. She turned blood red in World War II. She hung limp and low a time or two. She was in Korea, Vietnam. She went where she was sent by her Uncle Sam. She waved from our ships upon the briny foam, and now they've about quit waving back here at home. In her own good land here, she's been abused. She's been burned, dishonored, denied, refused. And the government for which she stands is scandalized throughout the land. And she's getting threadbare and she's wearing thin, but she's in good shape for the shape she's in. She's been through the fire before, and I believe she can take a whole lot more. So we raise her up every morning, we take her down every night, we don't let her touch the ground, and we fold her up right. On second thought, I do like to brag, 'cause I'm mighty proud of that ragged old flag.
Today, June 14th, is Flag Day. No driver in history has done more celebrating at Homestead Miami Speedway and the driver of the Hendrick Motorsports number 48 Chevy, Jimmy Johnson. Hoisting that championship trophy high again and again. During this brief rain delay, Jimmy, like many of the drivers out of the cars, back in his motor coach and joining us via Spike. Thanks for checking in with us.
Glad to do it. I wish I was out racing right now, obviously.
So do we.
Yeah, we all do. Hey, Jimmy, this track has meant so much to you over the years. You've celebrated so many championships there. What's it like now coming to Homestead Miami Speedway at a much different time of year where there's not going to be a championship decided? Do you approach it any different?
The emotions are a little bit different coming here and it not being championship weekend. Throughout my career, even my years in the Xfinity Series, this track was where the championship was decided. So it is interesting to be back and not have that energy around the track. It is in my gut, though. This place has forever etched that sensation inside of me that when you're here, there's something really, really important on the line, like a championship. So it is great to be back. It is odd being here this time of the year. But, with all the other things that we're challenged with during this pandemic and racing without fans in the stands, it's just more weird things going on in 2020.
As this, your final season, full-time season, in the NASCAR Cup Series rolls on. Let's see, Atlanta named a grandstand for you, and now you have your very own tunnel at Homestead Miami Speedway at turn number 3. That is now Jimmy Johnson's southernmost tunnel. That's pretty cool.
That is cool.
That is different.
I like that surfboard too, Jimmy. You going to get out there and get on that surfboard? When you're no longer driving full-time the Cup Series.
Exactly. I'll get back to my San Diego route to try to paddle out. So.
All right, I have to ask, because everybody in COVID-19 sets their own personal risk tolerance, and every race we see you walking up pit road from the motor coach, dragging behind you the modern-day equivalent of a steamer trunk. What's in the bag?
The easier question is what's not in the box.
Okay.
My guys, they have, for me, I'm taking care of all of my equipment, primary and backup. So the box does have some primary gear in it on top of all of our backup stuff, plus tools, radio harness, really anything that I would come in contact with or have a chance to touch and then touch my face or something. So there's a lot in the box, and I've realized quickly I'm the only one toting that box out, but I'm going to stay the course.
No, I must correct you, because I saw a second one that had a 42 on it today. So I think you're onto something there.
Yeah, no surprise, Jimmy. You're a trendsetter in the Cup Series. Hey, Jimmy, I want to.
The old guys are a little nervous.
That too. Let's shift kind of over to the racetrack itself. I mean, this is a very abrasive racetrack. We see a lot of different types of grooves. When you're looking at this race today, we had a very abrasive track at Atlanta not long ago. How are you and the team preparing for today, especially being more of a day race? Of course, it might go into night if it continues to rain. But how do you approach this racetrack, especially after coming off a short track at Martinsville?
Yeah, I think we've had enough reps on 1.5 miles and tracks that had a lot of tire wear, so we feel very good about our Ally Chevrolet and the direction we're taking our race cars. The one thing that's different here that we are all so aware of is just how you run the wall. That really didn't work in Atlanta, didn't work at Fontana. So here it is different, and watching the Xfinity cars with those composite bodies makes it very, very interesting and appealing to get up there. But with our steel bodies on our cars, I just don't know if we're going to take that risk that often. But it really was exciting to watch those last 2 Xfinity races. I thought those drivers did an amazing job and put on a great show, and hopefully we can get out there tonight and put one on ourselves.
Now, at Martinsville, you had a good run in stage 1. You won stage number 2, and then stayed in the top 10 the whole rest of the race in stage 3. Can you explain to us how the car can be so different from one stage to the next, and how much of that is adjustments on the car and how much of it is a changing racetrack as the day, or in that case the evening, goes on?
Yeah, the change in racetrack really blows my mind every time, and especially on a small track like Martinsville, and the corners are made of concrete, so you wouldn't think much happens. but it really does. And in the day race, when we finish in the afternoon, the track always takes a big swing. And I think the fact that we were running so well in stage 1 and stage 2, that we were a little cautious with over adjusting on the car. And then we had so many green flag runs in the final stage. We just got behind a change or two and didn't have enough trips down pit road to catch up.
And Jimmy, you know, we're seeing some fans for the first time in the grandstands. NASCAR's done a great job of getting back to racing and doing it in a safe manner. And today we're seeing them take some steps towards getting fans in the grandstands. And I would imagine, depending on where we go, we're going to see more of that. How different has it been being out there competing without fans? And how much are you looking forward to getting those grandstands, more and more fans in the future?
Yeah, it really is a different experience for all of us. I mean, in some ways, you're able to focus a bit more on your job because we're just here for a few hours, climb in the car and go to work. We don't have the rest of the weekend with practice and qualifying. But the energy on pit road, to hear the national anthem and not see any movement, not hear the fans, not feel them there watching it is really interesting. But one perk that we do have in our sport is in the cars, they're so loud that we have to focus so much on what we're doing that we're not tuned in with that as much as some other sports would be. And I can imagine in stick and ball and combat sports and a lot of these other sports that are out there that not having that energy in the stands would probably impact them far more than it is us right now. But it is great to see them in the stands. I can't wait till we get everybody back.
Neither can we. I understand some sports are going to pipe in crowd noise when they can't have fans. We'll see how that works out. Jimmy, thanks for joining us. Go get them.
Yeah, good luck.
7-time champ Jimmy Johnson getting ready to race here at Homestead and posing outside his own 7-time championship winning southernmost tunnel.
3, 2, 1.
We are the center of everything NASCAR.
The core of the sport you love. Oh, big trouble.
With unprecedented access,
expert analysis,
and the only place where the biggest stars from behind the wheel join us behind the desk.
That's the way we do it, boys.
NASCAR Race Hub, weeknights on FS1 and the Fox Sports app.
Welcome back to Homestead Miami Speedway, where we had hoped for a very brief rain delay, but that pop-up shower in turn 4 turned into a soaker in that area. Track drying is still working, however, over there. Well, maybe that's not exactly a gecko, but it does remind us of the Geico 500 next week. Saturday, Xfinity Racing on FS1, and Sunday at the fastest speedway on earth, Talladega, Alabama, the Geico 500 on Fox. Now, Denny Hamlin, who starts on the pole today, has already won a race at this track, Homestead, Miami, in iRacing. Meanwhile, iRacing at Talladega, here's Jeff in the 24.
Oh, do I need to be reminded of this? Listen, I had a lot more success doing this in the real race car, but I gotta say, if I'm gonna crash at Talladega, I'd definitely rather it be in sim racing.
Look at this. I mean, you not only got up to the fence, you hung the fence.
Well, you know, I always say if you're gonna wreck, do it spectacularly, and I certainly did that day.
Now, did it help or hurt that right next to you in the very next sim rig was Clint Boyer racing in the very same race, and the two of you tossing barbs back and forth?
Are you kidding me? Having Boyer that close to me, you know, that's never a good thing. And, you know, he's always going to be a distraction. But I had a lot of fun. I mean, you know, being able to call those races, the iRacing events that we did was a lot of fun and entertaining. But I wanted to feel what it was like to get out there and experience it, and I did. I did it at Talladega, then later did the same thing at North Wilkesboro, and I couldn't get over how intense, how realistic it was being in there. I mean, you feel your palms are sweating when you're out there in the action, and you know, you're either pushing or being pushed by somebody, just like if you were actually racing at Talladega. So it was pretty wild. It was fun, though.
It's a very realistic simulation. The only thing that's missing is the risk factor, but in the days leading up to it, you were very focused, and I would even say a little bit nervous about going racing again.
Oh, absolutely, because and listen, one of the reasons why I retired is because I was ready to step away from being that focused on the competition, because that's one thing that's always driven me. One thing that's you can't take away from me is the competitor in me. And if I'm out there, I want to do good. And so I tried to put as much effort in. And at one point, I actually had Chase Elliott pushing me up to the front. We were getting close to Clint Boyer, where that's all I wanted to do was just get side by side with Clint and maybe even finish ahead of him by an inch if I could. That would have made my whole day or that whole experience.
Well, our thanks to all the folks at iRacing for 7 weeks of great entertainment that we shared with you on the Fox networks while waiting for NASCAR to be the first major sport to come back in and have active competition on network television. The track is drying at Homestead Miami Speedway.
Next Sunday on Fox. Here we go. Live from Talladega, the Cup Series greatest let loose on the biggest and baddest track in NASCAR, where control is merely an illusion. The Geico 500 next Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern on Fox.
Rain showers and a brief bit of lightning here at Homestead Miami Speedway sent the cameramen for cover and then sent the track drying equipment back out. And we had Martin Truex Jr. on Skype, and he popped up and popped down. So
sort of like these clouds that keep coming over the top of this racetrack.
Must be a South Florida thing. They're still drying up the track apron, but the track surface itself looks pretty dry right now. It's always intense racing here at Homestead Miami Speedway, especially when you're racing for a championship. That was the case here last November. Let's have a look back at Radioactive.
Welcome, race fans, to Championship Weekend at Homestead Miami Speedway. For the 18th straight year, the championship of the NASCAR Cup Series will be decided here. We're so glad you're with us today to enjoy the pageantry and the splendor that only an event of this magnitude can provide.
It's going to be a good day. Good luck. You got to be the fastest one of them forward. Soak it all in, brother. Appreciate all the efforts, dude. Got to win this race, to win this championship.
Every grandstand ticket has been sold in anticipation of witnessing history one more time in South Florida.
Drivers, start your engine!
Burn it open.
Still outside. Hard to go, break away with the lead. Kyle Busch will fly his way into second.
A little bit on the tight side. Bounce the splitter at 3 and 4. Check mark. It's going to be fun. Throw it along. Are you me? It's confusing. Truex, he's hauling ass. Coming to me.
Here comes Truex. Side by side.
Two-side everywhere right now. Cheerleaders, the nice thing. Come on. Get some pictures. Just ran over something with the left front headlight. Looks clean as far as we can tell.
Everybody continues to chase Martin Truex Jr.
Pretty badass. Got to keep up with it here.
You would think the only thing that will slow down Truex would be a mistake.
4, 3, 2, 1. 4, 3, 2. All clear. All in. Uh-oh, we got something wrong. Now we got the tire switch. Come back. Come back to you, okay. We got it. We got the left front on the right front, the right front on the left front. Happened to the 19. They had the front tires all backwards.
Absolutely unbelievable. Truex dominating for 120 laps.
The situation. Now we're in the lucky dog.
Trouble turn 2, John Hunter Nemechek.
Caution, got a wreck in 2 or something over here.
This may have been the break Martin Truex Jr. needed.
Your arm down? He got the lucky dog. Oh, that was dramatic. I don't know how the hell we did that. Me neither, man. Had to make it out.
125 laps remaining. The green flag goes back in the air.
Those 48, sorry I'm cutting them off, but obviously he knows what I'm doing here. It's way too loose. 10-4.
Can you imagine what the pressure must be like right now for the crew members on these playoff teams? Right now.
All the way. Straight up. Clear.
Harvick 2, row behind, 19 in, 11 out.
Who will be the 2019 champion? The run to the checkered flag starts right now. Starts right now.
We're really hot. What's your temp? Water's pegged. We're spitting water bad. We're not going to make this. Just bring it.
This is brutal.
The 11's having a problem. He might have to pit again.
11 looks like he's pit. I have to him. They put too much tape on it over here. Had to pit again. Man, I just screwed up. We got too aggressive. Couldn't execute it.
The final laps of the season are ready to unfold.
Don't think I'll be able to get back to him. I just need a little time.
7.9 behind, no more than you need.
Hey, it's got to be on 4 tenths a lap. You beat up 6 tenths a lap.
I'm sure the nerves and the tension is high. He's praying that we don't get a caution.
It's just getting worse here with laps. Feeling more slippy.
Kyle Busch has the lead, yet Truex appears to be closing.
He's getting in the corner a little easier, getting it rolling sooner.
Really good lap.
White flag, one more smart one.
A fast race car, impeccably driven, and no mistakes tonight. Kyle Busch for the final time.
Hell yeah, guys. Awesome work. Awesome year. Thank you, boys.
Kyle Busch scores championship number 2.
Old 2-timer out there. Proud of you, buddy. Way to stick with it. Great job, guys. Sorry, buddy. We'll beat ourselves. Got 2 deal addresses trying to get tape on it. I live by the fire, brother. I live right next to it. And I just got burnt tonight. Yes, definitely would have liked to go get him no matter what. Good year, guys. Way to fight. You know, that's not how we wanted it to end, but thank you for everything. Well, glad you gave it one hell of a shot. Peace out. Sorry, Mark.
It's just amazing. It's all about this group, though. I had tears in my eyes. This is just such an awesome moment. Share it with my family, with the Gibbs family. It's a dream come true.
Hold on to this and that. Is that good? Okay, cool. High five, buddy. We did it, man. We did it.
You guys are awesome. We won? Yeah, we did.
How about that?
We got a 5th sticker.
Love you.
I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
You get a huge trophy. You're adored by much of America. And the biggest thing about it is, Dad, we got a 5th sticker. Is there anything better than getting to celebrate with your family and especially with your son? I think all the dads on this telecast would agree that takes the cake.
Well, it does, because your family is riding that roller coaster ride just like your team is with you, working so hard behind the scenes to give you the race car, to put you in position to go win that championship and live out this dream of being a race car driver at the highest level, the NASCAR Cup Series. And your family is your support system. They are there with you along for this ride. And when you achieve it, it's the greatest accomplishment, especially when you're a dad, you know, to be able to celebrate that with your son, who's doing a little bit of racing himself. But yeah, what I took out of that piece there, which was really well done, congratulations to Fox by putting that together in NASCAR. But that reminded me of the pressure that comes along. As competitors, you always feel pressure. But when you're battling with the other three best of the best going into that final race for the championship, there's so much pressure, and you have to execute flawlessly, and there's no room for error. And we saw where some individuals and some teams made some errors, and Kyle Busch and his team, they just executed flawlessly, came away with the championship.
So last November at Homestead, there was one champion and 3 runners-up, plus all the other drivers in the race. This will be different. One winner, 37 others. When the checkered flag falls later on today, the drivers are back in their cars. But Jeff, you touched on it at the start of the telecast. Nobody wanted to be that guy at Homestead, the one driver outside of the championship four who might have affected the final outcome of the season by being in the way. Today, there's no in the way. No. Everybody is going for it today.
Yeah, I think, you know, every team and driver, even at the end of the year at that final race, they still had their own agendas. They had things they were trying to accomplish, you know, whether it be a points position, you know, trying to win the race, or something for a sponsor. But today, all that they're trying to do is earn points and win races and get themselves to go battle for a championship later in the season. And they're going to have to do it on one of the toughest, most challenging, grueling tracks on the schedule.
So drivers are back in their cars and awaiting the order from NASCAR to fire them up and roll out on the pace laps. Once again, we're ready to race in South Florida. Track drying is complete, save one pesky area down on the apron of turn number 4. Otherwise, the track dryers are headed for home. We're getting ready to get to action here at Homestead Miami Speedway. Here's Matt Yoakum.
Mike, I'm joined by Governor Ron DeSantis. Now, previously, he represented Florida's District 6, which encompasses the birthplace of speed and the Daytona International Speedway. And, Governor, how exciting to be here at Homestead and have sports back with military folks in attendance.
Oh, well, we're thrilled. We're glad NASCAR was one of the first out of the chute, and they are the first sport to have fans. And we're glad that's here in the state of Florida. And I couldn't think of a better set of fans than the people that defend our freedom. So it's a great day.
Now, one of the most special things is always the start of a race, and you're going to have the opportunity to wave the green flag. Are you nervous, and have you practiced?
You know, I'm a little nervous, but quite frankly, as long as the rain goes and we're able to get going, I'll be fine. So I got the official up there. He's going to give me the instructions. We'll be good to go.
All right. Well, enjoy the day, Governor.
Thank you.
Mike?
Engine should be ready to fire up here. And we're going racing. Yes, we are in South Florida right after this.
There he is. Oh, wow. You're doing really great with the twirling.
Dad, if you want to talk, I have a break at 3.
Okay. I'm going. It's like I wasn't here. Keep doing it, buddy.
Switch to Progressive and you can save hundreds. You know, like the sign says.
We're here for a reason, and it's bigger than selling cars. We're here to build for the people who build and shape this country, who work hard, who do right by others, who never give in. There's always some new challenge trying to take us out, to shake our resolve. And if you're out there fighting through it, we know 260,000 people who have your back.
Humira patients, this one's for you.
You inspired us to make your Humira experience even better with Humira Citrate Free. It has the same effectiveness you know and trust, but we remove the citrate buffers. There's less liquid and a thinner needle with less pain immediately following injection. Ask your doctor about Humira Citrate Free, and you can use your copay card to pay as little as $5 a month.
Humira can lower your ability to fight infections. Serious and sometimes fatal infections, including tuberculosis and cancers, including lymphoma, have happened, as have blood, liver, and nervous system problems, serious allergic reactions, and new or worsening heart failure. Tell your doctor if you've been to areas where certain fungal infections are common, and if you've had TB, hepatitis B, are prone to infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Don't start Humira if you have an infection.
Ask your doctor about Humira Citrate Free, the same Humira you trust with less pain immediately following injection.
If you can't afford your medicine, AbbVie may be able to help.
Alice loves the scent of Gain so much, she wished there was a way to make it last longer. Say hello to your fairy godmother, Alice. And long-lasting Gain scent beads, part of the irresistible scent collection from Gain.
It's that little Chico Pitbull, Mr. 305, better said Mr. Worldwide, and I'm just welcoming everybody to the NASCAR Cup Series Miami race. Now, while you guys are down in South Florida, I gotta welcome you the right way, especially to the 1,000 military families that are out there right now. I wanna say thank y'all so much, because y'all the reason that we have freedom. Y'all the reason that we have a beautiful country called the United States of America. Y'all the reason that we can control our own destiny and create our own opportunities. Thank y'all for being out there and making sure that we can enjoy this.
Welcome, race fans, to Homestead Miami Speedway.
It's gonna be a good day. Good luck.
Drivers, start your engine!
Fire no. Green flags out. Green flag.
We just want to have fun with fun. We just want to have fun with fun.
Welcome to the Dixie Vodka 400 on Fox from Homestead Miami Speedway. Cars are on the pace lap after a spate of track drying from a pop-up shower. So let's have a look at the Dixie Vodka starting grid. Across the bottom, the top 12 drivers in points drew for starting positions 1 to 12. Denny Hamlin, Joey Logano on the front row. Team point standing positions 13 through 24 drew for those spots, 25 through 36 for those spots, and there are 2 additional non-chartered cars making up the 38-car field. There's the front half of the field, and let's go to the front row.
Yeah, Joey Logano. Hey, Joey, Jeff and Mike here in the Fox Sports booth. You got a copy? Hey, Joey, this is Jeff in the Fox Sports booth. You got a copy? Hey, you know, here we are. We got a little bit of a rain delay. This is a track that so many drivers love, and when I look at the stats, you got to love it too. You know, you've really been strong here the last 6 races. I think what 6 or better. So, what are you looking for today? How challenging is it going to be this time of year?
We got plenty of challenges ahead of us without any practice, but yeah, this is one of my favorite racetracks. I think it's every driver's favorite racetrack, place that you can go all over the place. I've watched 4 or 3 incredible races so far here in Homestead, so we're hoping to have a good one. Nice, beautiful Del Pinto Mustang up front, so hopefully keep the track position and maintain it, beat it again. But it's a fun place. Tires going to wear. It's going to be hot and slick.
All right, Joey, thanks for talking to us. Good luck rim riding up there on the wall.
I hope I don't hit it.
Joey will start from the outside of the front row. Well, I say the outside, depending on which lane the driver who drew the pole, Denny Hamlin, chooses. This time by, the pace car should lead the field down pit road, so drivers can check pit road speeds. Why don't we check with our crew chief, Larry McReynolds?
You know, Mike, there are 38 drivers that are in this field, and just like the last 7 weeks, they have not turned a single lap of practice. Every one of them, they have a lot of unknowns, and we know based on what we've seen, when they drop the green flag, there's going to be some drivers that are way off. But what I have seen, and we saw a classic case at Martinsville on Wednesday night, is don't panic. Just be cool. Because when you look at the finishing order of that race Wednesday night, there were a lot of drivers that finished in the top 5 that were just hanging on in the beginning, including eventual winner Martin Truex Jr. in that 19 team. Let's take a look at our race analysis. We're going to go 267 laps, 400 miles. The stages are 80, 80, and 107. Pit road speed, it's the tough pit road to get onto under green, 45 miles per hour. The fuel window, 64 to 66 laps. And Mike, we will have a competition cost at lap 25. If we have one earlier, they'll probably come get tires, but you can't fuel it until lap 25.
Thanks, Larry. Well, the weather here, you know, I don't know, in retirement, I'd like to be a Florida weatherman. Mostly sunny, chance of rain around 3 o'clock every single day. Here are your Ford Performance track facts at Homestead Miami Speedway. Ford has 8 wins. That's the most of any manufacturer. Greg Biffle scored 3 of those in a Ford.
A Biff. See, here's you right on board on the roof of the 22 Pennzoil Ford for Joey Logano. Denny Hamlin, who's our pole sitter, is going to take that outside line, and that's going to put Kyle Busch's teammate behind him as a pusher. Matt?
Well, Jeff, you guys mentioned that Chris Gabehart's back on the box for Hamlin, and he told me earlier that coming down here, not knowing what the weather was going to be like, they went back to the final run in happy hour, but also the first 2 runs of the fall race here in 2019 for their guesstimation about what they're going to go with for a setup. Made it a little bit more free, but then once again, Mike, you mentioned it. The weather has changed. It's dropping in low 80s now, so not really sure what to expect this first run.
Was that the temperature or the humidity, man? I think both could be in the low 80s. Dark clouds off to the east there. Running back for the Saints, Alan Camara is in attendance here as a guest of NASCAR.
Hey, look at that.
I think he was watching you at Talladega on iRacing.
Exactly. Yeah, there was 224, so be careful what you're looking at there on that screen. But William Byron, one of our younger drivers behind the wheel of that Exalta Chevrolet for Hendrick Motorsports, doing a nice job in that 24.
It is very dark off turn number 2, and we're hoping that continues out to sea as we get ready to race in Homestead. The magic number is 134. That is the halfway lap. We get past 134 laps, this race is official. Stage breaks at 80 and 160, as Larry mentioned. 267 laps would be the full race distance. In the top 10, 7 of the top 10 starters have won a NASCAR championship here. And on the start, you'll be listening to Chris Lambert, the spotter, for pole sitter Denny Hamlin.
One of those drivers who's been in contention many times for a championship, but has not won a championship at this level yet. Hard to believe. Could this be the year?
Pace car makes a sharp left turn in front of the largest crowd at a NASCAR race since March. And with the green flag in hand, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Green flag.
For you, 2 is 7 to 22. Still inside of it. He does have help. 18 coming to you, half back. In line. 1 back to KB, 1 lane higher. Still inside with the 2. Still inside with the 2. 18's 1 back, coming with a big run, getting shoved. Coming to your bumper, shooting you out, still inside. Just the 2 on the bottom, good behind him if you need it. Clear by 5.
4 wide midfield. Joey Logano leads lap 1 from his Penske Ford teammate Brad Keselowski.
Yeah, it was Team Penske versus Joe Gibbs Racing on that start. We saw Brad Keselowski give his teammate Joey Logano a nice big shove into turn 1 that allowed him to get the lead, and then he followed right on through and took 2nd place. A lot of grip in this clean racetrack right now because of that rain that came through and washed some of the rubber off of this racetrack from that Xfinity race. So you're going to see these guys laying down some fast laps right now, but also the balance is going to shift in a hurry as the grip goes away quickly on these Goodyear tires.
Yeah, Jeff, what I have learned is the more the grip goes up in the racetrack, the car gets a little freer. The back is not stuck quite as good as the front tires.
Woohoo! Did you see that 3 wide? Bubba Wallace in the center, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. on the outside.
Riding with Stenhouse in 17th, Tyler Reddick is up 8 spots since the green flag. Make that 11.
Well, and I expect Tyler Reddick to be right up near the wall. I know those Xfinity cars have the composite bodies. You can lean on that wall a little bit more, so you got to be careful here in the Cup Series as the caution has come out.
Lightning and rain bringing the caution out here. And you noticed all of our coverage was from onboard and robotically operated cameras mounted on the wall of the racetrack. Because of lightning within the last 30 minutes, our rooftop cameramen have not been allowed yet to go back to position.
And you can see that huge dark cloud in the distance there, but it is south of the racetrack, but it is close enough where if there's lightning in that cloud, then NASCAR has to react.
This is the 7th straight race that Joey Logano has led in 2020. Both he and Penske teammate Brad Keselowski have hoisted the championship hardware here. The NASCAR Cup Series on Fox is sponsored by Toyota and by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. 5 laps have been completed, and caution and now a red flag being displayed for lightning. It's important to note the track is dry, but lightning in the immediate area has brought a stop to competition. The Speedway has asked the fans to exit the grandstand until the lightning threat is over. Of course, our cameramen are already on the ground, spotters coming down from the roof, and a halt to competition here. So this will likely not affect the competition caution that is scheduled for lap 25 for teams to check tire wear. And lap 80 will be the end of the first of 3 stages of this race. Well, we had not planned on racing from daylight into darkness, but that may well be the case today.
Yeah, we know how much this track changes just from lap to lap, run to run, but especially when you go from daytime warmer track temperatures into cooler nightfall, as this track you'll gain a lot of grip, so teams are going to have to adjust to that.
As bright as the sky is to the northeast and the southwest, off to the east and southeast.
I like that shot.
Yeah, the blue sky. Let's bring that blue sky over here. But again, the track is dry, and we are under a hold for lightning in the immediate area after 5 laps, 4 of which under green. And Joey Logano has led them all from Denny Hamlin after a push from Brad Keselowski. Homestead Miami Speedway celebrates its 25th anniversary this year. (1995) was the opener. More than 1,000 palm trees here. Tony Stewart celebrating after the first Cup race in 1999. This was a squared oval like Indianapolis. It was reconfigured to a flat oval with rounded turns at each end and then a progressively banked oval, where they held the championship weekend from 2002 to 19. This track was the dream of Ralph Sanchez. He was a very successful race promoter in South Florida, promoted IMSA Camel GT sports car racing on the streets of Miami for many years. And in the aftermath of Hurricane Andrew, this particular piece of property became available as a development site. And in the process of rejuvenating South Florida from the devastation of Andrew, one of the projects was to build this speedway, which is owned by the city of Homestead and leased first to Ralph Sanchez, who operated it for quite a few years. And it was then taken over by the France family and now owned by, or rather, the lease is owned by NASCAR. With the move of the final race of the season to Phoenix, this race was advanced to March on the calendar, right after Atlanta, which was the first race that was canceled due to the effects of COVID-19.
And a great time to be in South Florida in March. It's starting to get a little hot there. We got these summer pop-up storms coming. But I really like, Mike, what they've done with this racetrack over the years. You know, when it was flat, it was very challenging. Matter of fact, I don't know, Tony Stewart was going to maybe win every one of those races every time we went there. He was so good on that track using the apron and how flat it was. Since they've gone to this and you know, sort of some new technology of doing progressive banking, it makes for some of the best racing, some of the best restarts, even that original start we saw where there were 2-3 different grooves. The surface is something in South Florida where it's very abrasive, but we see racing from that white line on the very bottom of the racetrack all the way to the wall, and it's a very fun, challenging place to race on.
Yeah, I think the short way around on the bottom is banked 16 degrees, then it goes to 18, then it goes to 20. It's some variation of that, but it's a 2-degree spread. Now, 18 to 20 degrees is the difference to make that top groove work as well as the bottom. Let's have a look at another great championship battle decided here at Homestead Miami Speedway and take you radioactively back to 2017.
Start giving it some thought. You know, there's a lot of great places to go, not only
lots of sunshine overhead, temperatures in the 80s, fans pouring into the Homestead Miami Speedway as everyone awaits a new series champion.
Four drivers racing for a championship: Kevin Hart, Brad Keselowski, Kyle Busch, and Mark Truex Jr.
Nothing different than we've done all year. Running our race, racing smart.
We've been working for a long time to get here. Can't say enough about how proud I am of you guys.
The 2017 Monster Energy NASCAR Cup Series champion. Drivers! Packed house here at Homestead Miami Speedway, saluting Junior on his final start.
It's a real emotional day to have Dale Earnhardt Jr. compete his final race.
I've made friendships and relationships that'll last a lifetime. The fans that are here and that are at home watching, they made all this possible.
Ready. Clear? Clear by corner? Oh, you pull him. Hell yeah. You the man. I don't know why we did, but it's freaking terrible. It's frustrating.
Bunch of out there today.
I can't find anything that's better than anything.
Ain't gonna make it, ain't gonna make it, ain't gonna make it.
Go get the 95 and kiss for me now. I'm in.
Kyle Busch almost missed pit road.
That wasn't even what we had practiced. Not even close. Think about what you can do and where you need to be better. Really have no damn clue, man. Don't feel the splitter. It just doesn't turn. It's like every other mile and a half.
Timmy, are the brakes what's holding you back from turning a faster lap?
No.
From behind, it's KCK.
Obviously a blue.
Yeah, we're done. See what's top.
She's in the middle of pit road. She's walking away from the car.
This crash bringing an end to her full-time career.
Hits are open. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1. Right here.
Everybody go nuts.
Slide 1, 1, 1.
Outside.
The sun is starting to set. Things are getting ready to wake up.
It's going to be an ugly restart with the sun.
Can't see down the front, TJ, so just help me here.
restart will be super hard to see. I can't see nothing.
Green flag goes up in the air.
66 had a little prop down low. Stay high. So I don't want to run over anything. I hit whatever it was. Got a pretty big hole in the bottom of the right front fender. I think we can get it on a normal pit stop though.
Brad Keselowski going the wrong way, and he is backslid all the way to 90.
Going again, it just keeps getting worse.
Our rear is killing it.
Only strategy is to run as hard as we can. It's going to be close on how it works out.
Around the outside and to the lead at Homestead Miami Speedway, it is Kyle Busch. He has bypassed Martin Truex Jr.
Keep taking for me.
Got a right front going down. What the
Caution's out. Caution's out right here, bud. Caution roll now.
Yellow, 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 yellow. Watch debris right here in the middle.
Yeah, no debris.
Right front blue hour. Should be debris everywhere.
Could very well be the last pit stop of the year.
Here we come. Here we come. 3, 2, 1.
Number 1, Martin Truex Jr., followed out by Kevin Harvick and Kyle Busch.
There'll be about 34 or 35 to go when we get the green.
All right, guys, got a shot at it. Give you all we got. Nice next time to give it all we got here.
Copy. Elbows up here, buddy. Here we go. Pace cars in.
Battle for the lead is on. Kyle Busch with guns ablaze.
Next time, run on the wall. I think it's time. Too loose up there, Cole.
Everybody on their feet watching.
Best all day on the warm-up. Go get them. You can do it.
This is what we've been waiting to see. Two of the best in the business battling for the championship.
You're ready to tighten up here now. Come on, mover. Fight quick, man.
Martin Truex, whose longtime partner and girlfriend Sherry Pollux is battling ovarian cancer.
Fight quick, man.
Truex beginning to flex a little muscle.
Let me know where he's running. The cinch is in on the middle. He's running high. He's flirting with that wall. Keep his mirrors full.
Nose to nose for the championship.
Nobody better here. You're doing good, baby. You're doing good. Ain't over. Hit your marks just like we've done all year.
Truex Jr. driving for his life and running for the championship.
Under the checkered flag.
Yeah! You are the champion, baby. My God. Holy Oh, my God, man. How drive. Oh, my God, man. You guys are awesome. Thank you.
It was a storybook ending for Martin Truex.
I'm gonna need some help with this thing. Grab this sucker. I cannot believe we won that race. How the hell? I don't know how I did it.
Man, oh my God.
Number 1s, everybody! Who's the champs? Woo! Can't believe I ain't seen Dale yet.
She said he was doing interviews.
Dude.
Yes! You're a champion.
It's ridiculous.
I am so proud of you.
Love you, buddy. I'm gonna do this Wrangler. Oh, yeah.
It was wet in Homestead, Miami that night. Martin Truex Jr., after winning 2 Busch Series championships in his first 12 seasons in the NASCAR Cup Series, 3 wins. The last 5 seasons, 8 times as many, 2.5 times as many laps led, and a much higher average finish. Well, of course, he just comes out of a win at Martinsville, Virginia. And Larry Mack, what did you say on the pre-race? They poked the bear or woke the bear up, or what were your words?
Well, I think the sleeping giant has risen over there at that 19 car. But, you know, Mike, I actually remember a new crew chief this year, James Small. And I actually talked to James this week. And if you look back at their first 4 races of 2020, they had a fast race car every week. But they were writing the book on how to lose races with a fast race car. And it wasn't anything to do with necessarily on the racetrack. It was problems on pit road. Fail an inspection, have to go to the rear. And James told me they did a lot of soul searching. But it still took them all the way to Atlanta to get their first top 5. But I think the win at Martinsville, as I said in the pre-race, Mike, woe be unto the competitors.
Well, certainly.
That, Larry.
He's going to be a contender today, as are all the cars at Joe Gibbs Racing. Thanks, Larry. And I understand we have Denny Hamlin joining us on Skype, who started this race from the pole. Hey, Denny, thanks for joining us.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Hey, Denny, we're just talking about Joe Gibbs Racing, your teammate Martin Truex Jr. winning, at Martinsville, and what that might do for that team. And you've won a couple races already this season. So, tell us, where do you evaluate Joe Gibbs Racing and the Toyotas in general right now as we get to this portion of the season?
Yeah, I mean, I think, we won some races. We've been really fast. I think especially coming back to these type of race-only formats, us with the 11 car have been really, really good up until last week at Martinsville, where we had an out-of-the-blue performance. But, I think that, we still have work to do. There's no secret about that. I think, there's some guys that, some teams that are pretty fast right now, especially on the intermediates that have good grip, not total grip, but good grip and fast speeds. It seems like they've just got a little bit more speed than what we have, but we've been able to execute well and keep ourselves in the game.
Now, in 7 weeks of iRacing on Fox, I was really impressed the way you scienced out the racetracks, and going into the race knew how your car would work on old tires in the virtual world versus new tires, long run versus short run. But how do you science out a track like Homestead, Miami, when you haven't had any practice, you haven't had any qualifying? How do you go about it?
Yeah, well, it's a little more difficult because I don't have Larry Mack's, trends at the end of the race. I don't know how many cautions are going to. We're so unpredictable when it comes to the end of the race caution. So, but yeah, I mean, I spend a fair amount of time doing some testing, and I would go out. My process would be to go out and run 10 laps, come in, put 2 tires on. And this would be in private, test sessions. I'd go out and run 20 laps, put 2 tires on, 30 laps, and just kind of look at the lap times and see when is there a crossover there where I feel like I can't hang on. And so, things worked out. We were really fast everywhere we were. Had some really good finishes, and I had a lot of fun with it. I think that was a good change of pace, and definitely a different technique of driving that brings out a different skill set.
Hey, Danny, this racetrack just seems to bring out the best and the worst in individuals and competitors. You've been so close to winning a championship and getting it done at Homestead. And as drivers, I mean, we put a lot of weight on our shoulders to try not to make mistakes, but how do you handle a situation like what happened to you here at the end of the year, where just one little bit too big of a piece of tape that's on the front grille, may have cost you that championship? How do you just put that behind you, come back this time, and just, start from zero and go get the job done and put the weight back on your shoulders?
Of all the championship battles I've been in, last year hurt the least, but yet maybe hurt the most. I'm not really sure. I don't know how I feel about it, because I feel like I did everything I could. There was just nothing I could do to change the outcome of that race. We were probably the slowest of the first of the 4 cars for the first 2 stages. We made good adjustments, and I really felt like I stepped up to that last stage and had Kyle just 20 lengths in front of me, and we come in for that pit stop, and we were going for it. And as a team, we win some, we lose some, and I'm responsible for my fair share. I mean, I certainly cost us a win at Bristol by just I was kept pushing, trying to get a lead. I don't want to mess with lap cars. I didn't want to, hey, this thing gets down to the end, it gets physical anyway. So I cost us the win at Bristol, and I'm trying to apologize to Chris and the team, and I'm like, hey, we win and lose as a team. I mean, Homestead was a team loss, and Bristol was a team loss as far as our team's concerned. So it stinks when you had a great year like we had. I mean, we really had a strong year and had a great performance at Phoenix there that got us in to the Final Four, and it was disappointing to end that way. But we made a big throw down the field and it got intercepted.
During the break from March to when we resumed racing at Darlington, we know what a competitor you are. You've got a basketball league, you play to win. You got a golf league, you play to win. iRacing, you played and you won, and you've won on track. Anything else notable or memorable that you did during the break from racing?
Honestly, what I really focused on was my, physical health. I really started working out twice a day, really being strict with my diet. I wouldn't say strict, much better with my diet. I've got a sweet tooth like no other, but I just really tried to cut a lot of that stuff out. And really, I just got in much, much better shape over that time. I spent that time at home I would write down, kind of not a major task, not a small task, but just an average task that I wanted to get done that day, whatever it might be, and I just did it. And so, it felt good to kind of, be disciplined and keep myself accountable each and every day to get something done and continue to improve myself and work on my craft, whether it be iRacing or real racing. So I didn't stay stagnant. And on top of that, I've got 2 kids that I'm running around and chasing them all over the place. I'm trying to teach Taylor first grade, which I don't even know half the answers anyway. So I'm on Google trying to figure it out. So it's just, I had my hands full. I stayed busy. I mean, people ask me, hey, did you get to play a lot of golf? I'm like, I did not play golf at all. I played in a couple of our, GGT events here recently, but I just haven't had time. It's just I've been working on so much other stuff.
Hey, Denny, let's talk about the physical fitness side of it. I mean, I can't think of a time when drivers have had to run this many races, this tough of racetracks where you're working so hard as a driver under these kinds of, this heat and humidity. So can you explain to people, just what that's putting your body through, not just leading up to the race, but putting yourself through that in a race? A Bristol, Martinsville, Atlanta seemed like it was going to be a lot of hard work, or was a lot of hard work under different conditions, and today probably going to be the same.
Yeah, I think as a driver personally, I find that humidity affects me more than anything. That's the one thing that will really draw the fluids out of your body is the humidity. The temperatures, I mean, I've been in hotter race cars, but it just seems like the last few weeks were just part of the dog days of summer where some tracks are in the south, there's a lot of humidity, and it's tough. We're racing twice a week. We're usually giving ourselves 5 or 6 days to recuperate and get those fluids back that we lost in the previous event. And with running 3 races in a 7-8 day span, you're fatigued because you don't have enough time to get it all back. So I think that's been some of the fatigue that we've seen with some guys. I think that, looking at some of the heart rates of some of my competitors, it's amazing how high they are. I remember, early in my career, I was pretty high, but not really anywhere where they are. And I just found some things that really have helped me with my nutrition and the fluids that I take in that has lowered that. And I feel like that's really kind of helped my racing as well. So, I think that we have some really hot race cars. They have inserted a right side window on a short track that were not there before, and that's playing a role in all this.
And that's something we talked about at Martinsville, that right side window that NASCAR mandated because the teams were fooling around with airflow in that area. Would you like to see that gone?
I would. We had a text conversation with NASCAR this week about it, and a lot of drivers voiced their concerns about it. And, he says, hey, listen, it's optional. We have an option to put a couple NACA in there, but your teams never do it. And when they do it, they clog them up and deflect air in other places and whatnot. And, my stance on it was, hey, make us do it. You know, take the right side windows out and make us do something, because obviously our crew chiefs do not want to do anything that's going to hinder any speed at all. Their concern is not how hot we are. Their concern is make sure that car goes as fast as it can.
Yeah, you get in the best shape you possibly can so we can take advantage of anything possible aerodynamically.
Denny, thanks for joining us. Congratulations on your success this far in the young season, and good days ahead. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Denny. Take care.
Thanks, guys. See ya.
We're going to take a look at one of those great highlights of any driver's season is always the season opening Daytona 500. I'll spoil the ending for you. It was a great day and night for Denny Hamlin, but not for everybody. Let's take a look. Rookie or veteran, no matter how long you've been coming to this event, there are butterflies. There have to be.
The biggest race of your career, one of the biggest races in the world. I guarantee you there's a lot of butterflies.
This is the Daytona 500.
Have fun today, guys. Just like we're all having fun the rest of the season. So have some fun here. Have fun. 200 laps, 500 miles. Be smart. Put ourselves in good spots. We'll be there at the end. Got to be the most excited person here for this day. Oh, hell yeah.
Gentlemen, start your engines. 40 cars coming to life.
He's going to pace the field? Yep. Love it.
A lap of honor for Jimmy Johnson as he starts his final full season.
What a moment.
No, I'm not feeling anything. Not at all.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. waves the green flag. The 62nd Daytona 500 is underway.
My gut is it's going to rain. But he's a big drunk too, Tim. It's raining its ass off. It's getting close to us. Yeah, a couple drops here and there. Hey, it's on us here.
I have never been so excited for the start of a 500 as yesterday, and never so disappointed.
Now here we are, 24 hours later.
And the green flag is in the air.
Trying to wreck up there, trying to wreck. Oh, boy.
The 00 has crashed here in Daytona.
We're wrecked.
How many times can he block me? And that's just common sense.
I think he's done blocking today. I was trying to be up in the mix, but that's what we get. I do not want Reed Sorensen from behind you, so whatever lane he's in, please don't be in his.
Denny Hamlin leads at lap 100.
What the man? God, he's so stupid. Why is he leading? Stage 2 winner, Denny Hamlin.
Pit road is open here. The end of stage 2 complete.
Go, 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 go. All the way up, all the way up, all the way up. 22 outside. Oh, damn, Case. All right, we need to see the grill. You gotta be kidding me. We or what? I think it looks fine, Bob. Yeah, we lost 20 spots. We took our gas can with us, so I'm sure we'll have a penalty. Yeah, I'd say you can count on that.
All eyes on the flag stand, waiting for the green flag to go in the air, and it does.
It'll get pretty crazy from here, you know. Pit next time, 4 tires. Pit road now.
Oh, trouble off turn 4. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. gets turned.
He found the brake. Hitting or what? I don't know what he was doing. What the happened? I want to know how he this up. I was telling the 11 that we were coming, and when I turned around and looked like the 20 packed him from behind. Still plenty of time left. Just be on your toes. Be careful, these guys. Now they're going to wreck here.
Brad Keselowski gets turned, and the field is flying apart.
Here's the big one.
We're wrecking, guys. A lot of damage. A lot of damage. We're probably have no oil pressure. We're crashed, guys. I think something might be knocked off the alternator. Yeah, I saw it coming. That's one reason I like running the bottom. You got options. Running up top, you just pile into it. Anyway, are you bad? Yeah, man. I can see the radiator. A bunch of cars are torn up, man. I mean, a bunch. Yeah, I mean, my damn steering wheel's upside down. Front's killed. Steering's really tough. Tires are probably down. They're going to fire us back up.
One car that has not refired is Kyle Busch.
No luck in there? No, it won't refire here. Okay, can you get us a push? We'll just push it straight to the garage. They won't count the lap anyway, we'll just push. Get with a 22, make sure he knows we got control. And you done good all day. Stay cool here. You can do this. One more looking low, 77. Middle.
They're crashing. Legato is in it. Ross Chastain is in it.
The 77 just corrects us.
Stay low, stay low, stay low. Check up, check up, check up. Response goes into the west.
Get my breath. I'm coming to you. We're done. Yeah, you can drop it one. We're done. That might have been one car too many there, Ross. Try to get.
43's on you. Obviously wrecking down there on the bottom. No caution yet.
Keep it straight.
That's the you get for Dan Peter off.
What do you say, Mike? We're going to try this again?
Same song, second verse.
11, sweating pretty good now. Yeah, 7-4. Ask Ryan if he wants to do the teammate deal. Link up. He's on board to do that. He just worries about him being able to stay latched on to us. They have to help. Figure out what you got to do. You need not to push both cars to victory, you know? Yeah. I got you. Cars off.
Overtime once again. Green flag back in the air here at Daytona.
12 is on you. He's on you. 17's off at 6. He's off of you about half. They're too wide. Don't get too far out. One back. 12 is outside. Big run coming to the 17. They're going to switch back to the bottom with you. Watch them going to the middle. Watch them going to the middle. Halfback bottom 32. White flag.
White flag under green. Next flag will end the race.
Oh, wrecking behind Chase Elliott.
Still green. You took the white. 12 closing to you quick. Top. He's locked up with you.
Ryan Newman to the lead in the Daytona 500.
With drafting help from Ryan Blaney.
Levin's going to push you.
Denny Hamlin is back to third. Chris Buescher fourth. Does anybody have anything left for the race leader? Ryan Newman off turn 4.
Keep shoving. Keep shoving. Come on. They're going towards the top. Going towards the top. Going back to the bottom. Back to the top.
Checkered flag is waving at the start-finish line. Who will get here first? Newman down. He's going to get turned. Ryan Blaney. Denny Hamlin across the line. Denny Hamlin will go back to back.
Hell yeah! We got it!
Yeah! Holy mackerel. They're wrecking big time on the front stretch. They're wrecking big. Wrecking big. Big wreck in front of you. Big wreck. Big wreck. Big wreck. Oh my God. I don't know where I finished, but he went right above me. You all right, buddy? You okay? Yeah, I'm good. Wow. Holy moly. Talk to us when you can. Talk to me when you can, buddy. Talk to me when you can, buddy. All the people were in the way. I can't see. He hit hard. I don't know if he's okay. Let you know when Newman gets out here. Still on his roof. I hope he's okay. Simple on that. Tried to push the 6 once he blocked. I guess that's turn him. We're working on getting Newman out right now. He hit really hard. Have they heard from Newman yet? No. You okay?
I'll give you further updates on Ryan Newman as they become available to us. So they're working now on helping him out of the car. Denny Hamlin and his crew, though, have reason to celebrate in Daytona.
Did Ryan get out? I haven't seen yet. They're down there with him, but Jason said he didn't say anything on the radio, so I'm not sure. Down there working.
Good job, guys. Congrats. Congrats, man. Good job. Ryan is a guy that's been in the sport a really long time. No matter what, you know, he takes precedence over everything going on right now. I'm hoping all is well with him and thinking about it, him and his family at this point.
Safety has come a long way in this sport, but sometimes we are reminded that it is a very dangerous sport. And we just thoughts and prayers right now are with Ryan Newman and his family.
He was sent to the hospital following that, and just 2 days later, we see this tweet coming out from Roush Fenway Racing saying Ryan Newman has been treated and released from Halifax Medical Center. You see him there walking away with his 2 daughters.
It's so great to see that. It just shows you how tough Ryan Newman is.
All of the drivers involved in that footage, including Ryan Newman and Corey LaJoie, driving the car that hit Newman as it came to the line and propelled him back up in the air. They're all in today's race. They're all okay. And Corey LaJoie joins us from the Motor Coach. Hey, welcome. Thanks for Skyping in with us.
No problem. It's well, you're big on my screen, but I'm kind of trying to center up here.
Hey, Corey, we were just reliving the Daytona 500, and walk us through. I mean, we've heard a lot from Ryan. It was an absolute miracle. He walked out of that hospital a couple days later, and I'm just curious to know, your mindset. You made heavy contact with Ryan Newman's car in a very precarious position. After that happened, knowing that he was going to take a while to get out of the car and not knowing exactly what his condition was, walk us through that, and then maybe even tell us about 2 days later when you found out that he's walking out of the hospital.
Man, it happened so quick. I didn't even know who I hit or even where I hit. I knew I hit somebody really hard. And, when you're coming to the checkered flag, the Daytona 500, you're fully committed. So I knew I was worried about getting out because I knew my car was on fire and I was in a lot of pain myself. But when I looked back and saw Newman's car upside down in bad shape, I knew it was tough. So 2 days later, when I saw him walk out with his 2 daughters, man, it was a blessing. It really was. It was a miracle that Ryan was okay. So just lucky. Ryan's very lucky. I'm lucky to do what I do and be able to be safe.
Well, let's talk about your season. You're on the way there to a top 10 finish at Daytona, and I think the term that most commonly becomes applied to you and your season is punching above your weight. What you and that 32 team are doing with equipment that's a lot older than some teams and where you're racing in the field has certainly caught the eye of a lot of people.
Yeah, it just goes to show these cars that Phil Fast put together. We had a really good run Wednesday at Martinsville. We've really had really good runs all year long. We finished top 10 in the 500. We were running really well at Bristol. But overall, I think we're a couple spots higher than we've ever been, myself and the team included. So that's really from a lot of help by partners like Storm Tight windows like we have on today, Schluter Systems, Keen Parts, everybody who supports us has really made this thing go.
Corey, you're very passionate about your driving and how hard you've worked to get where you are, and you want to get that opportunity to get behind the wheel of one of the top teams. We've seen you this week kind of going at it with Denny Hamlin on social media. Tell us about kind of where that battle started and some of the things that you've been involved in there with Denny Hamlin and where it all started, maybe.
I think it all kind of started with the iRacing stuff. He kind of threw a shot, and I backed it up, jumping on there and running well a couple times. And then, just like anything, man, it escalates, right? And one thing gets personal, the next thing gets personal, and then you both say things that you probably regret. I'm going to stand up for what I believe in, and I believe in my abilities as a race car driver. I believe in the value I can bring to a race team. I feel like somebody with his amount of talent and the amount of wins he has, I felt like he was throwing a little bit of shade at me. So I had to stick up for myself, stick up for my team. So, I think that I think we're both man enough to move on. We both have bigger fish to fry, and we both have a lot at stake. Denny's obviously going to be racing for championships and lots of wins, and I'm racing for a good result for my team each and every week as well.
Your car always has an interesting graphic scheme. 1 week it's your face on the hood. 1 week it's your face with a COVID-19 mask on it. And today I understand you have a copper-colored helmet and the legend "Stacking Pennies" on it. Tell us what that means and about how involved you are in the design of the helmet and the car itself.
Yes, my good buddy Greg at Off Axis Paint has been a buddy of mine for a long time and paints some really cool helmets. And our little mantra has been stacking pennies, right? Because we don't usually go out and stack dollars. We try to find the small victories and we stack on one at a time, right? Eventually, you have enough pennies, you can get something nice. So Greg and I were kicking around the idea of painting a cool penny-looking copper scheme, and he knocked it out of the park this week. So if anybody's looking for a helmet designer, Off Axis, it's your guy. But yeah, it's and nobody wanted the face car to be retired more than me. But I mentioned stuff lockdown started to Archie. I mentioned, it'd be really funny if we put a mask on the face car. And now I learned I got to be more careful about what I say to my owner because.
All right, we're going to break up in the signal. We want to thank you for joining us, Archie St. Hilaire, the car owner of the number 32 that Corey is talking about. Jeff, I've known 3 generations of LaJoys. Don, his son Randy, who was a Busch champion, and then Corey. They're all great drivers, and they're all hard-headed as coconuts.
Hey, just keep stacking those pennies.
Right. Thanks, Corey.
Thanks, Corey.
I'll not stop anytime soon.
Okay. Corey LaJoy, driver of the number 32. The track is dry. We are on hold for lightning at Homestead Miami Speedway, and Corey put that beautiful helmet up on Twitter for everybody to see.
That's good looking.
Very sharp. All right, we'll get an update from NASCAR on when we can return to the track when we return to Homestead Miami. You're watching Fox NASCAR. Welcome back to Homestead Miami Speedway. We're hearing from pit road. Michael McDowell hit a bird on the back straightaway during the 5 laps, and there is a lightning strike that just occurred very close to the speedway. So they'll have some damage to repair on that 34 once the red flag is lifted. We talked to drivers about the grueling schedule of the last several weeks and coming in here to Homestead Miami.
I think this week has been probably the most grueling week of my career.
The race is a day race, and it's June in Miami, and so it's going to be hot. It's really going to fatigue the tires, the engines, the crew, the drivers, everybody.
Your body's not used to that, and it's hard. Preparing going into these races have been more important than ever before.
400 miles at a hot, slick racetrack in Miami is super difficult.
So we're joined by Martin Truex. A few minutes ago, we saw your run to the championship and the big celebration at Homestead Miami. So here we are in June in South Florida. Heat, humidity, and now lightning. What's it like out there?
It's a little bit warm, but I think as long as it stays dry and the lightning stops striking, we're ready to roll out there.
Hey, Martin, we saw a lot of guys talking about the heat and the humidity from Martinsville, this grueling schedule. And then we come to you who wins at Martinsville, and you're like, yeah, I'm hot, but I don't work out. I mean, how do we tell us? I mean, walk us through it. You got to be in good shape, I mean, to be able to run these races, and stay at the level that you are. So tell us the difference between how those guys do it and how you do it.
Well, I guess I'm just naturally tough. I don't know. I think the biggest thing for me is, Sherry has really, been, watching her, the way she takes care of herself. She's really been an advocate of me to eat healthy and drink lots of water and things like that. And that's really all I do. So, I mean, I stay active. I'm always outside doing stuff and running around, but I literally absolutely can't stand working out, and it's never been part of my routine. So I just do my thing, and it works. It works for me, and I just try to stick with that and take care of myself properly.
We're going to pick up some highlights from Martinsville, you being the most recent winner on the tour, and that happened just Wednesday night. And the commitment line violation. NASCAR has a camera on the outside wall that showed your right front tire on that orange box, meaning you should not have been able to pit. But you recovered from that, passed Brad Keselowski for the win. But I think that the best comment I heard on Radioactive was when you, alone among the Gibbs drivers who were struggling in the early part of the race, said, you know, well, I mean, we're awful, but I haven't seen the 18 yet, so what? What were you thinking then?
Well, I was just thinking that they were all worse than I was because I hadn't seen them yet, you know. And yeah, it was really, the start of that race was really interesting, I guess, you know, with the track. You know, we've had rain delays there before, right, and started the race, and you know, with the track being somewhat green, but I guess just the combination of that tire, the track being cool, and no rubber. I mean, it was crazy how bad the tire wear was at first run. I mean, I took off there to start the race and drove up to second thinking, all right, yeah, you know, I feel pretty good. This, you know, it feels like something we can work with. And like lap 25, I think it was, it just flipped a switch and went tight. And I mean, I literally thought I was going to blow right front before the competition yellow. So it was bad for sure. But you know, the guys obviously did a great job making adjustments, and you know, it was really cool to get our first win of the season.
Hey, Martin, I want to go back a little bit further in your career. You know, you won championships, 2 championships in the Xfinity Series. You came into Cup and, you know, some moderate success. You went for several years there without, you know, winning a lot of races and battling for championships. And then you go to Furniture Row and then Joe Gibbs Racing. And, man, you have been the car, the team, the driver to beat just about every season, almost every race weekend. I mean, tell me about those tough years or those years and how that built you up to handle the success you're handling now.
Yeah, I mean, you know, obviously, you know, those years where, you know, things weren't going the way we wanted to and we weren't winning a lot of races, you know, they were tough. But, you know, that's what shaped and molded me as a driver, to look at every avenue to get better and you know, what do I have to do to be the best I can be? So, yeah, they were tough for sure. But I think, you know, it makes me really realize now just how lucky I am. And I feel like I cherish each and every win like it's probably going to be the last, because you just never know in this sport. So it's made me thankful and you know, really appreciative of the teams I've worked with and the people I've been around for the past 6 years has really meant the world to me. And you know, it all started at Furniture Row. So you know, it's just been a lot of fun really to be successful and enjoy yourself, enjoy what you're doing. You know, and I definitely know what it's like to be on the other side. So it makes you appreciate it more, I think.
I want to go back to your comment about exercise, and certainly I embrace that. I mean, you know, you are an outdoorsman, an avid outdoorsman, all right? So I know you've worked on fishing boats. I know you hunt and fish, and you do a lot of things. So I think what I'm hearing you say is, I'm not going to exercise just for the sake of exercise. I have to be doing something. Yes or no?
Yeah, I mean, that's basically the gist of it. You know, if I'm running, I'm either chasing something or something's chasing me.
Well, Martin, they were all chasing you at the end of that Martinsville race. But your teammates were not. They were nowhere, you know, in sight. I mean, I'm curious to know the conversations that you guys had as an organization when you come out of a Martinsville race like that, where you guys are so strong. You had your issues early, but you guys recovered. Those guys never did. You know, how do you guys work as an organization, as a team, to get prepared for the next race, to try to, you know, bring up all 4 of you to the top?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, all of us at Joe Gibbs Racing share everything, you know, right? Like, we have our meetings and, you know, we all talk about our cars and what they did, and the crew chiefs and the engineers meet and all that. So, I mean, you know, all they have to do is look at what we had, you know, and I think for us, it's something that, you know, Martinsville had never really been one of my greatest racetracks. And honestly, we really started to work on things. Really, you know, when I went to Furniture Row 2015, we started to work on things, and we've kind of just continued to evolve, you know, our setup and our thought process and what we've been doing and my approach to the way I drive the car. And we've came up with something that works for me and works for us. And, you know, we took our lumps, you know, there for a little while trying to figure out what I needed and what we needed. And, you know, obviously we came up with something that works pretty good. And, to win there last fall and then go back it up this year was really good. So they know what we have. We share everything, obviously, and I'd hate to say they're all going to put what we had in their cars for the fall because it's going to be tough to beat them, but that's probably what the case will be.
Well, it's certainly a winning combination, and I promise you, as soon as this show's over, I'm going to go do some 12-ounce curls, and we'll keep it up. Good luck the rest of the way today.
Yeah, thanks for talking to us, Martin.
Appreciate it, guys. Have fun.
Yeah, good luck.
Martin Truex, Joe Gibbs Racing, crew chief James Small, a winning combination. Now let's show you some highlights from Wednesday night at the Paperclip, Martinsville Speedway. Racing under the lights in Martinsville, Virginia. We're going to see glowing brake rotors and flailing fenders. That area got pushed in.
Look at him going to go after that lead. Brick by brick, you feel me? Boy, he made that look easy.
Martin Truex wins Martinsville.
Hell yeah, awesome job, James.
Tick-tock, grandfather clock. Bubba Wallace has had quite a week. Appearing on CNN to ask NASCAR to ban the Confederate flag, which they did just prior to Wednesday night.
The biggest race of my career right here. I'm excited about it. I'm ready for it. I haven't really slept much thinking about this race, just everything that's going into it, everything that's going on in the world. Trying to race to change the world here.
That was Bubba's car at Martinsville, where he raced in the closing laps to charge his way from 13th up to this battle for 10th with Jimmy Johnson, finishing just a tenth and a half away from a top 10 finish. Bubba Wallace joins us now via Skype, and thanks for sitting in with us. And I know this has been a very, very busy week for you, and I imagine not much of a restful one.
Huh? I didn't even hear what you said there. I was trying to take a nap.
Well, Bubba, I mean, so much has been riding on your shoulders. You got to be proud of the effort, not just of yourself, but NASCAR. This is a heavy topic, right? And you've been taking that on and seeing great results to it. So what does that feel like to be in your shoes and to have that weight on your shoulder, as well as you got to still go to the racetrack and drive the race car?
Yeah. Like Richard Petty always says, he's like, all right, it's time for us to climb in the car and get away from all the madness. That's our place of relaxing. That's our place of zen and peace is inside the race car. So he is for sure right about that. But no, it's been a hectic week for sure. Lots of interviews, lots of on-camera time, and just trying to push our message across. And the world is in a much needed place of change, and I'm proud to be a leader of that inside of our small sport that has a small part to play. But we're changing things on a big impactful level. Getting rid of the Confederate flag was a huge move. So I know we're on phone calls next week. Imagine that, on another phone call next week, to implement new ways of how we can keep helping the sport grow.
Well, great car Wednesday night. I especially loved the Richard Petty-inspired peace sign down there in the lower rear quarters. Brought back some great memories of a very different time. And how about you? What lit a fire under your butt with 40 laps to go? And on you came, challenging right up to Jimmy Johnson for a top 10 spot at the checkered flag.
Yeah, we were strong. We fired off really good there at the beginning. And then we noticed the last handful of restarts that our car didn't want to fire off, but at about lap 40 to 50 of a long run, we were charging to the front. And man, I didn't know where we had fired off. I was frustrated at having a good night and thinking like, man, did I dial ourselves out? Was I not thinking that the track was getting tighter? Was I not telling that enough? And so those last 40 laps, I kind of went old school. It felt like slumped down in the seat, could barely see over the steering wheel. And I don't know if I said a word that whole last stop. I was just so focused on that curb, both curbs, and just making sure I hugged it, not missing it. And man, we were so fast. It felt good to be there. It was hot. It was slick. I was wore out. A lot of us were wore out from the heat there. But, man, we were so good on the long run. So just hats off to everybody at RPM for bringing a great race car, for sure.
So, Bubba, we were happy that you stayed upright after that Martinsville race because, we saw in Atlanta how hot and exhausted you were, and the fainting. So what kind of advice maybe have you taken from either, some of your other competitors or, somebody that's working with you physically, also with your diet and things like that to get through this grueling schedule? Because it's not going to stop anytime soon, as you know.
Yeah, no, for sure. But honestly, Jeff, I result Atlanta's little episode there to stress. I was not hot when I got out of the car. It was a hot day, and I was sweating, but I was mad at how we were, again, started out the race really strong, and then about halfway through, we kind of fell off. We fell from 15th to 21st, ended up there a lap down, and I was frustrated at that. And then I was told I had to do media after the fact. So I went over there. I was just stood up too fast, sat back down, stood up again. Just so much going on when your body's so fatigued. And, I related that to stress. My manager and I were talking about it. I said, look at the last time I passed out. It was my debut in the Cup car. Imagine that week leading up to that. And so going into Martinsville, obviously it was a quick turnaround from Atlanta. I told my PR team, it's like, we have got to control the request here. And, I don't have any time. I didn't have any time to prep or hydrate myself properly before Atlanta. So I made sure of that going into Martinsville, and for sure here at Homestead. I've been drinking a lot of water, eating right things. And I've had more mental time at home to prep myself. It hasn't been much time at all. It's like an interview, take a sip of water, back on an interview, take a sip of water. It takes me about 8 hours to finish one bottle of water with all the interviews, but, that's fine.
You've had good success on the restrictor plate tracks, especially with a second-place finish in the Daytona 500. And now we're headed for Talladega, which can be the hottest place in the state of Alabama, often is. But we're going back to big super speedway races, 2.5 miles and above, Daytona, Talladega. What are your thoughts looking ahead to next week?
Yeah, sorry, I was making sure I wasn't missing the boat here, seeing a golf car roll by. Yeah, Talladega, our speedway package has been really good. Our Daytona 500 this year was going good. I got caught up there in some trouble late, but always pumped to get on the restrictor plate stuff. I don't necessarily know if I have it figured out, but just certain things click. We ended up, finding ourselves in the right spot at the right time to capitalize on good finishes. So looking forward to getting back to old Talladega for a good time.
Well, thanks for taking the time to join us, and good luck today.
Yeah, thanks, Bubba. Good luck.
Cheers.
Bubba Wallace, driver of Richard Petty's number 43. A big rainbow across Homestead Miami Speedway, which is dry. We are waiting out those lightning strikes, and we'll update you after this. NFL running back Alvin Kamara, repping Bubba Wallace. Picture from Richard Petty Motorsports. Alvin is here at the racetrack at Homestead, Miami, as a guest of NASCAR. All right, let's turn up the Skype, and we've got
Kurt Busch.
Kurt Busch. Kurt, tilt up just a little bit. You were looking like that's much better. Okay, didn't want you looking like Corey LaJoie's hood there. Hey, thanks for joining us. You're on a great string of top tens, and now this year at Chip Ganassi Racing, reunited with your old teammate and fellow championship winner Matt Kenseth.
Yeah, it's been good. Right now we've had nice, consistent finishes all through this reboot, short tracks and the 1.5 miles, and then just overall a nice, good feel from the team. And then, yeah, with Kenseth coming back aboard and being teammates again, it's like we haven't missed a beat. His sarcasm and slang is great. Reminds me of the past when we were winning races week in and week out at Roush together. So we're having a lot of fun right now.
Kurt, let's talk about Homestead Miami Raceway. You know, earlier in your career, you won a race there, won a championship there, but, you know, haven't seen that kind of success recently. So, you know, how do you approach this race today? Chip Ganassi Racing's been pretty solid there. Do you have high expectations?
Yeah, all I need to do is read Larson's manual on how to run the high groove. He's had it dialed in and running right up there. I mean, Reddick looked like he already in the first few laps gained a bunch of spots, but we'll see how the setup balances out on our #1 gear wrench Chevy. Yes, this track's been tough on me over the years. It's been an okay style place, but just I've got to do a better job of polishing up on, you know, restarts, short run speed, and giving the right feedback to make sure that we complete the full 400 miles to the best of our ability.
This year, Chevrolet got a new nose for their Camaro and a new designation, and seems to have had a bit of an advantage through these first 11 races, and on several of those occasions, you have been the highest finishing Chevrolet in the race. Was that all of that together a pleasant surprise, or just kind of part of the development and part of the plan?
Yeah, I think it's year 2 of maturity as a team at Chip Ganassi Racing, with me as the driver, our notes, and Matt McCall as the crew chief. And yes, I believe the Camaro was a solid upgrade, and we've seen Hendrick do really well, and also RCR has shown some strength, even JTG. And so all of us at Chevrolet are working harder together to perform at that top level and to make sure that we're grabbing as many spots in the top 10 at the end of the races. So I just feel like we continue to build. And right now with us on the #1 car cranking out these top 10s, that's a perfect foundation to build some points off of to start the year.
Kurt, you jumped into the broadcast booth recently, and you did it with your brother. Tell us about what that experience was like, that banter going back and forth.
It was a riot. I felt like he's chiming in right now. And the two of us, just with racing and the banter back and forth, I mean, I had no idea what to expect. And then he's got, I don't know, 9,000 wins at Bristol, so I wanted to give a little respect towards him. And so it was fun. Really a big challenge, because things move fast when you're outside of the car. I feel like inside the car, things go a little bit slower at Bristol Motor Speedway.
Is Kyle there with you?
Yeah, I've been slumming in his motorhome through these delays.
Okay. So basically, what you're saying is you got to hold back a little bit right now, because it's standing right next to you.
I mean, yeah, I probably should be tying my shoelaces together right now. But yeah, it's everything and anything's being thrown at us here in 2020, right?
Yeah, that's right.
It's been quite a season. All right, appreciate you joining us. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, thanks. Good luck today.
All right, guys. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Kurt Busch, driver of the #1 Monster Energy Chevy Camaro for Chip Ganassi Racing. All right, the countdown clock on the Lightning has us now just a couple of minutes away from NASCAR ordering the drivers back to their cars.
Welcome back to Homestead Miami Speedway. Larry McReynolds, Jeff Gordon, and, well, I'm not sure. You know, I've been doing this for 20 years, and I've been wanting to do this, and so where I could do this, I actually have the key to the executive men room in my pocket right here. Mike Joy can't get in, he can't get out, so I got this whole deal covered. But we are getting closer and closer to drivers back in the car. We got blue sky, we've got rainbow, we have no more lightning strikes. Jeff, we're about ready to go racing.
Larry, I took my time getting back here because I'm like, I know we can't do anything without Mike. But here we are, and I'm ready to get this race back going. And, you know, this is just, I can't believe we've only been 5 laps now, put 5 laps into this race. So we got a long way to go, and this track has changed tremendously since the last time that these drivers and teams had those race cars fired up.
Yeah, they maybe had planned on ending the race as we transitioned toward maybe the nighttime, but I don't think they had planned on actually. Whoa, I got this. Stand down, young man, stand down. But they had not planned on this race starting this late, and as I said when we ran those 5 laps, yeah, the grip level goes up, but the balance of the car changes. They tend to get a little freer as the track cools down. How'd I do, Mike?
You're perfect, Larry. I think it's the first time I ever wished for longer commercial break ever. Folks, it is what it is.
You never know what's going to happen in TV and in 2020.
That's right. Oh, we should go back to the track where they are uncovering the cars, and the drivers will be ordered to them for the 3rd time today.
Pace car looks like it's about ready to go there. The teams come out to the cars to pull those covers off.
We've been on the air how long, and we've completed 5 laps?
That's what I was just saying, Mike. Yeah, this is...
Mike, do I need to take this? You still sound out of breath a little bit.
Larry, stop it. Oh, boy. Going to be a tough day at the gym tomorrow for whoever's there. Yeah, I can see Barry Landis, Artie Kempner on the treadmill now. Here we go. All right, still a lot of big clouds in the area. Yeah, we've been pedaling here all evening so far. That big storm cell that was due east of the track has now moved off to the north. There's another one forming to the south. But let's see how much of this race we can get in before, oh, thanks a lot, before it gets here. Those, I believe the little X's, nobody's given me a key, but I'm guessing those are lightning strikes.
Oh, that's okay. That's way over there in Key West. We're good. We're good. Those X's are going to go away as those clouds that had the red and the yellow in them move away.
X's and O's. So Joey Logano's led all 5 laps from Denny Hamlin, who as pole sitter, who drew the pole, not pole winner, just he drew the pole and elected the outside on the initial start of the race. And Logano taking the lead with a little help from Brad Keselowski, who sits 3rd, with Chase Elliott 4th, and Martin Truex 5th.
Yeah, we saw at the start of this race, Denny Hamlin was the pole sitter. He chose the outside lane because he wanted to have his teammate, Kyle Busch, giving him that big push into turn 1, but it really didn't work out. It kind of worked out the opposite, where Logano and Keselowski were able to take off and get that lead for Logano. Now you've got Logano in the lead. I would assume he'll pick that inside lane so that he can have Brad Keselowski pushing again.
Yeah, Kyle ended up 7th on the initial break. Now, there is one car with damage, and that is Michael McDowell, and it is not crash damage, but he hit something big going down the back straightaway that they believe may have been a bird, waterfowl, something, and it has damaged the front fender of that car. So you see them looking at it and not able to make a repair until the red flag is lifted. That's why the NASCAR official is right there. Let's have a look and see what's coming up this week on NASCAR Race Hub on FS1.
It's a big week ahead on NASCAR Race Hub. Fresh off the track, the Hub team recaps all the action from Miami and goes one-on-one with today's winner. We'll have a radioactive that'll be hotter than South Beach.
I don't know how the hell we did that. Me neither, man.
And all week, we'll get you set up for the world's biggest, baddest track on the circuit, Talladega. What do drivers have to do to avoid the big one? And which driver has the best chance to make it to victory lane? The Hub's got you covered. NASCAR Race Hub. Weeknights 6 p.m. Eastern, only on FS1.
All the news of the sport, 6 p.m. Eastern. That's race leader Joey Logano's cockpit. He's not yet aboard, nor is Jimmy Johnson, as we get ready to go back to action here. Clint Boyer.
Well, you know, the one thing you take advantage of during a break like this, besides we talked a lot about hydration and you know, fueling your body, but it's getting some face-to-face time with your crew chief, with your engineers, and that little bit of time that you had on the racetrack, what the car was doing, where was it hitting the skirts, was it hitting the splitter, maybe the splitter was too high, just talking about, you know, the way that car took off. Even if it was one lap under green flag, Mike, you take advantage of that.
And especially now under these return to racing under COVID-19 rules, because the driver walks from his motor coach directly to the car. There's no pre-race team meeting or debriefing. The first time he talks to his crew chief is when he plugs in the radio and keys the talk button on race day. John Hunter Nemechek climbing aboard, and there's Matt Kenseth.
Alex Bowman.
And Kyle Busch. All right, ready to resume racing in South Florida. We're ready to get back at it with Fox NASCAR coverage. So let's go racing in South Florida again. 5 laps complete. First rain and then lightning at Homestead Miami Speedway, but now blue sky, but for the southwest. So the track is dry. We don't yet have cameramen up on the roof, again due to recent lightning strikes, but we'll work our way through that. Ricky Stenhouse, Jimmy Johnson, anxious to get back at it.
And, you know, track's dry, but also the track, all that rubber, you know, that came from, we thought that the rubber was washed off after the Xfinity race from a light rain shower, but this was a little heavier, certainly down in turns 3 and 4, so it certainly washed that rubber away. And now we start with another green racetrack before we get to the competition caution. So we'll see some fast speeds again. A lot of maneuvering, 2, 3, 4 wide, maybe even on this start. And then we're going to see tremendous fall off, Mike, in the grip as the grip really goes away with these Goodyear tires, which is the way they're designed. And that's what I love about this track, is the way that it wears these tires out and builds the temperatures and the pressures in those tires, and the grip and balance goes away quickly.
There, you saw the suitcase rolling away from Martin Truex's car as they give the indication to crank the engines. So several drivers now picked up on what Jimmy Johnson is doing by keeping his own inventory of driver gear and personal safety equipment with him from the motor coach to the car. There's that dark sky off turn number 1.
So Jimmy, look at his watch. He runs a heart rate monitor that he monitors every weekend. And I saw a comment that Jimmy made on social media this week, maybe going back and forth with Chase Elliott, about his heart rate from Martinsville. And his peak heart rate's around in the mid 170s, maybe high 170s, which is low for some people. But he said that he was pretty much at his max at some portions of the race, but he averaged almost 150 beats per minute during that race at Martinsville. And, you know, that goes to show you just how hard these drivers are working in their cars, especially when it's hot.
As soon as the officials indicate that all engines have fired, we'll roll off.
Sometimes you'll see, like we see Brennan Poole just rocking that car back and forth. A lot of times that's just to index the wheel, because these cars, the front geometry and suspension wants to pull left. Since you're racing on a track that's left-hand turns only, the front tires with the camber, caster, and toe just naturally wants to pull to the left. So you have to center that steering wheel and the steering column to make sure it's where you want it to be when you take off.
Now that they have shut the cars off due to another lightning strike. Now you see the steering wheel on Kyle Busch's car. There is a white mark that indicates straight ahead. So in case he bumps into something, he knows if the steering has gone off. But see that yellow mark to the right of the white mark? That has to be straight up and down when front tires are being changed. So
yeah, the clearance on these front tires and fenders to get the tires off during a pit stop, to be as precise as these pit crews want to be and be very fast, sometimes you'll have to turn that wheel a little bit one way or the other, depending on if they're doing the right sides or left sides. That just lines up the tires in the fender wells perfectly straight and allows those tires to come off a little bit faster and go on a little faster.
These are all quick release steering wheels, so that the driver is a bright metal collar right behind the hub right there. He pulls on that, and that wheel is off, and he's able to exit.
To me, this is the part that gets so disappointing. You kind of relax, you go take a breath, take a break, and then you're ready to get back in it. Your mind starts getting geared up to what you're going to need to do behind the wheel of that car, start the car up, and get yourself ready for that restart. And then all of a sudden, boom, you get another lightning strike like this, and it's just so frustrating. You got to hop out of the car. Now, this is Tyler Reddick, and he's actually marking his steering wheel. That's something that, because they don't have practice, they haven't had a chance to do. So you'll actually index that wheel on a mark on that steering column, on that spline, so you make sure that the steering wheel is in their proper place when you go back. That way you don't have to rock the car back and forth.
Oh. Disconnecting the cool air tube from the top of the helmet.
That I've had a lot of fans ask over these years, is it like air conditioning? Because these guys have air conditioning. Trust me, folks, it is not like air conditioning. It might take the outside air and cool it about 8 to 10 degrees. And when you're under high amps with a lot of fans and things inside the car and everything gets hot, I don't even know if it's working that well. But you'll take in, if it's 2 degrees cooler air being blown inside that helmet, then you're going to take it. Also, it kind of is filtered, so it usually helps keep some fresh air inside that helmet.
So car is going to be covered up just as a precaution. It has not rained in about the last hour here, but a nearby lightning strike has again put a hold to things. Now, you talk about amperage draw, and how about the Stewart-Haas cars that Wednesday night at Martinsville Speedway had trouble with the alternators, and the batteries were not staying charged due to the draw of all the fans, the blowers, and everything. I read that Kevin Harvick shut everything off. The fan to his driver cooling, the brake cooling fans, absolutely everything was shut down, and he was able to finish that race on the battery. Eric Almirola had to come in and get one changed.
Yeah, I mean, on those shorter tracks especially, it's a lot of demand because of the brake system. You want to keep things cool. It's hot, so you want to keep the driver as cool and fresh as possible. But when you have an issue with the alternator that can't keep the battery charging, and you have to start shutting those things down, easy for a guy on the box to say, okay, start shutting these systems down. I had to do that one time, Mike, at New Hampshire, and it wasn't really even that hot at that track. And it's not as demanding of a track as Martinsville or as Bristol. But what happened as I was sweating more because I wasn't getting the fresh air and cooling myself as much, I started cramping inside the car. I started having all kinds of issues where I couldn't push the clutch in when I was coming into a pit stop. Even when I was trying to go back to the throttle to launch out of the pit stall, I started cramping up in my calves. So, you got to work really hard to stay physically fit enough to handle some of those situations, as well as stay hydrated, because you're going to just sweat so much more. So the amount of fluid you're taking in normally, you have to take in a lot more when you have to shut all those things down. These guys, they can handle that heat, but it's just measuring the fluid loss that you have to replace.
Wow. So we are under the red flag for lightning in the Dixie Vodka 400 at Homestead Miami Speedway. 5 laps have been completed. We're going to step away, and you're going to enjoy Davey Lives On, and we will update you in a little while from Homestead Miami. We welcome you back to Homestead Miami Speedway. Mike Joy with Jeff Gordon and Larry McReynolds. Matt Yoakum at the track where cars are being uncovered and drivers have been called back to their cars after a break for lightning, the second such, which put us under the caution and then the red flag after just 5 laps have been completed.
We talked a lot, Mike, about getting reps. Well, these guys are getting a lot of reps of putting these car covers on and taking them off. Let's give this another try.
Now you're looking south. You were looking south.
The cover's coming off, Mike. I feel it.
All right. And the clouds to the south, you can see, are not as dense as they were before. Don't look up past turn 4.
Yikes.
There's a big water column up there about halfway between here and Miami.
And I hope it stays there.
Yes. Okay, drivers arriving at their cars, and Getting set to climb back in. And we'll give this another whirl. Can't remember the last time we worked this hard for this long for 5, count them, 5 laps of racing, Jeff.
Yeah, so then it's 262 to go. Yeah, I mean, this is, again, I talked about before that time when you really want to get your mind in that place of, okay, here's what I'm going to have to do as a driver to go, get into turns 1 and 2. Get up to speed. Let's reestablish what the car is going to do. The pit crew's got to start warming themselves up, getting ready for a pit stop. Of course, 5 laps. It only takes 1 or 2 laps under green flag conditions for those drivers. They're going to want fresh Goodyear tires. So those pit crews are going to have to be ready very quickly if a caution comes out here very early. I don't assume, I shouldn't say that though, Larry, of whether or not these teams are going to come down after just making 2 green flag laps.
Yeah, I would say possibly if you're in the back part of the field, you may come get a set of tires. They actually have 10 sets to work with, including what they've started to race on. I think if you're up at the front, and the track is going to be so different now. I don't know how you would even adjust to it because you may over-adjust or under-adjust. So we remember, we got that competition caution coming at lap 25. So I think for all the guys up front, let's go back racing. Let's see what we've got here.
If there is a bright spot here, there is no race scheduled on Wednesday as we had last week. So the teams will have a full week between Miami and the next scheduled race next Sunday at Talladega on Fox. Matt Kenseth getting strapped in here. A lot of these drivers have gone, you remember the old 5-point harness, they've gone to a 6-point harness with an added crotch strap and now an 8-point harness. You see the shoulder straps there. Some drivers are using an additional set of shoulder straps. Those are Schroth, as favored by many of the drivers, that go under the Hans device, as well as this set that go over it.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why all these belts have been added is, through different crash testing, you've realized that you want to stay compressed down in the seat and held into the seat if, let's say, you go upside down. But in a front impact, a lot of times you go forward. So some of these straps, like the submarine straps and some of the things that have gone around their hips and their legs, as well as that crotch strap, can prevent you from doing both. And then you go up top with the shoulders where it holds in that Hans device. Some drivers just want that Hans device to be right on their shoulders. Others want there to be a strap, which Schroth, that company that makes those belts, offers it to go sort of slide in between a strap over your shoulders and another second strap that goes over the top of the Hans.
Well, the driver's environment has certainly evolved quite a bit over the last couple of years. Larry Mack?
Well, Mike, since you're back and I don't have to do play-by-play anymore,
cut it out.
I will go back to being an analyst. So let's use our Ford cutaway car, and I'll show you exactly what you, Mike, and Jeff were talking about. These are the shoulder harnesses that go over the shoulder right there. And these are the 3 submarine belts right there. There's one in the middle, one on each side. And then, of course, you have the lap belts. This would be considered a 7-point harness, to your point, Mike.
Now, the submarine strap was called that so the driver didn't slide underneath the shoulder harness and the lap belt and submarine himself out of the seat in an impact. But also, a very important point of that strap is so that the buckle, the cam lock buckle that all these belts attach to, stays low on your hips and captures that iliac crest of your hips, and so that latch doesn't ride up onto your belly.
Yeah, I mean, again, you talked about learning so much over time, and whether you're a driver that goes through a crash, you've had an injury, or some of the sled testing that NASCAR's done, some of the testing the teams have done, you learn so much from every one of these incidences over the years of direction that when you hit and the movement that your body goes through, how much you flex, how much the belts flex, and so holding all those things in the proper place to find the strongest parts of your body, right? Whether it be those hip bones, whether it be using your shoulders, as you see these big shoulder rests to take some of the impact, taking a lot of it off of the ribs and using your hips instead can absorb a much bigger impact in much, in the headrest as well, of how they absorb those impacts much better than they ever did before.
Looking at Tyler Reddick, who won 2 Xfinity championships here, and look at that, up 11 spots. He's the biggest mover in this race. And yeah, he likes this place. Here he comes in the number 9 Chevrolet, rim riding right up around that wall to an Xfinity Series championship. 1 year later, car up and into the wall, and
Custer,
here comes Tyler Reddick.
Old Custer got a little too close, and here comes Tyler. Yeah, there's just a fine line, Mike, between running an inch off the wall and getting into the wall. There's some speed there the closer you can get to it. But boy, you jump over that edge, and it can be very costly cutting down a tire.
Now, you talk about the shoulder bracing there, and that was a big quantum change in the design of these seats. Previously, the aluminum multi-wall seats captured the rib cage to keep the driver in place. Well, as we've learned, the ribs are not the strongest bones in the body. Mark Donahue, back about 1969, developed a poured fiberglass seat in which the driver's shoulders were captured, not the ribs. When Randy LaJoie started his seating company, The Joy of Seating, he started building aluminum seats to catch the shoulders, to capture the shoulders, and today's carbon fiber seats do very much the same thing.
And that is definitely the better way to go. But when you're racing on an oval and there's so much load against your body constantly as you're making left-hand turns, the drivers over the years have typically wanted some sort of support in that rib area to just hold your body and your upper torso. But what you see here on Ricky Stenhouse Jr., saw it with Jimmy Johnson, you can have maybe the carbon fiber part of the seat not cover the ribs, but the interior padding will give you some of that support, but gives it an impact.
Can you imagine Richard Petty, Ralph Earnhardt, drivers back in the day, using an old step van seat, a seat that was easy to get in and out of for delivery drivers, no leg extensions, no side headrests at all, no rib cage, no shoulder support at all, and racing these same race distances?
And Mike, that's where the term falling out of the seat came from.
You're right.
There had to be a lot of that going on.
Absolutely.
And you actually saw a shot of Kyle Busch, one of the few drivers that uses more aluminum in an aluminum seat, and he uses that rib support within that also, and it looks like maybe it's designed in a way to maybe give a little bit more in some areas.
You know, it's funny, the bicycle industry has a lot of parallels to seat design. Some riders like an aluminum frame. Some prefer a carbon fiber frame or fork. I mean, it's all, a lot of it is driver, or in that case, rider preference.
Well, there's no doubt. We know that carbon fiber is stiff and strong, but it's very rigid in the way of how it handles the vibrations and being in the car for that long period of time. When I would do a carbon fiber seat, I noticed my body just vibrated so badly that it became numb at the end of a race sometimes. So you have to find ways to build the interior padding of that seat to take away some of that vibration.
Here's the best news of the last hour and a half.
Hey,
the caution car is rolling.
We're further ahead than we've been in a while, Mike. I like it.
Here we go. So back up onto the asphalt, and you'll see when Michael McDowell's car rolls what repairs they made due to that bird strike that he suffered. The rains have brought the temperature down to 79. Still light wind out of the east, cloudy, and with the humidity, feels like 83. The impact of COVID-19 has been devastating for bartenders and their families around the country, so Dixie Vodka is supporting the U.S. Bartenders Guild Foundation Bartender Emergency Assistant Program to provide grants to those in need. You can raise a glass and support America's bartenders by visiting DixieVodka.com/bartenders to donate. Well, we've had a dry racetrack for more than an hour and a half. We were under the red flag for lightning. Looks like one car stopped there on the apron. Yep, just getting in line and now pulling off again. So 2 to go at the line, we're told. And then we'll get back to green. 2 hour and 8 minute red flag.
So, Mike, we talked so much about a 1.5 mile track, even as abrasive as this track is here at Homestead, of aerodynamics playing such a huge role. You hear Joey Logano saving a little bit of fuel, shutting the engine off, turning it back on, letting the clutch out. But aerodynamics and the attitude of these cars, some teams are choosing to put a little more downforce and drag in their cars. Some are choosing to be more efficient, get that back end down. These cooler track conditions, if you chose to get the back of the car down and be more efficient and not as much drag in the car, this is going to pay off for you. You're going to have more grip. So, you know, you were giving up a little bit of grip for maybe some straightaway speed. Now you're going to want all that top end speed.
A couple of cars have come to pit road, including William Byron, to change tires. Remember, you're not allowed to add fuel until the competition caution. There's Ty Dillon. As Larry pointed out earlier, you have a few competition laps, green flag laps on these tires. Some of those drivers in the back would come in and make a change, and some have.
Yeah, I mean, you had Ty Dillon, who you know, started back in 32nd. William Byron started 22nd.
Joey Gase was in, and Josh Bilicki, and Michael McDowell to make a little crash repair, as we mentioned, on the left front corner of his car. We're able to give you limited coverage, the robotically operated cameras and the onboards, as our cameramen are not yet allowed back up to the roof due to restrictions when there is a lightning strike within a designated radius of the racetrack. Should be 1 to go this time.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, yep. This is pretty common, you know, these days. That's to keep the temperature out of the car. That helps performance, but also allows you maybe to run a little bit more tape on the grill. But it also is saving fuel. And it's not that they're in fuel save mode, Mike. It's just when they get to that stop on that competition caution, they just literally have to put less fuel in it. So it just helps speed up the process.
Green flag next time by. The competition caution still scheduled for lap 25. Total of 80 laps in this first stage.
Every car we've gone on board with is saving fuel and just keeping that engine cool right now.
So, Larry, if they're shutting the engine off to save gas so it takes less time to fuel on the pit stop, might that mean just 2 tires instead of taking the time to get 4?
No, Mike. Any opportunity you get here, it's 4 tires. And, you know, if we only ran maybe 8 or 10 laps here and we get a caution, I can promise you, they'll be flooding pit road getting 4 tires.
Thanks, Larry. You'll be listening to Coleman Presley, Brad Keselowski's spotter, on the restart. Keselowski firing off from row 2 behind Logano and Hamlin. Pace cars in.
Heard Logano drop down to it sounded like a lower gear, like first gear maybe for this restart.
We're back under green.
Look at Truex going to the bottom.
Just 1 outside right here. Outside covered by Harvick. 2 back gear lane. Outside covered by the 1 behind the 4 here. 2 back gear lane. 1's outside.
Hamlin for the lead against Logano side by side. If you were having trouble finding Keselowski, he's the green and white car.
And how about that move? Martin Truex Jr. coming from that 3rd row. Takes him 3 wide to get by Keselowski. he was able to move all the way up into that third position. Logano back by Hamlin.
And who was that way up high off the corner? That was Kevin Harvick. Now drop into the bottom.
Yeah, going for some clean air down here in turns 3 and 4. Whoa, the two. Keselowski goes flying by the outside of Truex as Truex just tried to run through the center of the corner. Did not work.
Wow, what a power move by Brad Keselowski. Let's check with Matt Yoakum.
Mike, about 3 hours ago when the race started, Joey Logano said that his car really fired off well. A little bit on the tight side. His spotter, TJ Majors, doing a fantastic job letting him know the lanes that the cars behind him are running so he can try to gauge if he needs to move.
So these Fords are fast at Penske right now. Joey Logano with the power move around Hamlin. Here comes Brad Keselowski, also going by Denny Hamlin for second place.
A 3-car breakaway. Logano, Keselowski, and Hamlin. It's a second and a half back to Harvick, Truex, Chase Elliott, and Kurt Busch.
And this is something we'll watch, Mike, to see how it plays out. Who has short run speed? Who has long run speed? We talk about the fall off a lot as we watch Reddick. Tyler Reddick making some big moves here early on in this race. All the way up. That's a battle for 8th position right now with Ryan Blaney side by side. He's going to have to fall back to 9th. He has put it up on the fence here in these first opening laps and is driven up through the field.
They got the worst possible draw. They were in the group drawing for 13th to 24th. He started 24th. He's up to 10th. Tyler Reddick.
Wow, look how much deeper into the corner Tyler drove into turn 3 than Ryan Blaney. I think Ryan Blaney had to check up a little bit because of Kurt Busch in front of him.
Riding with Kyle Busch, that's Clint Boyer in the 14.
Clint might go 3 wide here. He's looking to go 3 wide on Tyler Reddick and Kyle Busch. Thinks better of it off of turn 2. Tyler Reddick going for the slide job there on Ryan Blaney. Here's another one by the 10. Eric Almirola just going to hug that very bottom. Jimmy Johnson really loose as we're looking at Bubba Wallace behind him.
He and Bubba are picking up right where they left off Wednesday night at Martinsville, nose to tail. Truex tried for 4th under Harvick. Larry, a couple drivers like Tyler Reddick charging hard. It's only 10 more laps until the competition caution, but what's going to be the effect of that hard charging on those tires, say 5 or 6 laps from now?
Yeah, I mean, Mike, it can be a fine line between short run and long run, but I just feel like knowing that competition caution is coming, find out what that car's got. Run that race car hard. We know we've got that caution at lap 25, which right now is only about 10 laps away.
Reddick is 7th. He is the first driver in the running order who has not been to victory lane this year. Right. Kyle Busch is another, running in 11th.
And it's so hard to believe. Denny Hamlin, even though he was kind of shuffled back by Logano and Keselowski, his car is coming on strong as he starts to battle Keselowski for that 2nd position.
And they have about 2 seconds on Kevin Harvick, the 4th place car.
See Chase Elliott there going by Martin Truex Jr. for 5th.
Boyer working on Kyle Busch for 10th. And going after and past, well, not past yet, going after Kurt Busch. Oops.
You see a lot of moves like that right there, Mike, as you see Clint Boyer slide up in front of Kyle Busch, and then Kyle Busch does that crossover move because he had the momentum. And now he'll go down to the next corner. I think Kurt Busch right now struggling a little bit with his car. Kyle and Clint Boyer trying to find a way by him. These guys are having some fun. Quite a battle side by side.
Boyer and the Busch brothers.
So you can see with this cooler track temperature, that bottom is holding on a little bit better than you would normally see during the daytime. Look how much they gain on Kurt Busch there through the center of the corner. Both Kyle Busch and Clint Boyer, boy, that got really, really tight. But then you see that draft on the top. Kyle Busch loses a lot of time. They go 3 wide through 1-2.
Back straightaway, Brad Keselowski wants the lead. He closed right up to the back bumper of Joey Logano. Couldn't make the pass. And now they're separated by a car length coming off turn 4.
Yeah, Brad's actually found some speed here. Denny Hamlin had closed up to the rear bumper of Keselowski, but Keselowski searched around, found some speed. Car came to him a little
Spinner,
bit.
turn 4. Car down to the apron and caution waves.
Ryan Newman. And he's going to head straight to pit road as if maybe he had a flat tire. Doesn't want to tear up the quarter panel or that crush panel within that fender.
Second caution of the day. And there he is on the right corner of your screen, the white and orange car.
Mike, you're going to definitely see his right rear tire is flat as he comes at you spinning right there.
I was just looking, Larry, to see if he had any contact with the wall. The right side looked pretty good. May have made some contact with another car that would have possibly cut that right rear tire down, but clearly it was all the way down on the inner liner.
And NASCAR has told the teams that this will be the competition caution coming out at lap 21. Everybody's still on the lead lap, so no free pass needed.
Some shuffling right there before that caution came out. Tyler Reddick moved all the way up to 5th position, got around Chase Elliott and Blaney and Truex.
Wow. Yeah. Not only has he won 2 championships in this place, you know, we were a little concerned about Reddick because as you saw in the Xfinity race earlier today on FS1 and yesterday on Fox, those cars can better tolerate scraping the wall, running that high groove, and we wondered about Reddick since that's where he likes to run.
Well, now
contact with that wall here with these steel-bodied cars could be trouble.
So he knows he has a fast car. He loves this racetrack. Now it's up to he and Randall Burnett to stay on top of the changes and make sure they stay up with these constantly changing conditions and balance of this racetrack.
So Ryan Newman came in before the pits were open, stayed on the lead lap with a quick repair. So the penalty for that will be starting tail end. And now all 38 cars should come to pit road, and that's going to be congested. Matt?
And Hunter Masling already has that right front tire off. Joey Logano said that his car fired off a little bit on the tight side and really started to come to him right near this competition caution. Look for the piece of tape. There it is, right on the nose, an air pressure adjustment for Logano.
Seven cars elected not to pit and stayed out. So this Ram race off pit road will not be for the lead, but for 8th place on back. Martin Truex ahead of Nemechek, Keselowski, Blaney, and Custer. So Brennan Poole is the new race leader. He did not come to pit road. NASCAR Cup Racing on Fox is sponsored by Ford. Built Ford proud. 23 laps complete. Here they come to the Geico restart zone. The 7 drivers who did not pit last lap pitted the next time by. That cycles Logano and Harvick back to the lead. We're back under green. Brad Keselowski lost 4 spots on pit road with an air gun issue. Ty Dillon, too fast entering the pits, had to restart tail end.
Already they're 3 wide off of turn 2. Kevin Harvick, Denny Hamlin, Brad Keselowski.
Matt Kenseth pitted twice, the second time to tighten a loose wheel.
And Tyler Reddick continues to impress as he goes by Chase Elliott for second.
Somebody scraped the wall right about there. Might have been Kyle Busch. His teammate Eric Jones goes by.
Well, Blaney's going to dive to the inside of Denny Hamlin. Woo! Can he clear the 4? Not quite. That's going to cost Blaney down this front straightaway as they start side drafting. Oh, he's able to do a nice job holding on to that left rear quarter panel on the 4 to maybe complete this pass. Yes.
Did a nice job making it up in the corner. Alex Bowman.
How about the job this kid is doing? Tyler Reddick going after our leader, Joey Logano. Chase Elliott right there, also the fast car right now. Gets to the inside quarter panel of Tyler Reddick. Uses that bottom lanes. There's some grip up there right now. Slides up in front of Tyler Reddick for second place.
And Reddick comes right back on the outside.
Well, you run that bottom while there's good grip in the tires, but there's a certain threshold where all of a sudden that speed will go away. Right now, the bottom is good for the 9 car of Chase Elliott, but for how long? He moves up top trying to get some momentum on that top lane, maybe block Tyler Reddick from getting a run off of turn 2.
Reddick looking to lead his first ever laps in the NASCAR Cup Series.
Here goes Chase, going to use that bottom line again. And he can get there, but he can't quite make the pass, so this opens up the door for Tyler Reddick on the outside.
See if Chase sends it in on the bottom. Comes right even with Logano. Edges ahead and closes it off.
And don't remember, these guys at Bristol got a little too close for comfort in the closing laps of that race. Nice clean pass as Chase Elliott slides up in front of Joey Logano.
Now Logano and Reddick battle for second.
That's what you want to do right there. Get that right front fender at the rear bumper. Dump some air on that rear spoiler and pull that car back, just like Tyler Reddick did going into turn 1. But don't know if he can complete it. Yeah, he's going to slide up also in front of Logano. So now 2 Chevrolets up front.
Which shows me that even with the advantage of the high side, Logano just doesn't have the drive off the corner that those 2 Camaros do.
Yeah, I just think right now with these cooler conditions, we're going to have to see what happens as more rubber lays down the track and we get longer into this run, whether they have to gravitate up towards the top. But what I'm impressed with Tyler Reddick, we expect him to be right up against the fence. He's pretty fast anywhere he's running that number 8 machine.
Jeff, right now, Chase Elliott in that 9, he's able to pick the throttle up so much earlier off of 2 and get that run. A lot more than the other 2 he's racing with.
Caution's out.
And caution is out for lightning. At lap 32.
So say there's some lightning happening on the track. I hate that it's happening up in those clouds, man. We're seeing some good racing here early on.
Chase Elliott has led 3 laps. Brad Keselowski won, Denny Hamlin won, and Joey Logano was out front for 27 laps. As caution waves, with Chase Elliott leading at Homestead Miami Speedway. Red flag at Homestead Miami. Looking at Chase Elliott's car just ahead there as the covers go on once again for lightning. This has been a good track for the Elliott family. 2001, Bill Elliott. in the number 9, which he carried throughout almost his entire career. Wins one in a Dodge Charger for owner Ray Evernham, snapping a long winless streak and having a big celebration at age 46. And see that little guy right there? That is Chase Elliott in 2001. Today, he's the pilot of number 9, a Camaro for Hendrick Motorsports, and currently he is the race leader.
And hoping he's standing on that stage when this race is all over. I wouldn't be surprised if he was already racing in that photo that we saw, that video. You know, he started racing at a very young age.
Yep. And let me correct, that was a Dodge Intrepid. We were not yet to the Dodge Charger era. Oh, well. And so once again, we're using remote control RoboCams, thanks to RoboVision and Broadcast Sports International for providing our coverage until we can get our manned cameras up on the roof back into action. But we're following protocols as all major sports do when there's a lightning strike within close proximity to the stadium, arena, or in this case, speedway. It is frustrating, but 2020 has kind of been like that.
Yeah,
for one reason or another.
Well, and you knew, you know, this race originally was going to be in March, and you knew that as you got closer to the summer and into June, that this kind of weather is going to happen in South Florida, especially.
Hey, here's something we haven't seen all day. The sun is shining brightly on the back straightaway and turn 3. You see the brightness out the window there. How about that? I think all it does is make the sky look darker off turn 3. But
I was going to say, I hope that sun overpowers those lightning clouds and gets them out of here.
So while we wait out this delay for lightning before we can resume competition, we're going to take you to the quest for NASCAR's 1992 season championship, and we'll update you here in just a little while. A little salsa to come back to at Homestead Miami Speedway, where we've run 26 laps under green and 7 under yellow. Chase Elliott is your race leader. There's Tyler Reddick, second. There's your running order on the left. Logano Blaney, Hamlin Harvick. Joey Logano's led 27 of the 33 laps so far. Chase Elliott has been out in front now for 4 laps. Waiting for the red flag to be lifted due to lightning for the second time today.
Salsa, Mike, the fancy footwork has been going on for these pit crew guys, putting on these and taking off these rain covers, and these drivers getting in and out of these race cars. They've got that down pat.
And the skies look better than they did when we had this red flag come out for lightning. Little sun poking through down at the south end of the racetrack there. But we're going to race into the night. Glad to have you with us on Fox for our coverage of the Dixie Vodka 400. 234 laps to go, with 47 laps to go in stage 1. Tightening up the window net for Kevin Harvick.
A couple of drivers, you know, to note. I mean, we saw Truex, who was running up front, but I don't know if they made some adjustments on the stop or just after we went back green. Car not to his liking. He's back in 13th spot. Kyle Busch really hasn't moved since the restart several laps ago under that last green run. He's in 12th spot. Jimmy Johnson, I believe they made some major adjustments the last time they were on pit road, lost a bunch of spots, so he's back in 24th.
You know, Mike and Jeff, when we go back racing, we're going to have a little over 40 laps to go in this first stage. We ran 7 green flag laps there, and Jeff, you and I were talking out in the hallway just a little bit ago. I would not be a bit surprised to see, if not all, the majority of drivers back on pit road for 4 more tires.
Wow. Still 78 degrees, no change. The winds were 8 miles an hour out of the east, now 5. And feels pretty close to the ambient temperature, within a degree or 2 now. No track drying needed. There was no rain. Just another lightning strike that chased our cameramen off the roof as they had reassumed their positions and brought the drivers to pit road. So let's crank them up. Now, don't be confused by this shot. The cars on the left-hand row, or left-hand column, excuse me, are the lead cars in the left column behind the pace car. Beginning with William Byron, who is 21st, they will fall in behind. So this is not a row by row.
Well, they just do that to use as little of pit road as possible to let vehicles, whether they be safety vehicles or track drying equipment, to, if they needed them to dry or go up and down pit road, could use more of it before they got back out on track.
Looked like a little bit of urgency there among Jimmy Johnson's crew.
I think maybe, or William Byron's crew also looked like maybe that car wasn't refiring, but I just heard it fire.
Mike, I think the urgency, a lot of those guys are on the pit crew, and they have to get back to the pit box ready for a pit stop.
Ah, good point.
Doing a lot of different jobs under these unique set of circumstances.
Just about ready to roll, and now the yellow flag has been displayed once again. So the driver who has been the most fun to watch in these first 33 laps is the subject of our maximum performance presented by Blue Emu, and it is Tyler Reddick. Look at his graph, and keep in mind that's in just 33 laps.
Well, obviously, a lot of cars must have gravitated towards the bottom of the racetrack when the green flag dropped to start this race, because Tyler Reddick, look what he did. He just jumped up around him, and he passed, what, 10 cars in just the first few laps.
He has marched his way to second place. First and second, both Chevys. Chase Elliott, Tyler Reddick. Third and fourth, both Fords, Logano and Blaney. The first Toyota is Hamlin in fifth. So let's try it again after a red flag of just under 39 minutes duration for Lightning. Pit road will be open when they come around. And again, no free pass. Everybody's on the lead lap. All 38 drivers. So what happened on the earlier stop that became the competition caution, 7 drivers stayed out, and they were doing it as a courtesy to the cars they were pitted next to and elected to pit the next time by. So everybody was on the lead lap and everybody did come in. It just took 2 laps to accomplish that. That's why we restarted with Joey Logano back in the lead.
And look at these leaders, all of them peeling off to pit road for those 4 fresh Goodyears.
Matt?
And Joey Logano's team just jumps off the wall as Chase Elliott goes by. Elliott said that his car fired off great. Logano, meanwhile, said his car had started to go more to the tight side. It was snappy loose on exit, but that's because he'd lost the car turning through the center of the corner. He came down talking to his team, as most drivers did, getting plans of what changes to make on this stop.
Well, Logano is away even as cars are still coming down pit road looking to get into their spot. So Joey got held up just a bit there, and you'll see it reflected.
He's going to lose a lot of spots and some contact or possible contact on pit road.
Harvick right in the middle of that scrum.
Matt DiBenedetto, somebody was peeling off to come into their pit stall, stopped right in front of Joey Logano, started sort of a chain reaction.
And Jeff, that'll happen when you have so many cars on the lead lap all coming in at the same time.
Yeah, it's rare we have 38 cars on pit road at one time.
Kurt Busch coming out.
He did hit him. A little bit of damage to the nose.
Ran in the back of Quinn Houff, and here's this other issue back there. We're going to add one lap.
Nose on Joey Logano.
And we'll get the running positions when they cycle back around here to start finish and get one to go. Larry, how much damage does that look like on the nose?
Yeah, I mean, any damage whatsoever on the front end of a car at a high-speed track like this, I mean, it can certainly make a difference. But there's some other cars that I'm going to be watching, Mike, that I think may have got damage. I think Harvick, the 4, he's back on pit road. He had some damage. I think possibly Matt DiBenedetto in the 21. You see him on pit road. Look at all the damage on the left front fender of Matt DiBenedetto in the 21. Well, it was a big stack up there.
And Larry, the right rear, that very sensitive area around the right rear and the quarter panel on the 4 car, that's a sensitive area for speed and side force. You can see it's wrinkled in a bit behind that right rear in that corner of the bumper. Some left front issue where looks like Matt DiBenedetto felt like he might have a tire rub if they did not fix it.
Yeah, that was the same incident of everybody trying to get into the outer lane of pit road at once. So Logano will end up 11th, and here's a better look at it.
So you see Quinn Houff trying to get in his stall. I mean, just things happen very quickly. Yeah, the 21 at DiBenedetto just barely nicked that right rear corner of the bumper on the 4, Kevin Harvick, with his left front.
We mentioned Logano getting held up. He'll restart 11th. Elliott and Blaney will be on the front row. Hamlin and Reddick, Boyer and Bowman. Buescher, Keselowski, Kurt Busch, Eric Jones, the top 10. Everybody's still on the lead lap with Harvick and DiBenedetto restarting out back. Here they come to the Geico restart zone.
Boyer stuck down in that inside lane. Great battle up here up front between Ryan Blaney and Chase Elliott.
Blaney trying to take it away and lead his first lap of the day, and does.
Chase Elliott with a little side drag. And pull back Blaney. But Blaney fighting back to the outside, going to get to the quarter pound off of turn 2. Look at these guys, how aggressive they are with one another. A lot of confidence you got to have in your fellow drivers when you're racing that aggressively and have this kind of grip on the straightaways and corners. Ooh, Chase tried to run him up the racetrack. Car got loose. Lead to Ryan Blaney.
These two have half a second on Tyler Reddick. Then Hamlin and Bowman, Keselowski, then Boyer, Jones, and Logano.
Big shove from Joey Logano to Eric Almirola. Pushes him on by. Chris Buescher, the 17. Buescher's going to slide up in front of Logano.
Yeah, Logano's been dropping spots. He's 11th right now. Second place.
Tyler Reddick continues to show a lot of strength here. Now this is that portion of a run where the track starts to change, Mike. The balance of your car starts to change, and so when you can run the bottom and have good grip like you see Chase Elliott doing, doesn't take long for that top groove to start coming in and being the preferred line. Ooh, boy, wow. That's Cole Custer, the 37 of Ryan Preece, making a little bit of contact, getting Cole Custer really loose into turn 3.
Top 4 spread out pretty evenly now, about two or three car lengths between each of them. But back at 6th place, Keselowski, Boyer, Bowman, and we'll go back to 11th, Kyle Busch and Logano, with William Byron coming to the inside.
Clearly, Joey Logano not as happy with this car right now. I don't know if it's just the track's changed enough or that damage to the nose has been significant enough to get the balance of that car off. Now Ryan Preece starting to put some pressure on Joey Logano. Well, you could hear how much out of the throttle Joey Logano was there. Still out of the throttle off the corner. He's having some big issues. Oh, he's doing the crossover on Preece.
Bowman and Keselowski for 5th with Clint Boyer. Eric Jones is radioed in. He thinks he may have a loose wheel. He's the 10th place car. And here we go for 2nd place. Reddick taking it to Chase Elliott.
He dove into turn 3 like he was going to be able to slide up or maybe maintain on the bottom, but Chase Elliott fights back on the top. Keeps the position.
Now watch the 8 here on the inside.
Perfectly positioned himself getting in the corner. Look at the back ends just slide out.
Matt?
And Mike, you touched on it earlier. Tyler Reddick's trademark, especially in Xfinity here, is running the wall like he is right now. And he told me he knows how sensitive that right side is in Cup, and it's not the composite body, but he thinks it's just such an advantage. Others may be worried to run up there due to knocking out their crush panels, but he thinks the risk is definitely worth the reward.
Well, something else that he has to do that takes some risk is run this car very loose to be able to get that corner, the car to run through the corner, through the center really fast. But you saw that's what also made that car step out, as we see Denny Hamlin now going to 2nd place around Chase Elliott. Denny has a very good long run car here, Mike. You already saw the short runs that we've had so far. He'll drop back at the beginning, but then as the laps go by, he starts marching his way forward.
Hamlin restarted 4th. Ryan Blaney up a little more than a second and a half. There is his run through the day and into the dark here at Homestead Miami Speedway. Ryan Blaney out front for the last 9 of 45 laps. Chevy is committed to getting you back on the open road with confidence and peace of mind. Visit ChevyCares.com to learn more. 50 laps complete at Homestead Miami Speedway, and 2 of those Camaros. Tyler Reddick and Chase Elliott battle for 3rd behind Ryan Blaney's Mustang and Denny Hamlin's Camry.
Look at this. What a great shot. That onboard camera there, seeing the hood flaps from the air, how it's being disturbed over the hood of that 9 car Chase Elliott as Tyler Reddick goes to 3rd place.
Do you want that push at the end of the straightaway? What does that feel like?
You know, at some tracks I do, but no, not at this one, because this track is so abrasive. The tires have so little grip on them that I'm just like, no, please, I'm good.
Ryan Blaney leading his first laps at Homestead Miami Speedway in a NASCAR Cup car. The next forward in line is going to be Eric Almirola in 5th. He restarted 13th, and right behind him are these 2. After Keselowski, Alex Bowman and Clint Boyer.
Last time by, Tyler Reddick was the fastest car on the track, followed by Almirola. Seems to be moving forward.
Everybody likes a different line in this group as they lap past Josh Bilicki in the 53.
Yeah, you just start searching for that clean air. And if the guy in front of you, like Almirola, I think was running the top, so you're going to come down maybe a car width or two, try to get some clean air, even though that top groove might be the preferred line. These guys running right through the center of the track down here in 1 and 2.
Passing Timmy Hill, who did double duty this weekend. Actually, his younger brother ran one of the 4 races here this weekend. But otherwise, Timmy having his usual full slate of weekend events, and all with the same sponsor. Yes, he was, Russell. He finished 3rd in iRacing here back during the sit-out. And Denny Hamlin won.
Great iRacer.
Great iRacer, Timmy Hill.
And Almirola makes that pass. This is a car and driver that are really fast right now. Almirola's been laying down some great laps, closed it right up to Chase Elliott, drove by him pretty easily, set his sights now on 3rd place Tyler Reddick, although Tyler Reddick has his sights on the lead because he's closed in on our 2 leaders, Blaney and Hamlin, a good bit here the last couple laps.
Jeff, they were encouraging Eric Almirola. You have to get by Reddick because they're pitting right in front of the 8 car. So it makes things a lot simpler when you don't have to go around a car to get in your pit box.
Kevin Harvick, who had a lengthy stop there, now going past Joey Logano. And Harvick has gained, if he makes this pass.
Remember, he had to check up because of Joey Logano checking up in front of him on pit road. That's what sort of caused the chain reaction, the domino effect, and the damage to that right rear quarter panel on the 4 car. But it seems to be hurting Joey Logano the most, even though it didn't physically show up as much damage on the nose of the 22.
Harvick has passed 18 cars since the restart. Matt?
The most recent red flag might go to the Lightning. Joey Logano walked past me and said he was going to go talk to Paul Wolfe because he felt like they were starting to dial themselves out of the ballpark, and he was hoping for some big changes. That's what they did on the last stop. They pulled the Packer, a wedge adjustment, significant air adjustment. So 3 big changes, and it's not helped that 22.
Nope, he's backslid to 18th.
Sometimes when you go down a direction and it doesn't feel like it's getting any better, you're going in the wrong direction, you're actually going in the right direction. The tracks just change that quickly on you.
And just to expand on the Packer, you have these shims. What they are, they're ride limiters on the 2-foot shock absorbers that only lets the car travel so much. Then you have some very thin shims that you can either pull out or add if you need the car to travel more or travel less in the front end.
Eric Jones, Kurt Busch battling for 12th place.
So apparently Jones did not have a loose wheel, as he called in earlier, thought he might, but he stayed out on the racetrack. 12th place.
Yeah, Kurt's going to make that pass pretty easily on the outside. I don't know if I've ever seen this many different grooves being used at Homestead. We know it's a wide track, and you can use up a lot of grooves. As we see, maybe that loose wheel did get worse on the 20 car, Mike, as he's on pit road.
That's what they're saying, Jeff.
But, you know, we typically see here where there's a lot of room to race on and drive on, and you'll look for clean air, but typically you gravitate right to the top, and we're not seeing that right now. So guys still running through the center.
Let's see what kind of line Martin Truex likes here with Ryan Newman in his tire tracks.
Mike, he has definitely been on the move forward, talking about Martin Truex Jr. in the 19, but I think his crew chief, James Small, must have thrown everything but the kitchen sink on that pit stop. Their pit stop was over 21 seconds long. A lot of adjustments on that 19.
Wow, so Truex restarted 19th. He's now 13th, plus 6. Denny Hamlin has been right up against the wall.
It looks like down here at this end of the racetrack in 1 and 2, Mike, you see a couple different grooves, but look at Tyler Reddick behind him. run an inch off the wall and gain a lot of speed on the 11 car. Now Denny Hamlin using the high line down here in turns 3 and 4.
62 laps complete. And we're going to take you Fox side by side so you don't miss a minute.
What's going on? Let me help. Here we go. Lift and push and pull. There, it's up there. Oh, boy.
Hey, Josh.
Wrinkles send the wrong message. Help prevent them before they start with Downy Wrinkle Guard.
Hey, bud.
Hey, Papa. So you won't get caught with wrinkles again.
That's the sound of refreshment. No question about it.
I got a question. Does camouflage actually work?
Let's see.
Wow. Huh.
Did not see that coming. Kind of the point.
NASCAR is live on FS1.
We're going to go racing. We're going to crank it up for you on Fox.
The Cup Series. Xfinity Series.
Have fun today.
And Gander RV and Outdoors Truck Series.
Another lead change.
All live.
2 laps to go.
Plus, get your daily inside track on everything NASCAR with Race Hub. NASCAR is live on FS1.
Mountain Dew welcomes you to the United States Collection with labels inspired by each state in our nation. Collect all 50 and get $100. Each bottle also gets you a chance to win $1 million. When we're united together, we win.
Here's a crust too thick and cheesy not to eat in reverse. Keep it coming, buddy. That's right. Back it up. The one and only original stuffed crust. Only from Pizza Hut. Just $11.99. No one out-pizzas the Hut.
I am the one. The intersection of chaos, karma, love, legacy, family, and flag. Back with one thunderous return.
67 laps complete, 13 to go to the end of stage 1 as Ryan Blaney falls into the clutches of Denny Hamlin's Toyota.
Well, watch him step the back of that car out on the number 12. Ryan Blaney's been really loose through turns 1 and 2. Seems to have a little bit better handle as he gets up near the wall in 3 and 4. Doesn't allow Denny to close in as much as he's fighting it in 1 and 2. There's a battle for 9th place. William Byron going to the outside of Chris Buescher.
Ryan Blaney's been saying the car is too loose for him to run right up at the very top of the racetrack in the corner.
Well, if he's going to keep Denny Hamlin behind him, he's going to have to move up there just to even block the air on Denny Hamlin. We've seen a couple times how sideways Ryan Blaney has been trying to keep that back end underneath him. Denny going to try to use that slower lap car as a pick. Almost was there.
Yep. Josh Bilicki going 2 down. And Blaney hangs on to the lead as we're coming to 10 to go in stage 1.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Mike, here's where the 12 car Blaney, it gets so loose. You can see his hands on the steering wheel with those yellow gloves, working that steering wheel back and forth as Denny Hamlin closes up to the rear bumper. Denny just going to try to pressure him, be in his mirror, try to force him to make a mistake to make this an easier pass. Or use one of these slower cars as he comes up on Timmy Hill.
Hill right down against the white line won't be a factor.
Denny's close.
Blaney still has good drive off the corner.
Really easy if you're Denny Hamlin to run in the tire tracks of Ryan Blaney and lose some of that downforce that comes, you know, that you lose because that hole that the 12 car is punching, and you can easily get into the wall if you try to run in the tire tracks when you're inches away from that wall, that could ruin your whole day. Cut a tire down.
Now 9 to go. This is Corey LaJoie stacking pennies, as he told us earlier, and he wants to stay on the lead lap with just 9 to go in the stage.
Just no match for these two guys. They're sort of in their own zip code, even have pulled away from Tyler Reddick as fast as Reddick has been up until about 4 or 5 laps ago.
Now LaJoie is in the free pass position at least until the leaders catch Ty Dillon.
Pretty impressed with Ryan Blaney, the job he's doing as loose as that car is through 1 and 2 to be able to hold off Denny Hamlin. See how Denny's just running about a half a car width down? He's just trying to get a little clean air to the nose of that car and trying not to get in that wake and get himself sideways up into the wall. So you can only get so close. That's why I say if Blaney can run that line and sort of block the run that the 11 of Denny Hamlin has, it's going to make his life really tough. That's why I think we see Denny searching around the racetrack a little bit more right now.
Hamlin, if he can get to the inside and just gain just a little bit alongside Blaney, that would take some of that air off Blaney's spoiler. Might create a different situation.
Yeah, all Denny wants to do is just be able to kind of hang with him, get close enough to him to maybe shortcut that entry like he's doing right here. He just needs to be a little bit closer to the rear bumper of the 12 car, and he can make that move where he can then slide up in front of the 12 of Blaney. How bad do you want those playoff points in that playoff championship point?
On the right of your screen, 3rd and 4th, Reddick and Almirola, as we close in on the end of stage 1.
Here goes Denny. He's going to try to surprise Blaney and dive into the corner, slide up in front of him. Nicely done.
You know, Mike and Jeff, I know y'all talked to Denny Hamlin during one of those red flags, but we need to make note. His crew chief, Chris Gabehart, is back this week after being suspended for 4 races.
So now it's Blaney trying different lines and trying to regain the advantage.
I really like the way that Denny Hamlin set up Ryan Blaney that last time into turn 1. He just waited to see where Blaney was going to lift, and as soon as Blaney lifted, he just carried more speed, shortcut the corner, and drove straight up in front of him to that top lane.
Well, to Larry's point, the crew chief and 2 other crew members were suspended because of Blaney at Charlotte losing ballast weight.
Denny Hamlin.
Denny Hamlin, excuse me. Losing ballast weight as he pulled off pit road for the start of the race. And that's a major infraction for race suspension. So I'm sure it feels great to have your Daytona 500 winning crew chief back on the box. 4th place.
Now we saw Almirola have a lot of speed and move forward, but now it looks like maybe he's starting to lose the handling, and Chase Elliott's handling is coming back to him.
Inside of 3 to go in stage 1. Toyota, Ford, Chevy in the first 3 spots.
You can see Chase Elliott, again, like some of these other guys, just rim riding up on the wall where Almirola's have to run a couple lanes lower.
So pit lane is closed with 2 laps to go in the stage. Denny Hamlin looking for a way past Brennan Poole, who will go 2 laps down. LaJoie still the first car 1 lap back, and that 13 of Ty Dillon is the next lead lap car ahead of our leader.
This is going to cost Denny quite a bit of time here as he's trying to navigate through these slower cars. He comes up to lap them. I'll tell you, the guy that got the most out of those 4 fresh Goodyear tires is that 4 car, Kevin Harvick, up 22 positions since the last caution.
Up to 14th, yes. Denny Hamlin won the second stage of the Daytona 500. And, of course, went on to win in the final stage, but he's coming around to capture only his second stage win in 12 races this season. So Hamlin, the stage winner, from Blaney, Reddick, Elliott, Almirola. 80 laps complete in Homestead, Miami. Denny Hamlin, your stage 1 winner. The pits will be open this time around for lead lap cars. We're told Jimmy Johnson in 25th will make an extended stay on pit road to fix a roof flap tether that is required by NASCAR. So we have 28 lead lap cars, and Eric Jones, who did have a loose right front wheel earlier and made a pit stop under green. Jones passed Corey LaJoie just before they came to the line at the end of the stage, and Jones will get the free pass. Matt?
Denny Hamlin said his car just wasn't tight enough to be aggressive, but it got tight near the end, especially down in 3 and 4. They're going to make a significant chassis adjustment. You can see it there to stay up with the racetrack. Meanwhile, Tyler Reddick in the A car, he felt like that right rear was coming apart. It was just so free. They made an adjustment as well. Chase Elliott already done, and Joey Logano is going to be on pit road for a long time as they look over to see what could be wrong, possibly a hole in the nose on the 22.
Wow, Eric Almirola pulled out in front of 3 cars abreast. Here's your Ram race off pit road. Looked like Hamlin and Boyer were the only drivers who did not gain or lose positions. Look at Truex, +5. Watch this, Jeff.
Crazy on pit road right now.
Close quarters right
Barely
here.
Gets around Newman. There's one car that went by he almost made contact with. Here's the race off. Denny Hamlin going to maintain that lead. So we dial up that stage 1 winner, Denny Hamlin. Hey, Denny, this is Jeff and Mike in the Fox Sports booth. You got us?
10-4.
Well, congrats on that win, man. It looks like you got a great long-run car. Obviously, it's now a night race, not a day race. How are you having to adjust, and how are you and Chris Gabehart going to have to keep on up on the adjustments?
Well, it's changing. It's going to get cooler as we go, and it definitely will make changes. So we're going to try our best to keep up with it. We're a little tight there, that run where we started the day a little free, but I don't know. I need a few minutes to think about what lineup we'll restart in.
Yeah, these restarts are pretty wild. So thanks for talking to us. Good luck the rest of the way.
10-4.
Hamlin will have lane choice on Chase Elliott. Second stage win of 2020 for Denny Hamlin.
If you think about the last few months, maybe it'll give us a new perspective. Maybe it'll help us see just how connected we all are. And maybe, if we look at the big picture, it'll remind us just how amazing freedom really is.
Shop and buy at Jeep.com with employee pricing. Now get $5,103 below MSRP on the purchase of a 2020 Jeep Gladiator Overland.
To America's frontline responders, thank you. Tide Cleaners is offering free laundry services to the family of frontline responders. Visit hope.tidecleaners.com to learn more.
Coyote may not be a household name, but we are a land name, and a work name, and a family name. And those are all the names we'll ever need. Coyote, we dig dirt.
USAA was made for right now. Right now is a time for action. So for a second time, we're giving members a credit on their auto insurance because it's the right thing to do. We're also giving payment relief options to eligible members so they can take care of things like groceries before they worry about their insurance or credit card bills. Right now is a time to take care of what matters most, like we've done together so many times before. Discover all the ways we're helping members at usaa.com/coronavirus.
That's the sound of refreshment. No question about it.
I got a question. Does camouflage actually work?
Let's see.
Did not see that coming.
Kind of the point.
Get the part you need from the comfort of your garage.
Order online or via our mobile app with Advanced Same Day. Get same-day pickup, same-day curbside, or same-day delivery. Advance your auto. Advance Auto Parts.
2 little shelves isn't much to start with, but that's where my dad, Johnny Morris, started Bass Pro Shops. You won't find many people that get more excited about catching a fish. He knew that the memories you make afield with loved ones far outweigh even the biggest of fish. So take somebody to catch their first fish. Take the opportunity to tell the most important people around you that you love. Here's to you, Dad. Thanks for being my hero. Happy Father's Day.
Next Sunday on Fox. Here we go. Live from Talladega. The Cup Series greatest let loose. On the biggest. Start to get intense. And baddest track in NASCAR. Where control is merely an illusion. The Geico 500. Next Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern on Fox.
The NASCAR Cup Series on Fox is sponsored by Credit One Bank, the official credit card of NASCAR. Perfect for race fans. 86 laps complete, ready to go back to green. Friday Night SmackDown, all new every week on Fox. This week, newly crowned Intercontinental Champion AJ Styles celebrates his win, and we'll find out who his first opponent will be. SmackDown, oh, that's gotta hurt. Fridays at 8, 7 Central on Fox. The voice in my head says that's got to hurt as much as 3 lightning delays in one race.
Don't jinx us here, Mike.
Nope.
We still got a ways to go.
In case you were wondering, going into tonight's race, the best average 4-tire stop time in 2020. Kevin Harvick's team first, Kyle Busch second, Joey Logano third, Alex Bowman fourth, Chase Elliott 5th, and Jimmy Johnson 6th as far as most efficient pit crews on 4-tire stops.
Well, Mike, the most efficient that trip is the guy that's out front, Denny Hamlin's 11-team. Theirs was 12.9, that stop right there.
Woo. That's getting it done on pit road.
We're going to listen to Josh Williams, spotter for Ryan Blaney, as the pace car pulls in, and here they come to the Geico restart zone for stage 2.
Back to 2 wide. Back to the 8-in line, outside corner. 1 back to the 8-in line with you. Still outside. Still outside 88, half lane off. Still at your door, corner, clear the 88, clear. So by 1 to the top, by 1. By 2 to 2 out, whatever you need. 2 back to 2 wide. Just be 11 minutes.
Well, we heard Denny Hamlin questioning which lane to pick on the restart. Well, they've all ganged up on him in that outside lane as Chase Elliott, Ryan Blaney dove from the inside behind the 11 up to the outside lane. Denny Hamlin back to 3rd.
And now everybody wants the top as Chase Elliott takes it to the bottom. Everybody but Alex Bowman, that is. They were 3 wide in the last corner. Double file in this one.
Wow, look at this huge run by William Byron to the rear bumper of Tyler Reddick. And never count out Kyle Busch. Even when it appeared he was struggling, all of a sudden he appears in the top 10 or up to 7th spot now.
For the lead. Blaney inside of Elliott. Ford versus Chevy battle with Hamlin 3rd.
Todd Gordon obviously brought a great race car for Ryan Blaney here today and making good adjustments as they go into the nighttime because Ryan Blaney still continuing to show a lot of speed. Big battle here going on with Kevin Harvick, Brad Keselowski, 8th and 9th position. Denny Hamlin, that long run speed, boy, he's able to get to second easily on Chase Elliott as he dives into the corner. Tyler Reddick also wanting a piece of that action with Chase Elliott.
Looked like it just took Blaney's car a couple of laps for it to come in, but now he's under fire from Elliott.
And we saw where Denny Hamlin took a while for that car to really come in, but this time it seems like the speed is there much earlier, so Denny Hamlin already in second spot. '24 car William Byron coming into the picture also.
Larry, we only had 3 caution flags during the first stage. 2 of those for lightning plus the competition caution. What's your plan if this second stage becomes a long run?
Yeah, Mike, what I think will happen is somewhere around lap 115 to 120. That's probably when we'll see them start to make their green flag stops. They'll pretty much all but split it in half.
Thanks.
William Byron going by Chase Elliott, moving in to the 4th position.
And Jimmy Johnson back in the 20s, 23rd through 27th for much of this
Yeah,
one.
right now at Hendrick Motorsports, you got 4th, 5th, and 6th with William Byron, Chase Elliott, Alex Bowman. About Reddick going after 2nd, trying to get by Denny Hamlin. But yeah, we heard it. Let's go to Matt first.
An update on the 12 of Ryan Blaney. Now remember, his crew chief is Todd Gordon, who is Joey Logano's crew chief for many years. Logano was the best Penske driver here at Homestead the past 4 years, and Joey, he likes a little bit different feel in the race car. So what Blaney does, he says to Todd, you tell me what Joey ran. I know how many steps off of that I need to be to go in that direction of the setup, and it seems to be working. They are just on a rail right now.
Ryan Blaney's led more laps in 2020 than any other driver who has yet to visit victory lane this year.
Yeah, we've seen him start races off very strong, just like he is today. Just got to get a few breaks to go his way to finish it off.
Ryan Blaney has opened up a 9/10 of a second lead on Denny Hamlin. The NASCAR Cup Series on Fox is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance. 100 of 267 laps complete. Here's your Progressive race summary. Ryan Blaney, one of 5 leaders today. The others, Logano, Hamlin, Elliott, and Keselowski. 10 lead changes, 29 cars. Joey Logano, the last one on the lead lap. 4 caution flags, all for either lightning, competition caution, or stage end. Not a single incident caution so far. Here's 11th through 13th. Keselowski, Boyer, and Almirola. 3 Fords fighting. Earlier, Keselowski slid up into Martin Truex, who may have some left front damage as a result. Hamlin and Reddick traded positions for about a quarter of a lap, and that's allowed Blaney to scoot away.
Yeah, it's really expected Denny Hamlin to start making ground up on our leader, Ryan Blaney, but he's had to look in the mirror so much because Tyler Reddick's working him over every single corner, every lane he could possibly try to get by this 11. And I just don't know if Denny has the speed right now in his car to go up there and take the lead like he did that last run.
Ooh, bobble by Hamlin as he tried to go lower on the track.
One of the things I love about progressive banking that this racetrack here at Miami Homestead Speedway has, it just allows you to drive the track in a way. If your car's tight, you can take a different angle, slow the car down slightly different, and use that progressive banking to rotate the car if you're tight. if you're loose, you can maybe go up against the wall and use that buffer of air between the wall and the right side of the race car to maybe tighten the car up. So that's fun for a driver to be able to experiment with different lines.
A lot of choices.
So, you know, guys, we're seeing so many of these drivers run up right up against the wall. So you might make the case, is there more grip up there? Okay. There's more banking? Okay. But let's use our Ford cutaway car, the Ford Aero Tracks, to show you one thing that might be going on. When you get up there, there's actually a bubble of air, and it creates side force on the right side of that car. Now, Jeff, we had one driver in Xfinity Series say today when he came off the wall too far, the car was loose. It's because it lost some of that side force generated by being right against the wall. Now, you can't just drive up there and get against the wall. It's not going to keep you from hitting the wall, but there is a little side force there, Jeff.
Yeah, I think even the right front fender, I've heard some drivers talk about how it pushes that right front fender just from the right front all the way to the right rear. Just seems to add a tiny bit of comfort and security and grip to that race car.
Speaking of tiny bits, that's by how much Hamlin is eating into Blaney's lead every lap. 300ths this lap, couple of hundredths the lap before, inch by inch.
Well, we've known from the start of this race, Denny Hamlin has a good long-run car, and that looks like it's continuing after he and Chris Gabehart made some decisions and some adjustments on that car in the last pit stop.
11th place here, Kurt Busch, Eric Almirola. They're about 10.5 behind the leader. Matt?
Making some headway there on the one of Kurt Busch as he's battling the 10 of Almirola. He said he was wrecking loose earlier. They've made some good ground up on his car. Meanwhile, the guy on the bottom, Almirola, says he burned off his right front earlier. He's hoping to make another adjustment so he can run up against the wall.
That battle continues. Going to check back at 13th, where new proud papa Austin Dillon is 13 seconds back. He and Whitney Welton's son Ace early this morning in North Carolina. Austin flew down here and plenty of time to start the race.
No matter what happens in his race today, he's going to walk out of here feeling like he's won. It's a great accomplishment and a lot of pride. I know he's thinking about them as he's running these laps.
Almirola has passed Kurt Busch for 11th. So from what Larry said, about 6 to 10 laps away from pit stops.
Yeah, Mike, they could go to lap 145 as far as fuel, but based on going back and looking at the last couple of races here, trying to split this second stage in half, I'd say once we cross over about 115, lap 115 to lap 118, you may see them start to come, and once one or two comes, you cannot be far behind.
Matt DiBenedetto, after a collision on pit road earlier and a long stop for repairs, he's worked his way back up into the top 20, restarted 20th for stage 2, currently 16th. Brian Blaney up now by 1.37 seconds as Hamlin inches ever closer. Welcome back to the Dixie Vodka 400 on Fox. Ryan Blaney now leading Denny Hamlin by just half a second. In the last 3 laps, Hamlin has chopped a full second out of Blaney's lead.
Yeah, about 6, almost 7 tenths that last time by. Just wonder, Ryan Blaney really got out there and stretched at that lead. Just wonder if he didn't use up that right rear tire. You see the back end stepping out. He's really loose again. As Denny Hamlin's car, he talked about it being tight. That seems to be very good for the 11 car in the long runs.
Blaney has 3 wins in 173 starts, but his last top 10 or top 5 finish this year was the first Darlington race. Kevin Harvick restarted 14th. He's gained 7 spots since.
See that great shot. But listening to the RPMs and Kevin Harvick work the throttle, it just doesn't do it justice. Let's put our telemetry in here. But when you're running that close to the wall, the level of grip is so on the edge that all it takes is the tiniest bit of a mistake, and you're in the wall, and you're coming to pit road to fix a possible cut tire. Here's the 6-car Ryan Newman on pit road taking tires.
He is the first of the lead lap cars to stop on this green flag sequence.
Almost cutting this stage exactly in half. That's a couple laps earlier than maybe some of the others might come.
And Hamlin is there, just a couple of car lengths back.
Here's some more of our leaders on pit road. Kyle Busch looked like maybe Brad Keselowski was also coming to pit road.
There's Brad entering the pit lane. And just as Larry predicted, most teams electing to split this stage in half, Matt.
The truck winner from last night, Kyle Busch, just has not had the car tonight. He's been sliding the nose. At one point, he says, we are just awful. The car's still on the tight side. Meanwhile, the 2 comes into his box. His car a little bit free on entry as Denny Hamlin brings that 11 car. And these guys, the crew guys, what a great job they've done today. They pitted Riley Herbst earlier today. They packed on the electrolytes, the potassium, to try to keep their bodies in tip-top shape for tonight's job. A great stop. Hamlin, an air pressure adjustment to try to tighten him up on exit. Meanwhile, the 12, Ryan Blaney, brings the car down pit road. The 9 of Chase Elliott already in. His car's a tick of the free side. Meanwhile, Blaney was telling Todd Gordon he just cannot enter up top like he would like to. He just shoves the nose on exit. Look for an adjustment coming up next.
Harvick is in as Blaney makes his way to his stall, and that will leave only 7 cars out on the racetrack. Larry, one come, all come, right?
Yeah, you have to, Mike, because new tires over old tires, 40-lap tires, is almost 3 seconds a lap. You can't just sit out there and run.
So now everyone but Ryan Preece and Ty Dillon have made those stops. Tyler Reddick comes in, last of the drivers running in the top 5 to make his stop. So we'll see where he comes out, Jeff, because as Larry says, he's given up a couple of laps now to drivers that already have new tires.
And he might make it up at the very end of this stage, but we saw Denny Hamlin come in a lap before Ryan Blaney, and I think he's going to be our leader as these others come on pit road.
You have to stay on that access road leaving the pit. You can't just pop up on the racetrack. Blend in off turn 2. Ryan Preece comes to make his stop, so he will surrender the lead back to Denny Hamlin. Now Hamlin was 0.4 of a second behind Blaney before the pit stops. Now he's 2.2 seconds ahead.
Well, and that's that Larry talked about. You're giving up 2 or 3 seconds of older tires versus newer tires, so it only takes 1 lap for somebody like Denny Hamlin to come in a little bit earlier than our leader, Ryan Blaney. Blaney's out there on those older tires running a slower lap. As soon as Denny Hamlin gets back on the track, he's got those fresh 4 Goodyears to make up all that time.
Now there is the comparison, so that the times were identical, but pitting a lap before certainly has benefited Hamlin. Now, that's not a new strategy. That's what Kyle Busch did here last November on what turned out to be the final pit stop, and helped him to drive away from Kevin Harvick and Denny Hamlin and Martin Truex and win the championship.
Well, and it's a little bit easier to make that call, too, when you're Chris Gabehart, because you know Denny Hamlin has a great long-run car. So, you know, if you don't have a good long-run car and you're abusing those tires and you're falling off a lot harder to come in very early unless you're going to hope for a caution.
So 35 to go in stage 2 in a race that has not seen a single caution flag for any kind of on-track incident. Denny Hamlin leading Ryan Blaney, but Blaney's coming. 1 3/4 seconds is the margin, with Tyler Reddick Chevrolet third, William Byron and Chase Elliott in Camaros fourth and fifth. NASCAR Cup Racing on Fox is sponsored by Ram Trucks, built to serve. And by Credit One Bank, the official credit card of NASCAR. Perfect for race fans. 130 laps complete, almost to halfway. Here are the Xfinity fastest laps today. On the right, Tyler Reddick ran his fastest lap at lap 26. Brad Keselowski at lap 2. Ryan Blaney, lap 38. Chase Elliott's on that list, also lap 2. And Denny Hamlin, lap 2. For the fastest laps of the night for each of those drivers. And let me clean this up a little. Ryan Newman did spin at lap 21 to bring out a caution. That was an incident caution. But since NASCAR declared that would be the competition caution, we'll give him a pass on that one. Ricky Stenhouse, our P&G camera, giving these pictures of Stenhouse, who is a lap down in 28th. I'm wondering if he has Talladega circled on his list.
I bet he does.
Yep.
Yeah, he'll be right up there in the mix. Won the pole at Daytona, so you know he's got a fast race car as we go to Talladega.
So Hamlin, Blaney, Reddick. Tyler Reddick was 7.5 seconds back and has chopped that down to 4.7.
Remember, and that's the plus side of coming in a little bit later, is that, you know, as those other guys now are on new tires, you wait a little bit longer. You're going to close that gap for the first few laps that you come out, but you might not gain the full amount back.
Teammates at Stewart-Haas fighting for 10th place, Almirola and Boyer.
And we saw there Joey Logano, we're right on board with him, still struggling with you know, that damage to the nose, even though it seemed like the pit crew patched it up and fixed it. Joey Logano really struggling here, going a lap down.
Yeah, there are right now only 4 cars 1 lap down, and there's the repair to the front end of his Mustang. Matt Kenseth, Joey Logano, Ricky Stenhouse, Ty Dillon are the cars 1 lap behind Denny Hamlin. So let's show you tonight's Toyota top performers. Denny Hamlin, of course, the race leader, has led 25 laps thus far. Kyle Busch in 8th, Martin Truex 9th, Christopher Bell and Eric Jones, after going down a lap, replacing a loose wheel, got the free pass to get back on the lead lap in 18th.
And, you know, Mike, I think of Darlington, I think of Atlanta, and I think of this track here in Homestead. And we saw where the Toyotas were. I mean, Denny won at Darlington, but we saw where they were strong. All these JGR cars were very strong in Atlanta. And, you know, right now we're starting to see Kyle Busch, Truex starting to make up a little bit of ground. But Denny Hamlin has been very, very good since the drop of the green.
Well, it was Hamlin's pass of Ryan Newman that won Denny the Daytona 500 back in February. Now, Newman trying to stay on the lead lap against Hamlin. As we look a little further back at 4th place, William Byron and Chase Elliott.
See these teammates, William Byron, Chase Elliott coming up on Ty Dillon.
Chase Elliott is about a chicken wing's width away from the wall right there.
Put it.
By the way, you buy 10. If Chase wins, you get 10 at any Hooters that have safely reopened across the United States. On Monday, if Chase wins, if he gets any closer to the wall, that will be the thickness of a pickle, and you get free fried pickles at Hooters on Monday if he places top 10. And that's all I can do with that.
Mike, I was going to say, nope. I don't know how you could do it any better.
Let's try Matt.
Pretty amazing.
And Jeff, you know, it's a big decision about when to go up top from that 2/3 mark. And Chase said the car is a little bit tight on the high side. He just wishes he'd gone up there so much sooner, keeping that in the back of his mind for the next run.
Yeah, and Matt brings up a very good point. You can abuse these tires and change the balance of the car and how the tires build up air pressure in them and affect the handling if you stay down on the bottom. And what I mean by that is when you have new tires and you go to the bottom, you can run faster down there. As here comes Chase, the big run to his teammate William Byron is going to go to the inside here, probably complete this pass into turn 1. But if you think about the tires and just maintaining the longer run, you don't want to run and abuse those tires around the bottom for too many laps. It's only, Mike, 2-3 laps that you can run down there on fresh tires. Now here's a bit of a surprise. You see the Hendrick cars running 4th, 5th, and 6th. Teammates to Jimmy Johnson, but Jimmy Johnson's still struggling. They have not been able to figure out, even though they had an extended stay on pit road trying to adjust this 48 car, Cliff Daniels still just not able to give Jimmy Johnson what he needs right now.
Yeah, Jeff, they've had all kinds of things going on pit road. On one of the stops earlier in the race, an air gun flipped from tightening to loosening right in the middle of the pit stop, and then trying to rectify this issue with the tether on one of the roof flaps. It's like they're giving up a lot on pit road, but I don't think they have this car where they need it either.
Well, whatever's going on, you can see how loose Jimmy Johnson is. We saw this early on, and it's still continuing for Jimmy Johnson. That car is just dead sideways loose. I mean, he's just trying not to wreck it.
Jimmy had gained 3 spots since the restart. He is now +2. Denny Hamlin out front. You know it's going to be a late night. I say we go visit the espresso bar and get highly caffeinated for the rest of this race.
I am the future, and I am now. I'm going to make sure my name will be the one you'll remember forever. I am the NASCAR Xfinity Series.
Welcome back to Homestead. 121 laps to go. We're well past halfway. And Tyler Reddick trying to get past Ryan Blaney and put his Chevy into second. Not this time.
Woo-hoo, they came really close coming off of turn 2 there, but I just can't get over how impressive. We even somewhat predicted Tyler Reddick being strong here today. I don't even know if I could have thought that he was going to be this strong. We've seen him run great in the Xfinity Series, winning back-to-back championships. And now he's going for second place on Ryan Blaney. Matt?
Dive bomb in the bottom there is the 8 of Tyler Reddick. He says he's tight across the seams, but a little bit too free on exit as Blaney pulls back alongside with the momentum.
Boy, Reddick was kind right there to Blaney, taking it very conservative. He had him cleared, could have jumped up in front of him. I think he was a little bit nervous about what kind of bump draft was going to be coming to his rear bumper.
Meanwhile, Denny Hamlin is getting away in the lead. Now, there's Chase Elliott. This is not for position because Joey Logano.
Oh, Joey Logano about spun Chase Elliott. I don't know if Joey was upset at Chase over something or just being really aggressive, but Joey Logano's a lap down. Chase Elliott is going by him.
Upset from this week or maybe a different race?
Well, and exactly, you know, that might be just the way that Joey Logano is going to race Chase Elliott from here on out because of what happened at Bristol. I don't think he was trying to wreck him, but he definitely was trying to get his attention. I'd say that got it. I mean, he was dead sideways getting into the turn.
So Joey actually is racing Jimmy Johnson for 25th. And here's Hamlin trying to work his way around John Hunter Nemechek. And Nemechek Nemechek is trying to stay on the lead lap. Watch what happened.
3 wide. See Denny gets up high. Yeah, I think what happens is as Denny and the 38 of John Hunter Nemechek got closer and closer, just took a little bit of that right side air off the 11 of Denny Hamlin, and he drifted up, made contact, slight contact with John Hunter Nemechek.
So Nemechek now in the free pass position. The next car ahead on the lead lap is 21st place, Bubba Wallace. 10 to go, stage 2. Back to second place, Tyler Reddick trying to line himself up for another run at Ryan Blaney. And at 9th place, teammates Harvick and Almirola.
Well, we saw Kevin Harvick pass all those cars, come forward. There's that huge run that these drivers get off the top lane. As you slide up in front of them, your car just stalls out so easily, as we saw Eric Almirola and the 4-car Kevin Harvick had to check up there. But we saw Kevin pass so many cars come up through the field. Looked like he had a lot of speed. Now that he's up in the top 10, doesn't seem like he has that long run speed that he needs. Well, look at Chase Elliott coming up into this battle. That's going to put some pressure on Tyler Reddick to make this pass happen quickly on Ryan Blaney. There he goes. He's ahead of him. Oh! And that's exactly what Tyler Reddick was trying to prevent the last time when he was conservative. That time, it felt like he had to do it because he saw the pressure coming from the 9 of Chase Elliott. He jumps up in front of Ryan Blaney. Ryan Blaney gave him a shot.
Yeah, Blaney drilled him.
I don't know how Tyler Reddick didn't spin out right there with that big of a shot.
So Reddick into second, 5.5 back of Denny Hamlin. 21 cars still on the lead lap, back to Bubba Wallace. And 7 to go, stage 2. You were riding along when this happened.
And you can see Tyler's just a little bit hesitant, doesn't want. Oh man, it almost wrecked the 12 of Blaney, not Tyler Reddick. But we saw where Tyler was trying to be real gentle and ease up in front of Ryan Blaney, not wanting to just jump up there because he knew what was coming. But I think Ryan Blaney is the one that's going to think twice about that kind of contact in the future.
Daniel Suarez going 3 down to Denny Hamlin.
How about Austin Dillon?
Who's going to come up here and get a stage point?
And after that rough Martinsville race on Wednesday, knocking out that crush panel early on, taking all those fumes, all that heat built up inside the car. And then this morning opens up the day having a baby. And his wife Whitney. That'll change your perspective.
He really had a lot of grit at Martinsville Wednesday night. Stayed in that car just as long as he possibly could, and ended up getting quite a blister on his backside because one of those plastic bags of ice broke, and that ice in that race car quickly becomes hot water that you're sitting in, and made it a tough night for Austin Dillon, but he climbed out. He was okay. But because of the limited number of people allowed at the track, there were no relief drivers available, and the car had to be retired. Well, at the start of this race, we mentioned that 7 of the top 10 were past champions of the NASCAR Cup Series. Now only 2 of our top 10. Martin Truex and Kyle Busch have had that honor. There's leader Denny Hamlin. And there's Tyler Reddick in second, 5 seconds back. Ryan Newman's about to go 2 down, and Bubba Wallace passed Ryan Preece, who is the first car now 1 lap down. Bubba in 20th and on the lead lap. There's Ryan Blaney, 4th place, 7 seconds back. William Byron 11.5 back in 5th.
A pretty nice run for William Byron, starting 22nd. get up there to the top 5.
Kyle Busch trying to take 8th from Austin Dillon here.
Well, and I just wonder if maybe Austin Dillon didn't come up and pass Kyle Busch, and this is them kind of swapping these positions back and forth. Big checkup by Kyle Busch as Austin Dillon goes right on by.
Alex Bowman, 6th place, 15 seconds back. Martin Truex, 16.5 in 7th. And then the Dillon Busch battle, and finally Eric Almirola are your top 10. Bubba Wallace trying to stay on the lead lap. Here comes Hamlin at the finish of stage 2.
He will do it.
And it's the 5th time a driver has swept the stages this year. None of those 5 have gone on to win. We'll see what happens in stage 3. Denny Hamlin, your winner of stages 1 and 2 tonight. We're at the end of stage 2 in Homestead, Miami. Chase Elliott currently 3rd. If he places in the top 10 tonight, 3 fried pickles at Hooters on Monday. And if Chase wins, 10 free boneless wings when you order any 10, available at all Hooters that have safely reopened across the United States.
Look at that right rear quarter panel, and above the right rear tire, Chase Elliott, we talked about how close he's been to the wall, and he got a little nick there, so don't want to get any closer than that.
Denny Hamlin will lead them on to pit road ahead of Tyler Reddick, Chase Elliott, Ryan Blaney, William Byron.
A nice little advantage for Denny Hamlin having those lap cars in between he and 2nd place Reddick.
Byron hits his box at the head end of pit road. And they peel off into their pit stalls. Matt?
Denny Hamlin chasing his 3rd win here at Homestead. He won the stage, but he needs a little bit more help in the field he's looking for on corner exit. He needs more stability, a little bit tighter when he reaches that part of the corner.
Boy, Tyler Reddick, what a run this rookie has had. Ryan Blaney's crew finishing up. Oh, they tried to pull that fender on the right front of Blaney's car.
Chase Elliott up 1, Reddick down 1.
Kyle Busch up 2 and Kurt Busch up 4. I want to hear from that rocketing rookie Reddick.
So do I, Mike. Hey, Tyler Reddick, this is Jeff and Mike, the Fox Sports booth. You got me?
Yeah, I got you guys.
Man, we're just having a blast watching you. You're just fun to watch, man, especially when you're up there on the wall. But your car is really good. You're able to put it about anywhere you want. How much fun are you having out here at Homestead? This is a great track for you.
Having a blast, but being so long they're off the wall, I almost forgot how to run the wall. So this is for all the marbles right here. This is the run to the end. So I know all of us up here at the front will be giving it all we got to try and get this track position and manage this race. But it's good to know we got some versatility. Hopefully we can just get this clean air and just manage this the best we can. But Denny, Chase, Blaney, all those guys are really good. Obviously everyone in the Cup Series is good, so I'm excited to duke it out with them.
All right, well, no pressure. You go into some pretty elite company if you win this race. Only Tony Stewart has won here as a rookie. So good luck the rest of the way.
You guys.
Last driver I heard that was that happy was standing at victory lane. Tyler Reddick having quite a run tonight. Ready for stage 3. There's our aerial shot of our drone camera of the field going by under caution as we're ready for stage 3. And Larry has our credible.com race strategy.
Well, Mike, we're going to be back racing with about 100 laps to go. And remember, the fuel window somewhere around 62 to 66 laps. But to me, it's going to be a chess match. When you make this final stop, should we stay green? Think about what happened in this last stage, about how much time you would lose waiting. So to me, when that fuel window gets open a little bit, somewhere around 52 to 57 laps to go, you come in and get your 4 tires. Mike, you mentioned it. That's what won Kyle Busch and Adam Stevens not only the race, but the championship last November.
Thanks, Larry. Getting ready for the restart for Stage 3 with everything we've seen so far. Hard to pick a favorite, but boy, Tyler Reddick, Jeff, has really been impressive.
He has. I love the race that he's running, and if he could just keep it off that wall, I think he has a car, if they've made some good adjustments here on this last stop, that can compete with Denny Hamlin. Denny Hamlin has to be real careful in this restart not to be overly aggressive because he has the car on the long runs, and then we've seen Chase Elliott really come into the picture, too, that could be a contender.
Getting ready for the restart for Stage 3. And here they come to the Geico restart zone. Hamlin, a nice jump from the inside and a little push from Reddick.
See, Blaney gave Chase Elliott a nice big push into turn 1.
Ryan Preece got the free pass, and John Hunter Nemechek took the wave around to get back on the lead lap. So Denny Hamlin back to the lead. Let's take a look and show you how he got it here.
Timed it perfectly. Sometimes you have to worry about a little bit too much wheel spin. But you saw right there, he rolled up on the 11. Denny did a great job looking in his mirror to see when Tyler was rolling up to him. That when he took off, they both timed it really well. Tyler Reddick gives the 11 car of Denny Hamlin a little bit of a bump to just push him ahead of Chase Elliott to get clear of the lead.
Bowman and Dillon, 6th place. And Christopher Bell in the picture in the 95.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking a lot about Tyler Reddick here today. Another one of our rookies, Christopher Bell, putting together a nice run. Currently in the 8th position.
Jeff, on the last restart, it took Denny Hamlin a couple of laps to get going. He surrendered the lead, and then about 3 laps later was able to take it back. Here, he's fast from the get-go.
He is, but remember the last time, I think we got a caution.
So this will be the 6th caution of the night. Comes at lap 170. And it was something in turn number 2. And we'll await word. Hearing that might have been B.J. McLeod with trouble out in turn number 2. So the 2nd caution for an on-track incident. The first was Ryan Newman's spin at lap 21.
Well, as we're looking for what caused this caution, what gets very interesting is the chatter on the pit boxes between what to do, because it only takes 1, maybe 2 laps of green flag laps, Larry, before you want to come back and get some fresh Goodyears.
Well, you ever heard the term "smoke them if you got them"? You got 4 laying in the pits. If you're right up front, maybe not, but if you're on back, yes, sir, 4 fresh tires.
Joey Logano and Ryan Newman. That was the caution.
We'll have to see if Joey Logano just got really loose, or if he had any help prior to that sent him sideways, and then he came down and collected the right rear or right side of the 6 of Newman. Pits are open.
And that's poked a big hole in the nose in Newman's car. So here come most of the lead lap cars right back to pit road. Race leader Denny Hamlin is in. Matt?
Car took off much better, Mike, that run. So it bottomed out just a little bit at the beginning, but other than that, he was good. The 9 of Chase Elliott, borderline on the splitter, but they got it very close, took off really well. And then the 8 of Reddick out of your screen right there. There he is. His car took off much tighter that run. Air pressure changed this stop.
Hamlin and Elliott are going to get out ahead of Reddick Blaney and Truex.
Boy, Truex up 4.
That crew's been on fire.
Yeah, they have.
Yep.
Especially when it counts. Now, something we'll talk about is that splitter. You heard the 9 talking about his splitter, 11 with his splitter. When we come back from break, we'll maybe dive into that a little bit more.
We are the center of everything NASCAR.
The core of the sport you love. Oh, big trouble.
With unprecedented access,
expert analysis,
and the only place where the biggest stars from behind the wheel join us behind the desk.
That's the way we do it, boys. NASCAR Race Hub, weeknights on FS1 and the Fox Sports app.
Getting ready for the restart with 93 laps to go. Austin Dillon had an uncontrolled tire, similar to what happened to Kurt Busch on the prior caution flag. Watch the 22, the yellow car, and here comes Ryan Newman behind him.
I mean, you saw where the 22 kind of put a little bit of a block on the 6, and the 6 of Ryan Newman as they went down the corner made contact with the 22. Kind of got both of them a lot of damage.
Case closed. A lot of nose damage to Newman's car from that one. Hamlin and Elliott will be on the front row for the restart. Reddick and Blaney, Truex and Byron, then Bowman and Bell, Almirola and Kyle Busch, the top 10. There are now, counting waiver rounds, 26 cars on the lead lap. 12 waiver rounds, including 5 back to the lead lap. We're going to listen to Chase Elliott spotter Eddie DeHaan as number 9 comes from the outside of the front row.
Trying to get on your quarter. He's there. Gonna push you 3 wide here. Quarter, clear bottom, 2 wide within, 4, tight on you, 4, quarter, good, take it.
Was 2 wide with him, it was about 3 wide with everybody else.
Well, you saw there going into turn 1 where Ryan Blaney just had a bit of a run and was able to get to the outside of Chase Elliott. I don't think Chase Elliott was anticipating that happening. Look at the sparks off the 11 car. We talked about Denny Hamlin complaining about that splitter hitting. And that's when you're on lower air pressures on newer tires. The cars will travel a little bit more into the racetrack and cause that splitter and those side skirts to bottom out. And that will limit your speed on these early runs and these early laps of a run.
Well, and Jeff, the speeds are picking up because Denny Hamlin just ran his fastest lap, and the car's loaded more the faster you're running.
Whoa, 3 wide here. Almirola topside. Kyle Busch on the inside. There's your Toyota onboard camera from Busch.
So what Kyle Busch is having to work really, really hard for this 8th place that he's running in, 9th place now. See Truex lost some spots on that restart, using that number 1 pit stall from that win in Martinsville, having a great pit road night, you know, and making up spots on pit road, but not able to have the short run speed.
3rd place, Elliott and Reddick in Camaros from different teams. Hendrick Motorsports versus Richard Childress Racing.
And one of the reasons why Denny Hamlin has such a nice lead right now is because of this guy. Tyler Reddick timed another restart perfectly to give the push to Denny Hamlin to get out in front.
At 7th place, Christopher Bell on the outside of Eric Almirola, and they're going right after Alex Bowman in the 88.
The 95 of Christopher Bell dove to the middle. It just was no grip right there in the 95 as he carried that much speed into the corner, but really nice run by Christopher Bell. These rookies are impressive tonight.
2 of them in the top 7. Bell and Reddick, who just can't seal the deal against Chase Elliott.
You heard that little bit of bobble on the throttle of Tyler Reddick as we're riding on board. That just allows that momentum from that top lane. As you're running up against the wall, you're able to get to the throttle early up there, and you don't have to turn the wheel as sharp, so you carry a couple miles per hour more speed down the straightaway when you do that.
.86 to go. Look, there's 3 champions right in a row, and they're racing for 9th place. Truex, Harvick, Kyle Busch.
You can see Kevin Harvick running that lower lane. There's some speed down there, especially in the first few laps after you put fresh tires on, but you're grinding those tires away. You're really using up those tires. I think that's going to hurt Kevin Harvick on the long run, but he knows how important it is to get by these positions to get some clean air.
Riding with Harvick, top to bottom, from our Hunt Brothers Pizza Camp. Truex has dropped from 5th to 10th since the restart here. Keep an eye on Blaney in the 12 there on the replay.
See Blaney trying to close up on the 11, but gets really loose off the corner.
And now he's got company.
Well, yeah, that's all it took for Blaney to get a little bit loose. And once you heat up that right rear on these big long corners, it'll take a while for that balance to get back the way you want it. You might not ever get it back. It might have just overheated that right rear and caused that loose condition to get even worse. Right now, this is the closest we've seen our top 4, even 6 positions be able to maintain. There's a little bump drafting. Alex Bowman to the rear bumper of the 95. You see how he went to that left rear. You got to be real careful getting to that left rear as you get into the corner. That could turn that car sideways.
82 laps to go in the southeast corner of Florida. Not far from the Glades. Denny Hamlin out front.
Sunday on Fox. Here we go. Live from Talladega, the Cup Series greatest let loose. On the biggest, start to get intense, and baddest track in NASCAR. Where control is merely an illusion. The Geico 500 next Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern on Fox.
76 laps to go in Homestead, Florida. Time for our Credit One Bank ones to watch.
Mike, I'm watching Tyler Reddick. This rookie has just been so impressive. This is one of his best tracks. He's won 2 races, 2 championships in the Xfinity Series at this track. I don't know if he's going to get the win today, but man, I'm having a blast watching Tyler Reddick.
Yeah, Jeff, when you think of Homestead Miami Speedway, you don't think about Ryan Blaney. Before tonight, he had never led a lap here. He's never had a top 10. He's already led 69 laps, and he and Todd Gordon in the last 5 races this year, 4 top 5s, they go to victory lane tonight.
Well, running third is Chase Elliott, trying to become the 3rd Hendrick driver to win here at Homestead. His car much more maneuverable this run, and I think if you go back in history, look, in 2001, Chase was 17 days shy of his 6th birthday. When his dad won here, he'd love to join his dad once again in the history books.
No driver yet this year has won the 2 stages and taken the checkered flag. Denny Hamlin can be the first. He's got a battle on his hands for the lead. Stat boys tell me that Hamlin has 3 wins here. All right, one of them was in iRacing. But those are our Credit One Bank ones to watch.
And he just lost the lead, Mike. Sorry.
I'm going down in flames here. Is that what you're telling me, Jeff?
It's not over yet. Look, this battle coming back.
Thank you. All right.
Going back after Ryan Blaney, but one of the things I've seen happen here recently is it's like a switch goes off. We saw this happen earlier with Ryan Blaney. Switch went off. He lost positions. Right there, Denny Hamlin. Something happened to Denny Hamlin. Switch went off, and he lost the lead. What's going to happen is these two guys ballot it out, heat up those tires as Chase Elliott's coming into the picture now. And Denny Hamlin back to the lead.
And Ryan Blaney back to the bottom. This reminds me of Dover, Jeff. If you don't like the top, run the bottom. If you're going to pass them, go where they're not. Pick your lane and just try something different.
Well, and this is the, you see Blaney sideways. Oh, I thought he was going to slide up in front of Denny Hamlin. Here comes Chase Elliott with a big run on Ryan Blaney. He's going to go to the inside.
He about slid all the way to the keys.
And you can see Ryan's moving the steering wheel back and forth, almost feeling like he had a right rear tire down or checking it before he got in the corner. But yeah, Mike, the track right now is offering some great racing because of those different lanes. We're at the coolest portion of the night, track temperature-wise, so there should be grip in all these different lanes, but it looks like those adjustments these crew chiefs made on that last pit stop has closed the gap on these top 3 or 4.
Tyler Reddick about 8/10 back of this group, and then a big gap, 1.7 seconds more back to Almirola, as Denny Hamlin holds on to the lead, and Blaney closing back up on Chase Elliott. So let's make that today's Tide Clean Pass and show it to you again.
See, something happened to slow down the 11 of Denny Hamlin. The 12 of Ryan Blaney gets a huge run off of turn 2, goes into turn 3, goes to the bottom, gets really loose. Now, if he'd slid up in front of Denny Hamlin, this would not be a very clean pass. That would have been a crash with both of these guys. Good job by Ryan Blaney recognizing that the car was loose and Denny was coming to the outside.
And great job by Chase Elliott taking advantage, and that's how they run. Hamlin, Elliott, Blaney, 1, 2, 3, Toyota, Chevy, Ford in the first 3 spots. 14 lead changes among 6 drivers, including the 3 at the front, plus Joey Logano, Tyler Reddick, and Brad Keselowski have all led tonight. Christopher Bell coming back into the picture from 9th place. Under Alex Bowman.
Yeah, these guys, they have been going at it. A couple dirt racers here. They run the Chili Bowl together. So they know what slide jobs are all about on dirt. And they've been getting their fill of them here tonight at Homestead.
They're about to have Eric Jones join them. Since the start of the race, let's have a look at the USAA biggest movers. Christopher Bell up 25 spots. Remember, they draw for starting positions. Top 12, next 12, and then the next 12. Right now, 7 of our top 10 drivers in this race are in their 20s, including most of this list. That's your USAA biggest movers with 68 to go.
Busch making move on William Byron. William Byron was all the way up there to, I think, was it Reddick? He came up to that top 5, almost battling for 4th position, and then all of a sudden the car just fell off.
Yeah, Byron completed stage 2 in 5th place. Here's a little more detail on our top 10. Old man Hamlin leading here.
Old man Hamlin, yeah.
With Almirola and Kyle Busch in their 30s. Those 3 drivers.
Yeah, take those out. Man, your average is really low, really young.
From Bowman at 27 to 22-year-old Byron.
That just shows you got a bright future in this sport with a lot of young talent.
Sure do. 66 to go. 61 laps to go. Here's the race recap sponsored by Advance Auto Parts. After 5 laps, lightning and more lightning put us under the red flag for 2 hours. Ryan Newman's spin, lap 21, was the competition caution. You put 38 cars on pit road all at once, and these are the kind of things that happen. More lightning at lap 32. And finally, Denny Hamlin wins stage 1 and stage 2. Lap 170. Ryan Newman, Joey Logano get together. That brought out the 6th caution flag of the night. A lot of damage to the front end of Newman's car. And now Kevin Harvick is on pit road with a possible flat right rear tire. Okay, possible, probable, actual. Flat right rear.
And you can see he's made contact with the wall, so probably Kevin Harvick was running right up against the wall, made some contact, flattened that right rear fender in on the tire and caused it to be cut.
Now, Mike and Jeff, he can make it from here as far as fuel, but what he needs this thing to cycle through. Talking about Kevin Harvick in the Ford, to cycle through green flag stops. And I think somewhere in about the next 10 to 12 laps, you may see people start to come to pit road. I still look at it as a chess match. Who's going to come first?
Thanks, Larry. Harvick just going 2 laps down, according to our scoring.
Yeah, the leaders aren't too far ahead of him, so he'll get one of those back here shortly. Ooh, an issue for the 17. Chris Buescher, also a tire going down.
Another right rear. We are still under green as Buescher tries to wrestle that Mustang to pit road. He's in turn 4 now. He's going to make it. Alex Bowman is in for tires under green.
And I don't see any damage to the right side of the 17 of Buescher, so that's just a tire that has gone down for some other reason.
So here's a quick look at how the Coca-Cola family of drivers are faring, with Denny Hamlin the leader. Austin Dillon, nice recovery from a pit penalty, to 11th. Bubba Wallace 16th and on the lead lap. Joey Logano is 1 lap down. So is Ryan Newman, and Daniel Suarez 3 laps back.
Bubba putting a nice run again, following up that top 10 finish at Martinsville, and here he is in the 15th position at Homestead.
But guys, I go back to my credible.com race strategy. I think Greg Ives, the 88 car, I think he laid the gauntlet. He realized that he couldn't just sit out there and run. He needed to get the pit road early and try to make up some ground.
Larry, are you surprised that nobody else has been in?
Well, I think I'm going to look more at the top 6 to 8, Mike. I think that's where the chess match really starts, is when you're up there with about 5, 6, 7 seconds of each other. Whoever's going to make the play first to come to pit road, and I still believe that will happen in the next 6 to 8 laps.
And Larry, I wouldn't be surprised if those guys are looking at those Larry Mack trends of a possible caution, you know, that could come out too. If they run this all the way to the end, yeah, if he's got a really good car, makes up that time on those fresher tires right now. But what he's really hoping for is this green flag cycle to go through and then a caution to come out to maximize it.
Riding with Ricky Stenhouse. Now watch Chris Buescher, who is on fresh tires. You just saw him come to pit road in the Roush Fenway number 17 Mustang.
You want to see what about 2.5 to 3 seconds a lap looks like?
Yep.
Comes into the frame, goes right out of the frame.
Right. 2 rookies in the top 10. Tyler Reddick in 4th. Ryan Preece is in. And Christopher Bell in 8th. 2 rookies in the top 10. The last time a rookie finished top 10 here was 13 years ago. David Reagan.
Chase Elliott closing in on our leader, Denny Hamlin, as Chris Buescher gets his lap back, or one of those lap backs anyway.
That's right. He lost 2 laps cutting down the tire and making the pit stop. So he's now 1 down.
Ricky Stenhouse on pit road for 4 good years.
Stenhouse had been one of the wave-around cars, got himself back onto the lead lap. Of course, for him to stay there, these stops will have to completely cycle through.
Added a little tape to the nose. Some better front downforce and aerodynamics. And I think it's really important for Chase Elliott to maintain this gap on that number 11, Denny Hamlin. That puts him in a better position of when to come down and get those 4 tires as the 3 of Austin Dillon's in his pit stop for 4 tires.
Trouble-free stop there. Here's John Hunter Nemechek, who also got himself back on the lead lap. As Larry pointed out, though, still none of the top 6. In fact, none of the top 16 have come to pit road.
If I had a radio, I would call Reddick or Jones to pit road right now. Make up some ground on these leaders.
Chase Elliott to pit road.
And so it begins.
And this is that leapfrog that they wanted to do on our leader, Denny Hamlin. Come in a lap before Denny Hamlin. Here comes William Byron. I'm almost certain Denny Hamlin is going to have to be in this lap.
Matt?
Charlotte winner Chase Elliott comes to a stop. Car took off much better that time. He said he felt like they almost had the splitter just right. So maneuverable over this past run. Solid stop so far for these guys. Left side's going on, waiting, and he's away.
And here's your leader, Hamlin.
So now we're just going to have to wait and see after this cycles out if that one lap is going to do it. What kind of pit stop, what kind of entry into pit road and on pit road. Matt?
The 11th, Denny Hamlin is in. He said he felt like he needs to have much better turn all the way through the corner. Air pressure change on the 11. Meanwhile, the 12 of Ryan Blaney, he needs a little more turn as well. Seems almost like the track is changing a little bit over the final run here. Significant change there in the back window.
Adding a piece of tape to the nose on Blaney's car, and Tyler Reddick took over the lead there. Now Reddick is on pit road, and the lead will cycle to Kyle Busch. So Reddick in for what he hopes is his last stop of the night.
There's that difference in those new tires for Chase Elliott coming in one lap earlier. Goes by Denny Hamlin down the back straightaway.
Reddick finishing up with left sides. So Elliott went from being 0.7 of a second behind Denny Hamlin to now 1.8 ahead, a difference of 2.5 seconds.
And of course, this is not for the lead yet because Kyle Busch and Matt Kenseth still staying out. But if the caution doesn't come out and they cycle in, then Chase Elliott will be ahead of Denny Hamlin.
So Matt Kenseth, there's our Credit One Bank onboard camera. As Kyle Busch comes to pit road, Kenseth will cycle through to the lead on a strategy ploy by Chad Johnston to leave him out and hope to catch a caution. But cautions have been few and far between once we got racing once again here tonight.
Yeah, because if that caution came out right now, pretty much everybody that's come down pit road to get tires is going to come right back and do it again. Chase Elliott able to actually get by Matt Kenseth. So when Matt Kenseth does come to pit road, he's going to be a couple laps down.
And now with 46 laps to go, Larry, how about our trends?
All right, I have called an audible on the trends because to me the racing has been different since we came back 7 races ago. So what I did, I looked at the last 7 races since we came back, and the last caution is roughly in the final 16%. So tonight, that would be around lap 224, 43 laps to go, which we're right there. And we actually had that one overtime finish in the Coke 600 at Charlotte.
Okay.
If this doesn't work, I'm done with the trends.
Larry, I thought the trend was your friend.
Yeah. He hadn't been my friend since we came back.
True. Chase Elliott, by pitting 1 lap sooner than Denny Hamlin, has a 1.6-second lead. Matt Kenseth has yet to make this green flag stop. Same with Ryan Newman, Corey LaJoie, and B.J. McLeod.
That was a battle right there. Bubba Wallace and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. That's what for 16th position.
And Mike and Jeff, Matt Kenseth and Chad Johnson, they can probably run another 15 laps on fuel. I love what they're trying right here because there's no way they were even close to having a race-winning car. But if they catch a caution before they pit, they're going to come to pit road and get 4 tires, and everybody else will too. So they have made up a ton of ground. If they don't get a caution, it's all for naught.
You saw Tyler Reddick on fresh tires go past. Reddick's last lap was 33.42. Kenseth's last lap was 2.3 seconds slower.
Oh, those fresh tires. You got to love them.
.42 to go. We'd love to wait on Larry's trend, but, you know, we have to pay for this here show. So, how about if we take you Fox side by side?
Getting to know you, getting to know
Get to know the 2020 Supra, now with 0% APR financing for a limited time.
Don't bring that mess around here, Evan! Whoa! Don't do it. Don't you dare. I don't think so!
It's okay, big fella. We're gonna get through this together. Nice rip, Robbie.
When you bundle home and auto insurance through Progressive, you get more than just a big discount.
I'm gonna need you to leave.
You get relentless protection.
9. It's not just a number, it's a bloodline. Having your name on a car means something. To me, it means people are counting on you to get it done. So you've got to hate losing as much as you'd love to win. When it's your name on that car, you've got to dig deep.
Friday Night SmackDown is all new. All the action. Here we go. The drama. Oh my God. The superstars. All new Friday Night SmackDown, sponsored by Progressive at 8 Eastern on Fox.
I am the future, and I am now. I am going to make sure my name will be the one you'll remember forever. I am the NASCAR Xfinity Series.
Welcome back. With 38 laps to go, Matt Kenseth has finally made his pit stop. So now we've completely cycled through what should be the final green flag stop of the night. And it leaves Chase Elliott 1.3 ahead of Denny Hamlin, who was leading prior to pit stops because Chase came in 1 lap earlier. So, Larry, the question to you is, at what point does Elliott's benefit of having stopped 1 lap earlier equal out or maybe slide over into Hamlin's favor?
I just think it's going to be throughout the run, Mike. I love what Alan Gustafson said there, and that's exactly what I would have done. If they waited to Hamlin and Blaney to pit, there's no way they're going to take the lead. So I think by coming that 1 lap earlier, and I'm looking at his lap times, he's still either as quick, in some laps a little quicker than Denny Hamlin and Ryan Blaney.
Okay.
Yeah, and we're actually hearing on the radio Chase Elliott saying he's tighter on this run. Meaning those front tires just aren't turning quite as good. Well, that's a good thing he's out front because he's got more clean air to the nose of that number 9 Chevrolet, and that will help that tight condition. So he's going to have to maintain that clean air and that number 1 position if he's going to want to keep the balance the way he wants it.
Well, he's having a better night than the team that described their car as a big bucket of bolts about 20 laps ago. So 35 laps to go in the Dixie Vodka 400 on Fox. And Denny Hamlin is starting to eat into Chase Elliott's lead here.
It really is. Almost 2/10 that last lap. So either that tight condition on Chase Elliott is getting worse, or Denny Hamlin's car is coming on stronger at this point in the run. Now, you know, back to Larry's point, Chase Elliott has the control of this race right now, not just because he's the leader, but as Denny Hamlin closes in, if he needs to run the same line, which right now he doesn't have to. He can run a little bit lower, as you see here on the racetrack, but if he needs to run those tire tracks, it's going to take a lot of downforce away from the 11 of Denny Hamlin. This is where Chase Elliott's going to have to start watching his mirror, listening to a spotter about the lanes that the 11 of Denny Hamlin are choosing. So this end of the racetrack, I feel like Chase Elliott can hold his own on the top. But down here, watch Denny Hamlin go to the bottom and really gain on Chase Elliott. Looks like Chase Elliott's just locked on to that top lane. You can see how, look at how much faster that top groove is as he comes off the corner there. See, right there, Denny Hamlin needed all that racing room that Chase Elliott was taking up on that outside. Was not able to just unwind the steering wheel out to the wall and gave up some speed.
Ryan Newman, who had been on pit road just prior to the start of this cycle, has come down pit road and made another stop.
Yeah, I think I saw the flagman giving him a black flag. Is that maybe there's some debris flapping around on that race car?
Matt?
And Chris Gabehart, just such a strategist on top of the box. A few moments ago, he was telling Denny Hamlin, just run your pace. Chase Elliott's burning his stuff up. He'll come back to you. Just let him come back to you.
Yeah, so obviously Chris Gabehart saw some of the lap times that Chase Elliott was running, maybe even looking at some of the data that's available to these teams, see how much throttle Chase Elliott was using, and could tell if he was abusing those tires.
Chris Gabehart back at the track after that 4-race suspension from Charlotte, and guiding Denny Hamlin's fortunes here.
Boy, Joey Logano not cutting Chase Elliott any slack right here. We talked about the incident they had at Bristol and how Joey Logano is going to race Chase Elliott from here on out. And you can see as our leader, Chase Elliott comes up to Joey Logano. Joey's running the exact line that Chase Elliott wants to run. Oh, they're going to be side by side. This opens up the door for Denny Hamlin to get a big run. Yeah, that's going to help him just not only get the run, but possibly take the lead here. Now Joey Logano moves down.
Well, he moves down because Chase Elliott was on the inside there, and now Logano's going to be out of the way and let them fight it out. Maybe not. A Ford onboard camera looking back from Logano. With the last car 1 lap down.
Joey's fighting pretty hard even against Denny Hamlin right here. Does not want this lap to get away from him. He's already 2 laps down, now going 3 laps down.
So Logano just went 2 laps down. The scoring ticker was a little ahead there.
Yeah, you're right. So it goes 2 laps down.
Now he's 2 down. I'm reminded the last time a Hooters car went to victory lane, it was white, and it was 28 years ago on this date. Alan Kulwicki at Pocono in his championship season took his Underbird to the win on June 14th, 1992.
Well, I thought once Denny Hamlin got ahead of Chase Elliott, he was going to check out, but right there, Chase Elliott able to close in on Denny. He's going to go after him down here. Not able to make it stick to the bottom lane there through 1 and 2.
But Jeff, these two cars are just remarkably even. It's just one is better than the other at a different place on the racetrack. And by the time you get back around to the line, they're even again.
Well, it's, you know, it's easy to gauge off that driver in front of you and how you run the line that you run, how you pick up the throttle, but it's very difficult to actually make that pass. See Chase Elliott goes to the top as Denny Hamlin goes to the bottom. See if Chase can't carry that speed off the top to close in on Denny. Now Denny's going to have some traffic to deal with of his own.
And they're going to do this for 26 more laps.
And run an inch off the wall while doing it.
Well, we had a 3-wide finish here in the Xfinity Series. In fact, a couple of great finishes, including a green-white checker, a double overtime earlier today. So this place more than capable of producing great finishes. Ryan Blaney is 2.1 back, and he is faster than the two leaders right now. Tyler Reddick in fourth, running about the same speed as the leaders. Fifth place Eric Almirola just a little bit slower. And
you can see Blaney's got a good view of what's going on with these two leaders in front of him with Hamlin and Elliott.
With 25 laps to go, Hamlin leading by 0.4 of a second. We'll take you Fox side by side.
We design and engineer in America and assemble more vehicles here than anyone else. It's why, at a moment's notice, we can take American ingenuity and our manufacturing capability and put it to work. Building respirators, ventilators, and face shields. Building what we've been building for over a century. An unbreakable connection between the Ford Motor Company and America.
Oh, we love our new home. Neighborhood's great.
Amazing school district. The HOA has been very involved.
These shrubs aren't board approved. You need to break down your cardboard.
Thank you.
Violation. Violation.
I see you've met Cynthia.
At least Geico makes bundling our home and car insurance easy.
And does help us save a bunch of money.
2 inches over regulation.
Thanks, Cynthia.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
Fox Wednesday.
Are you ready?
Yeah! It's the biggest showdown Ultimate Tag has ever seen.
Let's go!
And this time,
incredible.
It's personal.
Her name shouldn't be Dynamite. I'm sorry.
Why?
She's slow.
Plus, a record-breaking run so unbelievable, you have to see it for yourself.
By far the fastest time we've ever seen on this course.
Catch an all-new Ultimate Tag after MasterChef, Wednesday on Fox.
That's the sound of refreshment. No question about it.
I got a question. Does camouflage actually work?
Let's see. Did not see that coming. Kind of the point.
There's nothing more gratifying than watching frustration, doubt, even agony give way to a beautiful tear-jerking triumph right before our eyes.
U.S. Open champion.
He pluribus unum, baby.
I am the one. The intersection of chaos, karma, love, legacy, family, and flag. Back with one thunderous return.
20 laps from now, someone will hoist the Dixie Vodka 400 trophy. Here in Homestead Miami Victory Lane in their silver anniversary season. Will it be Denny Hamlin or Chase Elliott? All of these champions decided here. 11 of 14 Homestead Miami winners are Cup champions. And there are your 3 drivers to win and not be a champion. Greg Biffle, Carl Edwards, and in the center, Denny Hamlin. So will Denny Hamlin change history tonight or in Phoenix at the end of this season? We'll see.
yeah, you can't help but look at the stats and the numbers of when you come here for the championship, how those 4 guys are always the best cars, the ones battling for those top 4 spots in the championship. And here we are without a championship on the line. Now, Hamlin, I can say, Hamlin had a shot at winning that race in November when we were last here at Homestead and a shot at that championship. But second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, none of those guys were anywhere near championship contention. And look at the great runs they're having tonight.
Right. That's how the switch has flipped. Our top 6 drivers, none of them have won a championship. Might it be up to Ryan Blaney to catch Denny Hamlin? He's 1.5 back. And that lap just a couple of hundredths quicker than the leader. Tyler Reddick was a 1/4 second faster than the leader. And now that levels out just a bit.
Yeah, Mike, you only have one driver in the top 10 that has won a Cup championship, and that's Kyle Busch. It's sitting back there in 7th in that 18 car.
I don't know if I've ever seen Kyle Busch grinding it out, working as hard as he has tonight, and just stuck in that 7th and 8th position.
There are only 3 champions in the top 15. Kyle Busch, Keselowski, and Truex.
We saw Denny Hamlin lost a little bit of speed there and momentum off the corner, and Chase Elliott trying to take advantage of it. Lap traffic could very easily play a factor in this race, just like it played a factor for Chase Elliott.
Hamlin's led 121 laps so far, almost twice as many as Ryan Blaney. Let's show you how Chase Elliott caught Denny Hamlin this time.
So you can see Denny Hamlin goes to the inside of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. right in the middle of turns 3 and 4 and wasn't able to run the line right up against the wall. That shows you how much faster it is when you can put that car up against the wall. I mean, he must have been going 10, 12 miles per hour faster as he came off the corner, Chase Elliott to Denny Hamlin. So that's what Chase Elliott's going to have to do here if he wants to win this race. He's got to stay in those tire tracks to Denny Hamlin, hope they come up on lap traffic, and hope that Ryan Blaney doesn't come into the picture, because Ryan is coming.
Chase Elliott right now is like the dog that chased the mailman. Okay, I caught him. Now what do I do? How do I get by? He's got 14 laps to think of something and to look in his mirror, because Blaney is coming and Reddick in 4th. Sees Blaney ahead. He's going to do everything he can to close up on those leaders.
And that's what I was going to say, Mike. About the only thing you can do is just be more aggressive, because when you're the leader, you don't want to lose it by making a mistake, even though you've got clean air, and that should help your performance of your car. But if you're second in Chase Elliott, Ryan Blaney, Tyler Reddick, the only chance you feel like you've got is to put it a little closer to that wall, maybe even brush that wall, and get the throttle down a little bit sooner and slide that car through the corner in these closing laps. Take some more risks, take some more chances, and maybe close that gap.
Kurt Busch in the 1, last car on the lead lap in 19th position. And Alex Bowman in 18th, and they both fall to Denny Hamlin. Blaney's coming. Sixth place, Joe Gibbs Racing teammates. Eric Jones having a strong run tonight, overcoming a loose wheel earlier. And Kyle Busch trying to win at the site of his last triumph, which was here last November. With 12 races into the season, Kyle Busch has not been to victory lane in the Cup Series.
Now that last time by, Tyler Reddick was a couple tenths of a lap faster than our leader.
11 laps to go. They may all end up 4 wide at the finish.
I hope so. I'd like that.
Tyler Reddick coming off 2 Xfinity Series championships for 2 different teams, Junior Motorsports and Richard Childress Racing, which promoted him to the Cup Series and into the car occupied last year by Daniel Hemrick. And Reddick has lit it up.
And Mike, you talk about Richard Childress Racing. This has to be one of the most improved organizations from last year. Their 2 teams total in 2019, they had 1 top 5 and 8 top 10s. And here they've got Austin, who's running 8th in his 3 car. Tyler Reddick, who has been in the top 5 most of the night.
Great night for RCR. And here is Reddick alongside Blaney. 3rd place.
That's what I like about what Tyler Reddick did. He didn't waste any time trying to make this move on Ryan Blaney. He knows the longer that he rides in those tire tracks, the more it's going to overheat those tires. He's there. If he can slide up in front of Blaney, might get another one of those shots from Blaney, and he does. Blaney now going to try to do the crossover.
Yeah, that squirreled up Reddick just a little bit.
Oh, no, Reddick. Oh, man, he just could not pick up the throttle. Tried to keep it out of the wall. He'll try to do the crossover possibly also on Blaney, but boy, just could not maintain that top lane. He wanted to stay to the outside of Ryan Blaney and side draft him, but just wasn't able to stay there. That car's pretty free. Pretty loose.
Eric Jones just came down pit road with a right rear flat. Oh, had a great run going around 6th place. Look at the damage on the right rear corner.
Yeah, they're just going to put right sides on. Hopefully they got that fender clearance. I don't know if they pulled it out enough. It might cut the right rear tire again.
Keep an eye on him with 7 to go, yeah. Well, all of that battling for 3rd place between Blaney and Reddick have left them 1.6 and 2 seconds back. And the race is Denny Hamlin versus Chase Elliott. That just might be too big of a gap for Blaney to overcome in 6 laps.
I mean, he might be able to get one of those cars, but to get both of them, that's the tough part. And you saw how Tyler Reddick, he caught Blaney. Maybe it was in some lap traffic, made that move, thought he was going to go by him and stay by him, stay in front of Ryan Blaney. But, you know, just pushing the car that hard just for those couple laps, it seems like it used up some of the good on, or whatever good was left on those 4 Goodyear tires on Tyler Reddick.
We started the night with a run of 5 laps, and then lightning prompted a 2-hour red flag, a Ryan Newman spin, and then another 40-minute stop for lightning. Finally, Denny Hamlin won the 1st stage. The 2nd stage went caution-free. Hamlin won that. A spin by Joey Logano and Newman at lap 170, and we've been green ever since. Hamlin's trying to become the first driver this season.
Oh, did Chase get the wall a little bit? Maybe.
To win both stages and the race.
You saw Denny Hamlin was actually leaving a bit of a gap to the right side of his car to the wall. Maybe was going to see that gap that the 11's leaving, but that allowed the 9 car to try to take advantage of that, but then he got in the wall. And now, oh, he and Blaney almost come together. I think that's really changed the aerodynamics of that right side on the 9 car Chase Elliott. He's losing time.
So now the fight is for 2nd. Elliott versus Blaney. These are the 2 drivers that won the races at Talladega last year, and we head there next Sunday on Fox. Right now, Fox Bet is up to $90,000, and there are 2 Fox bettors that are in the correct position with their entry.
Well, if they know that and they're watching this race right now, they're screaming and yelling at these 2 in 2nd and 3rd place. I'm guessing they would not want those positions to change. Two to go.
Denny Hamlin trying to top the win list, and it could be 3 wide behind him.
Well, that's what I talked about, Mike, being more aggressive And that's exactly what Chase Elliott did right there. But that's what being more aggressive can do when there's this little grip left in the racetrack and you're running that close to the wall. It can just pull you right into it.
White flag waves, 1 lap to go, sponsored by Credit One Bank. Blaney coming for second. To the inside of Chase Elliott. And back up in line. Tyler Reddick has fallen 2.5 behind them. And here comes Hamlin. Denny Hamlin, 40th career win at Homestead Miami Speedway.
You damn right. That's a championship racing right there. Hell of a day. 10-4, man. Way to go.
Denny Hamlin ties Mark Martin for 19th on the all-time list and becomes the 20th driver in NASCAR history to have 40 victories in the Premier Series. He won at Darlington in May, and he's the first driver with 3 victories in this 12-race-old season. Counting iRacing, this is his 4th win here, but his 3 in the Cup Series here are tied for the most all-time in this track's history. It's his 10th win on a 1.5-mile track, the 8th different track where he has won 3 times. And he is the first driver this year to score a sweep in the Cup race, winning both stages and taking the checkered flag. 4th win of the year for Joe Gibbs Racing and 8th at Miami. 4th win this year for Toyota and 6th at Homestead Miami Speedway.
A lot of credit to Chris Gabehart, his crew chief, coming back after that penalty, and the way they stayed on top of the adjustments in this racetrack to get Denny Hamlin out front, stay out front in that last run.
Nice to hear those 500 to 1,000 invited guests from the city of Homestead salute Denny Hamlin, who gets the checkered flag. Matt Yoakum is with him.
And Mike, it certainly was great to hear the cheers from the fans. Gabehart back on the box, and the statement on the radio I thought said it best. This is a championship winning team performance tonight.
Yeah, definitely. Just made our car really good. I mean, this is the car kind of set up kind of based off of what we had there in the fall here last year going for the championship. But had a strong car all day, obviously, with the laps led, and it was able to get around Chase there at the end. But yeah, this whole FedEx team has just done a phenomenal job. This Camry is just this one was real special. So got to thank Coca-Cola, Jordan Brand, FedEx, all of our partners, everyone at JGR for putting together great race cars and keep digging and getting our stuff a little bit better.
And then the patience by you behind the wheel. Gabehart told you, just be patient. He'll burn up his stuff and come back to you.
Well, I didn't know. I mean, it seems like the end of these races seems to be Chase's long suit, best suit. But I knew that, if I was just patient, ran the pace that I wanted and the pace I was comfortable with, we were going to be hard to beat in the long run.
2 races in Florida so far in 2020, 2 wins for Denny Hamlin.
Hamlin the victor, Elliott second by 0.9 of a second, Blaney third, Tyler Reddick with a great finish, the first top 5 of his career, and Eric Almirola with his first top 5 of the season. But the night belongs to Chesterfield, Virginia's Denny Hamlin. Congratulations to Coca-Cola Racing family driver Denny Hamlin for his big win here at Homestead Miami Speedway. Going to the top of the win list. What happened to the runner-up? Let's find out from Matt.
Strong second-place finish for Chase Elliott. You guys have had a lot of speed now week in, week out since we've come back. But was the issue with the 22 of Joey Logano holding you up? Was that the difference tonight for you?
I just need to get through lap traffic better, but I thought our Hooters Camaro was plenty good enough to win. I thought we executed a really nice race and kept it out of the wall almost the whole race. Got it there at the end, but proud of the effort. We're bringing fast cars right now, and that's everybody at HMS is working really hard to do that. So keep putting ourselves in good position, do a little better job getting through lap traffic, and maybe we have another sticker. So yeah, we'll just try to put ourselves in more spots to win and see where it goes from there.
They keep putting themselves in position. Strong night, P2 for Chase Elliott.
Nice night for Christopher Bell. Had his best career finish, winding up 8th. And 2 Richard Childress Racing cars in the top 10. First time that's happened since 2018. Let's hear from one of their drivers with Matt.
Great 4th-place finish. I'll tell you what, Tyler Reddick, you told me before you highlighted this race this night. You couldn't wait to get here. Break down your night for us.
Well, I mean, we had really good speed early on in our Chevy Caris Camaro. Guys at men and women at RCR did a great job of bringing a really good fast race car here, and we're able to use that to our advantage in the first couple, 30 laps to get into the top 10, and from there we just tried to fine-tune it and make it better to run the fence, but then there was times it was better running the top seam, so it was just a struggle to figure out what lane was going to be better for me and trying to get the lead and hold it, and unfortunately we just got a little too tight there to really get all we could get through turn 1 to make the fence work, but all in all, good, solid effort. When we come here, I've won the last 2 times I've been here, Grand Xfinity car, but we're up on the fence with 3 of the best, and somehow, we kept out of the wall most of the night, all 3 of us, and it was just a good fought battle.
Mike, this young man just continues to impress.
Folks, if you're looking for a new young driver to follow, put Tyler Reddick on your list. Denny Hamlin celebrates in Homestead.
We are the center of everything NASCAR.
The core of the sport you love.
From the garage at Daytona
to the champagne at Phoenix.
History making right there.
NASCAR Race Hub, weeknights on FS1 and the Fox Sports app.
Denny Hamlin is the winner in Homestead, picking up another victory in his chase for the championship. But he wasn't the only winner tonight. What a great number of drivers, Jeff, challenging for the lead, running the top, running the bottom, passing on one side, passing on the other, getting runs. A very, very competitive race, and some outstanding performances by 2 rookies, Tyler Reddick, Christopher Bell, each getting their best career finish.
Yeah, I mean, this is an entertaining race, and it's a challenging race to run as a driver because you have to run up against the fence. You have to run at the bottom and know when you need to start moving up to those different lanes, try to find some speed, try to change the balance. And for a rookie, this is one of the toughest places, but yet we had 2 rookies really shine here tonight, Tyler Reddick and Christopher Bell. I think you're going to see a lot of bright moments in their future coming up very soon. But Denny Hamlin, 40 wins for his career. All he's missing is a championship, and guess what? He might be on his way to getting that this year. He seems to be the strong favorite at this portion of the season to be the championship contender.
Your local news is next, except on the West Coast. There's the lineup, and next weekend at Talladega, ARCA on FS1 Saturday, and the Xfinity race. We'll be with you Sunday for the Cup race on Fox. And don't forget Race Hub every weeknight on FS1. It started out with thunder and lightning. It got congested on pit road, got a little crowded on the racetrack from time to time. But Denny Hamlin won both stages and takes the checkered flag tonight.
I am the one. Back with a full throttle roar.